Chapter 8:22. Back in the jungle, Ron Xinu, who was returning along the same path, angrily cursed. "You fool! Since you saw him again, why did you take the initiative to leave? Isn't it fine as long as he's safe? What else could I have done?" Yun Xian smiled. "Is this really okay?" Ron Xian, you felt somewhat uncomfortable. "It's fine." Yun Xian's expression was relaxed and indifferent. He's no longer someone I can reach. Even if I insist on staying with him, I'll only drag him down. It's better to leave now and leave behind a beautiful memory in each other's hearts. That's more than enough. You won't regret it in the future? Ron Xian, you asked. There's nothing to regret. Forget it. Do as you please. In any case, it's your own business. Don't come crying to me later and say you didn't seize today's opportunity. I won't, Yun Xian said faintly as she glanced back, her beautiful eyes filling with a layer of mist. She knew better than anyone else that in that man's mind, she was just a passerby. If not for that, he would have definitely chased after her. After Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, he immediately summoned Su Hui and the other elders and protectors. Holy Master, according to your instructions, the disciples are ready to depart at any time. Su Hui cupped his fists and said. Yang Kai nodded. Come with me. Everyone didn't know what he wanted to do, but none of them asked, simply following behind Yang Kai, shuttling through the 9 peaks. A short time later, the group arrived in front of a huge blue stone engraved with the words Holy Tomb. The Holy Tomb was the resting place of 9 Heavens, Holy Land's previous Holy Masters. Inside it were the bodies of countless ancestors. Arriving here, the expressions of the several protectors and elders all became solemn. You've all been curious about where the thousands of disciples will be placed. Why aren't you asking now? Yang Kai stood in front of the blue stone and looked around at the crowd with a smile. Everyone's expression became solemn as they suddenly understood. Su Hui was shocked. Holy Master, the place you speak of, it couldn't be. Besides here, where else do you think I can place you? Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Holy Tomb is the best place. Absolutely not. Su Hui's face changed greatly. This is the resting place of all the previous Holy Masters. How can we go in and disturb them? Death is like an extinguished lamp. There's nothing wrong with that. Yang Kai shook his head. The Holy Land has its own rules. Aside from the Holy Lord and the Saintess, no one else is allowed to enter the Holy Tomb. Rules are dead, but people are alive, Great Elder. Yang Kai persuaded earnestly. That may be the case, but no, we really can't. If we enter the Holy Tomb, wouldn't we be disregarding the rules set by our ancestors? How can I maintain my prestige in front of the disciples in the future? You stubborn old man. Yang Kai was amused by him. He turned his eyes to the other elders and protectors and asked, What do you think? Shikuan quickly averted his gaze with a troubled expression on his face. Meng Tianfei and Luo Sheng didn't express their opinions either. Chang Yutong opened her thin lips, wanting to say something, but no words came out. A bunch of wastes. Yu In coldly snorted and solemnly said, Holy Master, although Great Elder is indeed pedantic and stubborn, I think Great Elder is right on this matter. You also think so? Yang Kai stared at this beautiful woman in amazement. Yu Ying nodded firmly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and turned his eyes to the last person. And Ling, don't ask me, I'm just a little girl. I don't understand anything. And Ling quickly tried to distance herself from him. Yang Kai grit his teeth and glared at her, expecting her to stand on his side. But at this critical moment, this little girl actually ignored him. Is there really no way? Yang Kai turned to Su Hui and asked in a deep voice. Everything else is easy to discuss, as long as Holy Master gives the order. Even if this old master's life is at stake, this old master will immediately offer it up. But this matter, Su Hui firmly declared, a look of loyalty and righteousness plastered on his face, as if Yang Kai was a fatuous and tyrannical holy master. Fine. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai interrupted him. Then I wish you all the best. In less than 2 or 3 days, Zhang Ao's group will arrive, and the Monster Race Great Senior will also lead his Monster Race Masters here. When that time comes, I want to see which one of you will be able to survive. Farewell. Saying so, he turned to leave. Su Hui's eyes flashed, and his hands moved quickly, grabbing Yang Kai's clothes and squeezing them tightly, not letting go, asking in amazement, "Holy Master, where are you going?" "You can sit here and wait for death, but I still have a bright future ahead of me, so I won't accompany you. Naturally, I'm leaving," Yang Kai said matter-of-factly. "But if you leave, what will happen to the Holy Land?" Su Hui suddenly panicked. "What does that have to do with me? I found a way out for you, yet you refuse to take it. Do you want me to be buried with you?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Sorry, I'm not that noble." This. Su Hui was suddenly speechless, thinking to himself that this young man was truly a young man, acting so impetuously. Just a moment ago, this young man had been acting as the Holy Master of the Holy Land. So how did he suddenly change his mind and become indifferent to the Holy Land? Besides, Yang Kai snorted, "As the Holy Master, if no one can carry out the decisions I made, what is the point of remaining here? Even if we survive this crisis, I'm afraid in the future I'll be nothing more than a puppet at your mercy." "We wouldn't dare." Su Hui panicked. "Then why are you still holding on to me?" Su Hui quickly let go, embarrassed to death. "Enough," Yu Ying snorted, glaring towards Yang Kai. "The Holy Master should act like one. How can you act so shamelessly? Look at what you've done to Great Elder." Saying so, she sighed faintly and turned to Su Hui. "Great Elder, what do you think?" Su Hui wore a hesitant expression as he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction, a moment later helplessly saying, "Since the Holy Master has made such a proposal, we can't break the rules set down by our ancestors. Let's vote by a show of hands. Besides the Holy Master, there are 7 people here, so if the majority agrees to enter the Holy Tomb, then we can only do so." "Good," Yu Ying nodded. "Then who doesn't agree to enter the Holy Tomb? Raise your hand for me to see," Yang Kai asked as he swept his eyes over the crowd. The Great Elder hurriedly raised his hand. The remaining 5 Guardian Elders and Saintess and Ling are all glanced at each other, none of them willing to make a move. "You." Great Elder stared at the crowd in surprise, a very hurt expression appearing on his face, as if he hadn't expected that when it came to upholding the rules set down by his ancestors, no one would agree with him. "Slippery fellow," Yu Ying muttered softly. She knew that if Yang Kai had asked in a different way, the result would likely have been different. The new Holy Master was still a young man, so who would be willing to refute his opinion at this time? If things didn't go well, he might really develop a sense of rejection towards the Holy Land and simply abandon the Holy Land. No one could afford to bear such a responsibility. "Great Elder, many thanks for letting me win." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Su Hui smiled bitterly. Since things have gotten to this point, this old master won't say anything more. We'll do as Holy Master says. "I'm doing this for your own good. Don't look so unhappy. If the Holy Land's previous Holy Masters knew about this, I'm afraid they would forgive you." "I hope so." Opening the Holy Tomb with the help of the Holy Master's spirit ring, everyone followed Yang Kai inside, all of them wearing solemn expressions, as if they were on a pilgrimage, looking around at this city-sized mysterious small world, which had no sun, moon, stars, white clouds, or blue sky. Everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. "This is the Holy Tomb," Yu Ying muttered softly, a look of disappointment flashing across her beautiful eyes. The scene in front of her was completely different from what she had imagined. In her imagination, the Holy Tomb was a peaceful place filled with lush mountains and green rivers, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. However, This place was filled with a thick yin qi and was surrounded by faint fluorescent lights, giving off a creepy feeling. Everyone else also looked around curiously. Only Great Elder Su Hui was constantly bowing to his surroundings, muttering something under his breath, seemingly afraid that their arrival would disturb the slumber of the previous holy masters. The energy here is so rich. Chan Yu Tong gently breathed in, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. The world energy density between the 9 peaks was already quite good, but compared to the holy tomb it was still dwarfed. No wonder the previous holy master liked to retreat here and cultivate. The environment is a bit poor, but this place is perfect for concealing one's strength. Yang Kai chuckled. When I first came here, I was also shocked by the rich world energy aura. I don't even know where it came from. And this mysterious small world is much smaller than an average mysterious small world, but it should be enough to house all the disciples of the Holy Land. Listening to Holy Master's words, it seems you've been to other mysterious small worlds? Chan Yu Tong's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Although mysterious small worlds were well known to the world, there were very few people who had actually entered and exited them. The entrances to these mysterious spaces, which were independent of Tongxian realm, were extremely well hidden and difficult to discover. Yang Kai chuckled and exchanged a glance with Enling, understanding everything without saying anything. Where are the coffins of the previous holy masters? How come none of them are here? Su Hui took a look around and couldn't help feeling stunned. There should be many coffins here. Yang Kai's face twitched as he asked tentatively, "How do you know there are coffins here?" There should be. Every previous holy master would build his own coffin and send it into the holy tomb. And this place is a bit too clean, there's nothing here. Hearing him say this, everyone discovered that something was wrong. The inside of the holy tomb was flat, as if it had been cut by a knife. Although the ground was covered in dust and fine powder, there were still some traces left behind by the violent surge of energy. And where are the corpses of the previous holy masters? Shirkuin scratched his head and looked around. There may be some unknown secrets in the holy tomb. And the last time I came here, I also didn't find anything, Yang Kai said quickly. If Su Hui learned that because he had fused with that drop of demon god golden blood, all the bones and coffins in the holy tomb had been destroyed, it was hard to imagine what he would think. Chapter 8:23. After a full day and night of work, everything was arranged properly. The thousands of disciples from the Holy Land poured into the holy tomb, filling the gloomy, mysterious, small world with vitality. Although the number of people was not small, the holy tomb was more than enough to accommodate them all. Su Hui and the others had also prepared a lot of living materials in advance, enough for the Holy Land's disciples to live here for a long time. Yang Kai also told them to put aside their worries for the time being and concentrate on cultivating here. When the time came, he would naturally release them again. Su Hui and the others nodded in agreement. Leaving the holy tomb, Yang Kai sat alone atop one of the 9 peaks, overlooking the huge foundation that had stretched on for countless years, his mood calm and tranquil. At this moment, 9 Heaven's holy land was completely silent, with no one else around except for him. Immersing himself in his secret art, Yang Kai quietly waited. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stared off in a certain direction, grinning silently and mysteriously. Zhang Ao and the others had come again and were currently cursing and swearing in front of the barrier, bombarding it indiscriminately, a series of loud bangs reverberating throughout the 9 peaks. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was standing not far in front of Zhang Ao and the others. Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Little brat, you still have the courage to come out? Today you'll die." Chao Guan beside him also sneered, "Open the barrier and surrender, and we'll spare your life." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these words and swept his eyes around, his gaze pausing on bold, independent Union for a moment before quickly shifting away. Very good. Since all of you insist on becoming enemies with the Holy Land, you can count on your own luck. Many people averted their eyes in fear, while on bold, independent Union's side, Yun Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. She had discussed with Yin Cheng for a long time the night before and had also passed on the advice Yang Kai had given her. But now that bold, independent Union was riding a tiger, Yun Cheng had no choice but to follow Zhang Ao and the others. Now they met again. Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a sense of guilt for failing to live up to Yang Kai's good intentions. Where's Su Hui? Why is it only you? Zhang Ao keenly sensed that something was wrong. Today, Nine Heaven's holy land was far too quiet. Not only was there no trace of anyone walking around, even the only one who had come out to meet the enemy was the new holy master. Su Hui and the other elders were nowhere to be seen. There's no need for the great elder to deal with you. Yang Kai curled his lips. How arrogant. Wait for me to capture you. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Zhang Ao was completely enraged. He waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, there is no need to hold back. I will restrain this brat. You all work together to break this dam barrier. The foundation of the 9 peaks shall be shared by everyone. Hearing him say this, the gazes of many hesitant cultivator instantly burned. 9 Heavens' holy land's heritage was extremely deep, and there were countless rare treasures, pills, and profound secret arts and martial skills stored inside. Obtaining even a single one of these things was a huge benefit. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. Zhang Ao threw out such a temptation. Naturally, this could arouse the fighting spirit of many people. In an instant, under the leadership of Chao Guan and Wizard Tribulation, more than a dozen Saint Realm masters attacked the barrier together. But Zhang Ao still summoned his own artifact and broke through the barrier's blockade, striking towards Yang Kai. Obviously, as he had said, he wanted to restrain Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai simply chuckled, not intending to confront Zhang Ao at all. His figure floated backwards, avoiding the other party's attack, his expression indifferent and cold. He didn't even try to stop them from bombarding the barrier. Zhang Ao's heart clenched as a bad feeling filled his heart, his pair of eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what he was planning to do. Asterisk chi chi chi, xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out as countless attacks bombarded the barrier. To everyone's surprise, 9 Heavens' holy land's barrier seemed to be made of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. With so many masters joining forces, after less than 30 breaths of time, the barrier surrounding the 9 peaks shattered, allowing them to move forward unimpeded. Everyone was stunned, none of them having expected things to go so smoothly. After a moment of shock, Zhang Ao was overjoyed and shouted, Little brat, let's see where you're going to run now. Saying so, he and the dozen or so Saint Realm masters rushed into the 9 peaks and surrounded Yang Kai. Following closely behind them, the other forces that had gathered here also rushed in, as if they were afraid that if they were too slow, the benefits would be snatched up by others. Bold independent Union Master Yin Cheng's expression changed slightly as he released his divine sense to carefully investigate the 9 peaks. A moment later, his expression also changing slightly as he stepped forward. But before he could even step out, though, he noticed that his clothes were being tugged on. Looking back, he saw Yun Xian looking at him with pleading eyes. Xian, what's wrong? Yun Qing frowned and asked, Father, the 9 peaks barrier has been broken. Let them do the rest. We should go back now. Yun Xian bit her red lips and said, Go back now. Yun Qing thought for a moment before smiling gently. Didn't I tell you about it the night before? Why are you saying such things now? Father, please believe me, if we stay here, it really won't do us any good. Yes, Union Master, it's time to go now, while their attention is all on that bastard. One XNU quickly said. You think so too? Yun Cheng glanced over at Wan Xin thoughtfully. Do you really believe in that little brat? The night before, Yun Xian had conveyed Yang Kai's advice. Yun Cheng also knew that this new holy master had met with his daughter the day before yesterday, but he didn't take Yang Kai's advice seriously. The difference in strength was too great, so Yun Cheng really couldn't think of any way to save Nine Heavens' holy land. The only thing they could rely on was the 9 Peaks, Spirit, Array, and Barrier, but now they had given up on that. Xian, is it because of your old friendship that you don't want to add insult to injury? Yun Cheng saw through Yun Xian's worries. Don't worry, if he really has the ability to escape this disaster, my bold independent union wouldn't make much of a difference. If he doesn't have this ability, my bold independent union wouldn't make much of a difference, but I think he's already at the end of his rope. What a pity. Yun Cheng sighed. Originally, he thought this was a good opportunity for bold independent union to grow stronger. After all, the relationship between his daughter and the new holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land was not shallow. If he really survived this disaster, would bold independent union need to worry about not having a backer in the future? But now it seemed this Nine Heavens' holy land was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At this most critical time, only the new holy master had come out to meet the enemy. All the elders, protectors, and disciples had all disappeared. Yun Cheng couldn't help but wonder if this new holy lord had been abandoned here to distract Zhang Ao and the others so that the others could escape. Don't worry, Zhang Ao is reluctant to kill him, Yun Cheng comforted. This little brat is of great use to Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao had united so many forces and masters to attack Nine Heavens' holy land. Wasn't his biggest goal to obtain this inheritance? And now this inheritance should be in Yang Kai's hands, so how could Zhang Ao be willing to kill him? If you don't want to become enemies with him, you and Xan should hide away, Yun Cheng said, turning to Jian and ordering, take the young lady to a safe place. Yes, Jian nodded, his yuan qi surging and wrapping up Yun Xian's daughter before flying off into the distance. Yun Xian's face was filled with bitterness as she wanted to continue persuading her father, but she didn't know what to say, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she watched Yang Kai being surrounded by so many masters. After his daughter left, Yun Cheng snorted and flew forward. Little brat, your death is near. Why haven't you surrendered yet? Zhang Ao shouted at Yang Kai, his brow filled with a triumphant expression, his eyes blazing, as if he had already obtained the inheritance of Nine Heavens' holy land. Chao Guan also shouted, trying to persuade Yang Kai to surrender, telling him not to stubbornly resist, otherwise he would have to face the consequences. Yang Kai just stared at them indifferently, not saying a word. The place where Yang Kai stood was completely surrounded by more than a dozen Saint Realm Masters and several dozen Transcendents, all of them glaring at him menacingly. However, the look on Yang Kai's face was one of complete calmness, causing everyone to secretly fear him, none of them daring to be the first to rush up and embarrass him. This was the 9 Peaks. Yang Kai had used the power of the 9 Peaks to display the strength of a Saint Realm Master. So if he was forced into a corner, besides Zhang Ao, no one would be able to stop him. Little brat, you're too weak. How disappointing. Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect, suddenly said meaningfully as he laughed strangely. Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned. What do you want? Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head, his green aura pulsing like a ghost. I thought you had some more unexpected means, but it seems I overestimated you. If that's really all you have, I advise you to surrender honestly and allow me to seal your yuan qi, lest Brother Zhang and Brother Chao accidentally hurt you. Haha, I appreciate your good intentions. Yang Kai chuckled. But if you want to capture me with just the few of you, I'm afraid you're overestimating yourselves. Too arrogant. Chao Guan was furious. No transcendent realm cultivator would dare spout nonsense in front of so many saints. This little brat's arrogance had obviously reached a new level. Temple Master. Not far away, a figure quickly flew over and came to Chao Guan's side. There's no one inside. All the disciples of Nine Heaven's holy land have disappeared. Not a single person? Chao Guan was shocked. At the same time, Zhang Ao, Wizard Tribulation, and the others also received the same report. This discovery inevitably made them a little vigilant, all of them wearing dignified expressions, wondering what kind of trick Nine Heaven's holy land was playing. Thousands of people were gone just like that. This was too abnormal. A faint uneasiness rose in his heart, and Zhang Ao immediately decided not to delay any longer. A long night was fraught with dreams. Shouting angrily, "Everyone, follow me. We'll capture this little brat first. As long as this little brat is in our hands, even if Su Hui and the others have great ability, they won't be able to cause any trouble." Chapter 824. Zhang Ao shouted. Everyone nodded. Yuan Qi condensing his qi and preparing to attack together with him to subdue Yang Kai. But before they could act, though, a series of screams suddenly rang out not far away. These screams reached everyone's ears, causing all of them to pale. Releasing their divine senses to investigate, after a couple of breaths, the masters who had gathered around Yang Kai all wore gloomy expressions. None of them were weak, so under the investigation of their respective divine senses, they were shocked to discover that a violent aura was pouring in from outside the 9 peaks. In an instant, the entire 9 peaks were in a state of panic. On the horizon, there was also a billowing black cloud that was rapidly approaching. Inside this black cloud, a number of figures could be vaguely seen, standing proudly in the void, coldly staring down as an oppressive aura descended from the sky like a great mountain. Zhang Ao's complexion changed greatly, but there was no time to deal with Yang Kai, so he could only shout, "What's going on?" Screams rang out one after another as the smell of blood filled the air. No one had the time to answer Zhang Ao's question. After a while, a shattering mystical palace disciple covered in blood rushed over and reported. "Palace Master, bad news. A lot of monster beasts have come." Monster beast? Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed as he stared over, just in time to see the terrifying scene of a giant, blue-eyed python swallowing a cultivator whole. Zhang Ao didn't know which great force this cultivator belonged to, but his strength wasn't too low, at least a peak immortal ascension boundary master. But in front of this giant python, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. The giant python's giant maw seemed to emit an endless suction force as it directly swallowed the cultivator whole, causing a visible bulge to slide down the python's neck. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk a series of attacks landed on the giant python's body, causing dazzling sparks to fly. The giant python's body was covered in black scales and seemed to be impregnable, not suffering any damage at all. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it swallowed a few more cultivators and sent them flying, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. This was nothing more than a scene from a bloody purgatory. As far as the eye could see, the 9 peaks were filled with ferocious monster beasts of all shapes and sizes. Those monster beasts had crimson eyes, and their bloodlust had been aroused. They were wreaking havoc in the crowd, creating sensational massacres. No one could stop them. Miserable screams rose and fell continuously, mixed with great panic and loss. Where did this monster beast come from? Zhang Ao's face paled as he stared at the black cloud with dread. It seems to be coming from the direction of the Beast Sea Forest. "Chao," Guan hurriedly replied. Hearing this, all the masters around Yang Kai shuddered as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The Beast Sea Forest was the territory of the monster race. There was a monster race great sovereign there, a peak expert in the world. Looking at the rapidly approaching black cloud, everyone instantly understood what was going on. That hateful little brat, actually colluding with monster beasts. Zhang Ao's eyes spat fire as he turned to look at Yang Kai. At a glance, he couldn't help gawking. Yang Kai, who should have been in the middle of the encirclement, had at some point disappeared, leaving behind only a few dozen masters. The black cloud finally descended upon the 9 peaks, and from the rolling clouds, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared. Accompanied by this 7-colored mist, a graceful figure flapped her wings and floated down from above, a cold and indifferent expression on her delicate and beautiful face. Kai-Dai! Following closely behind Kai-Dai, 20 to 30 monster race masters who had already transformed into human form grinned wickedly as they spread out in all directions. Kwang Shi took the lead, landing like a cannonball on the ground, smashing open a large crater as he charged towards a nearby Transcendent Realm cultivator like a bolt of lightning, allowing this Transcendent Realm cultivator's attack to land on his sturdy body before grabbing him and biting down on his neck. Blood splashed out as Kwang Shi seemed to have gone mad, his eyes filled with joy. The Transcendent Realm cultivator didn't even have time to think about resisting before his neck was directly bitten through by Kwang Shi. This bloody scene was imprinted into the eyes of the nearby cultivator, causing him to suddenly become frightened and flee in all directions, none of them daring to face Kwang Shi. Before they could escape to a safe place, several demonic beasts rushed out from the side and blocked their way. At the top of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai stood there, indifferently watching the bloody purgatory below. A figure flashed, and the monster race Great Senior appeared next to him. "Great Senior, you've come late," Yang Kai greeted with a smile. "Humph, it takes a lot of effort to gather manpower. You didn't give me much time to prepare," the monster race Great Senior coldly snorted. "How many have come?" 3,000, 6th order and above. 80, 7th order and above. 9, 8th order and above. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow. A good lineup. Otherwise, do you think that I alone would be able to guard the Beast Sea Forest and ensure the safety of that area? I would have long since been wiped out by you humans. The Great Senior slowly shook his head. Just like your 9 heavens holy land, you rely too much on your holy master. Once the old holy master died, this place became vulnerable. It's them, not me, Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Kai chuckled. He also saw the drawbacks of 9 heavens holy land. Unlike the monster race, in addition to their peak Great Senior, there were many other masters. So even if this Great Senior died one day, the Beast Sea Jungle would not be a place they could casually invade. This time it was likely the monster race had turned out in full force. "Remember what you promised me." The Great Senior glanced over at Yang Kai. "Rest assured, I've already made a promise to you. How could I go back on it?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "How do you want me to deal with these invaders?" The monster race, Great Senior, asked again. "Do as you see fit." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, putting on a look of indifference. The Great Senior sneered. "You little slippery brat, you want me to kill them all, don't you?" Yang Kai laughed dryly but didn't answer, tacitly agreeing. "But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Killing too many people won't do my monster race any good. It will only provoke you humans to seek revenge." The Great Senior snorted. He had long seen that Yang Kai was using the monster race's strength to solve his own crisis. If they killed these people, their hatred would only be directed at the monster race, while 9 heavens holy land could remain uninvolved. Although he understood this, the monster race Great Senior still couldn't refuse Yang Kai's proposal. But when it came to implementing it, he naturally couldn't disregard Yang Kai's wishes. "But there's one thing I don't quite understand. Is it convenient for you to explain it to me, boy?" The monster race Great Senior squinted towards Yang Kai. "What is it?" "Where are all the people from your 9 heavens holy land? You seem to be the only one here, right? Naturally, they've hidden themselves somewhere safe." Great Senior doesn't need to worry. After this matter is over, the alchemist and artifact refiner I promised you will return on time. That's for the best. You won't dare deceive me. Down below, seeing the monster race's menacing momentum and countless masters, Zhang Ao and the others also knew that they had no choice but to wrap up Yuan Qi and use their movement skills to escape. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Bold Independent Union's Union Master, Yun Cheng, was dumbfounded, looking at the countless casualties he had suffered. At this moment, he felt heartfelt regret. If he had listened to his daughter's advice just now and taken everyone to retreat immediately, they wouldn't have been involved in this storm and there wouldn't have been any casualties. But now it was too late to evacuate. Nearly half of the hundreds of disciples he had brought with him had been killed or injured. Even he himself was forced to flee under the onslaught of the monster race masters. Seeing Zhang Ao and the others retreat, Yun Cheng didn't dare to linger any longer, calling out to the remaining disciples who were still alive to follow behind Zhang Ao and open up a path of survival. After the arrival of the monster race, less than a stick of incense worth of time had passed before the battle gradually subsided. The 9 peaks were now littered with corpses and blood, a ghastly scene. Of the cultivator gathered on the 9 peaks, at least 1,000 had died. One after another, huge monster beast after another raced across the purgatory-like ground, chasing after each other. "Don't chase," a tender voice suddenly called out as Kai Dai's beautiful figure landed lightly on the ground. The monster beast chasing after the 9 peaks all heard this voice and stopped, as if they had been struck by a curse, all of them roaring towards the heavens. The sound of this howl spread out, causing the surviving cultivator to become even more panicked, all of them mustering all of their strength to flee. It's so much easier to work with people on hand. Yang Kai sighed. The huge crisis facing 9 Heaven's holy land had been so easily resolved by the monster race. It was truly frustrating. This strength is the accumulation of my monster race's strength over hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think it's so easy to obtain? Great Senior sneered, but your 9 Heaven's holy land isn't bad, although it's a bit worse than my monster race. Indeed, it's worse. Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed your help. Yang Kai nodded. Cultivate well. In less than 100 years, you'll be on the same level as me. At that time, your 9 Heaven's holy land will become strong again. 100 years? Great Senior, you're looking down on me too much. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Don't tell me 20 to 30 years. This senior won't believe such nonsense. Just wait and see. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Saying so, Kai Dai flew up and landed lightly in front of the two, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly before reporting. Great Senior, the humans have all fled. Good. Pass down the order. Clean up the battlefield. Then let everyone do as they please. From now on, these 9 peaks will be my monster race's territory. We need to make good use of the resources here. Yes. Boy, I've solved your problem for you. Shouldn't you also fulfill your promise? Yang Kai nodded. Since he had made an agreement with Great Senior, he had no intention of backing out. Arriving at the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai released the alchemists and artifact refiners who had been arranged in advance and handed them over to Great Senior. Great Senior was extremely satisfied, although the Holy Land's alchemists and artifact refiners were a little frightened when facing the monster race. After Great Senior guaranteed their safety, they all calmed down. Yang Kai also opened the 9 Peaks Spirit Array for the monster race, allowing the world energy aura here to once again become rich. As for the Spirit Array diagram, Yang Kai had already found a good piece of jade and engraved it with his divine sense before handing it over to the Great Senior for him to comprehend. These Spirit Array diagrams were related to the monster race's beast transformation pond and were the most important things to the monster race Great Senior. Chapter 8:25 100 kilometers away from the 9 peaks. In a dense forest, many cultivator figures were hidden, none of them daring to breathe too loudly. The sun shone through the leaves, illuminating the faces of Zhang Ao and the others. It had been 10 days since the day they were defeated by the demon clan and escaped with their lives. During these 10 days, whenever Zhang Ao recalled the scene of that day, he would be filled with unwillingness. He thought he could capture that little brat and force him to hand over the inheritance of 9 Heaven's holy land. but he had never expected that the monster race would intervene at the critical moment. The monster race great senior had brought several dozen masters with him and forced them to flee. Today, the great forces that had gathered around Zhang Ao had long since dispersed, leaving only shattering mystical palace, war spirit temple, and netherworld sect. With such a force, even Nine Heavens' holy land couldn't take them down, let alone take revenge on the monster race. On top of that, these three forces had also suffered heavy losses and didn't have many masters left. Withdrawing was undoubtedly the best choice, but Zhang Ao still couldn't swallow his anger. Even after joining forces with so many great forces, he still couldn't do anything to Nine Heavens' holy land. Zhang Ao could already see the scene of his shattering mystical palace becoming the laughingstock of the world. Blood boiling in his chest, Zhang Ao's expression became more and more gloomy. That despicable little brat, actually daring to collude with the monster race, how hateful! Zhang Ao roared as he stared towards Nine Heavens' holy land with bloodshot eyes, filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Chao Guan also wore an angry expression as he whispered, "He dares to commit such a crime. Once this news spreads, I think it will be difficult for him to establish himself in this world in the future." Wizard Tribulation grinned meaningfully. Nine Heavens' holy land is quite interesting. Actually joining forces with the monster race, it's quite unexpected. It's not necessarily Su Hui's idea. I've been dealing with Su Hui for several dozen years, so I have some understanding of his temperament. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. It's probably that little brat's idea. Zhang Ao coldly snorted. The most important thing now is how to capture him from the monster race. And that's a bit difficult. Chao Guan frowned deeply. You still don't want to give up. Wizard Tribulation looked at them in surprise, shaking his head. With the monster race great senior protecting him, what ability do you have to capture him? Can he hide for the rest of his life? If I don't catch that brat, I swear I won't give up. Zhang Ao's face was filled with ruthlessness. That's what I meant. Why, brother wizard, you've accepted our benefits, and now you want to back out? While speaking, he looked at the Wizard Tribulation gloomily. The Wizard Tribulation quickly raised his hand and said, "It has always been the purpose of the Ghost Sect to accept money and solve problems for people. Since I have accepted your things, I will naturally help you to the end." That would be for the best. Zhang Ao nodded in satisfaction. While the three were talking, a cultivator who had gone to investigate the 9 Peaks hurriedly returned and respectfully bowed before reporting. "The 9 Peaks have been occupied by the monster race. I couldn't find a single Nine Heavens holy land disciple there, only some traces of monster beast and monster race masters. They seem to be busy mining that rich vein of crystals." Hearing this, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's faces twitched. If it weren't for the interference of the demon clan, that rich mineral vein would have been theirs by now. "Are you sure you haven't seen a single Nine Heavens holy land disciple?" Zhang Ao asked with a frown. This news made him very concerned. Not seeing them during the previous battle could be explained as them hiding, but now that they were nowhere to be seen, it was somewhat intriguing. Yes, this subordinate and several dozen others have been monitoring the periphery for a day and night, but have not found a single Nine Heavens holy land disciple. Nine Heavens holy land has thousands of disciples. It doesn't make sense for them to all suddenly disappear. Chao Guan wore a puzzled expression and muttered, "Brother Zhang, could it be that the monster race," hearing this, Zhang Ao's expression shook and he let out a strange laugh. It's possible the monster race is not so easy to deal with. Perhaps that little brat failed to collude with them and instead ended up being targeted by them. This really is ugly people making trouble, lifting a stone to smash their own feet. That little brat deserves it. Chao Guan also cheered up, his mood suddenly becoming better. But if that's the case, that little brat is now in the hands of that monster race great senior. How can we get him out? Zhang Ao frowned and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a good idea, falling silent for a while. Inside a spacious palace, Yang Kai and the monster race Great Senior sat cross-legged facing each other. Between the two of them was a series of exquisite spirit arrays. Yang Kai endured his impatience as he explained to the Great Senior. Originally, he had already engraved the several spirit arrays related to the beast transformation pond into a jade stone. But after the monster race Great Senior examined them carefully, he expressed that he couldn't understand them and insisted that Yang Kai personally explain them to him. Fortunately, this guy's perception wasn't bad, although he had never come into contact with these spirit arrays before. After 10 days of careful instruction from Yang Kai, he was finally able to grasp the key points of these spirit arrays. All that was left was for him to slowly comprehend them on his own. When the time came, if the monster race Great Senior encountered any problems, he would be able to fix them himself, no longer needing Yang Kai's help. After Yang Kai finished his explanation, the monster race Great Senior let out a soft breath, a look of shock flashing across his face as he muttered, "These spirit arrays are in accordance with the heavenly way and are of great benefit to the cultivation of the martial Tao. Who taught you these things?" No comment. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Oh well, it's not like I want to pry into your secrets. It's just that there are many mysteries hidden in these spirit diagrams that I'm afraid you won't be able to see with your current cultivation and eyesight. Although my attainments in spirit diagrams are not as good as yours, my eye for people and things is much better than yours. Boy, treasure and study these spirit diagrams well. One day, you will discover that the power hidden in them is much greater than you think." Yang Kai furrowed his brow thoughtfully. "I heard you say before that you are an alchemist?" The monster race Great Senior suddenly asked. And Yang Kai nodded. "Since you are an alchemist, why don't you stay and perform alchemy for my clan? I think your alchemy skills shouldn't be bad. My clan has collected many rare materials over the years, materials that you humans will never be able to find." "No need." Yang Kai stood up. "I'm not interested." "Don't say that. Everything can be discussed. Tell me, what kind of treatment do you want?" "I can promise you." The monster race Great Senior smiled. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I appreciate Great Senior's kindness, but I still have other things to do, so I won't stay here any longer. Right? The reflecting moon pond I told you about. You must help me keep an eye on it. Someone will come to investigate in the future." "You're leaving?" The Great Senior frowned. "If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to." Yang Kai stared into the Great Senior's eyes without fear. The Great Senior smiled and pondered for a moment before nodding. "Go, we'll meet again." "Take care of yourself, Great Senior. It may not be long before I return to take back the 9 Peaks, so you must take advantage of this time to mine the resources of the 9 Peaks." Saying so, without waiting for the Great Senior's reply, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. After Yang Kai left, the Great Senior's expression became dignified as he sneered. "A few years? That little brat looks down on us too much." He had brought his clansmen here from the Beast Sea jungle with great fanfare, taking the risk of enmity with the human race in order to help Yang Kai solve the current crisis. So how could he only occupy the 9 Peaks for a few years? "Great Senior, are you just going to let him go like this?" Kai Dai appeared like a ghost and frowned. He holds the secrets of the beast transformation pond. "But my monster race is also indebted to him." The Great Senior's expression became complicated. The Great Senior's expression was complicated. "I know what you're afraid of, but that little brat is trustworthy. He won't easily reveal the secrets of the beast transformation pond. My monster race can't be like the human race, biting the hand that feeds us. Kai Dai, don't try to make any devious plans. I know you want to put him under house arrest, so keep your despicable thoughts to yourself." "Yes," Kai Dai respectfully responded, glancing in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, suddenly chuckling. But he's also quite arrogant. First he claimed he could catch up to Great Senior in 20 to 30 years, and now he's saying he'll take back the 9 Peaks in just a few years. I really don't know what he's thinking. "Young and frivolous." The great senior snorted. But I always feel like what he says will come true. That little brat is a bit strange, so I don't want to touch him. I just want to see if he can really do what he says he will do. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Kai Dai's face. You should smile more. You look better when you smile than when you keep a straight face, the great senior suddenly said. Kai Dai blushed as she glared at the great senior. How can great seniors speak like Kwang Shi? Ha! Beauty should naturally blossom more. What's the point of hiding it? It's the same as being a human. What matters most is one's nature. In this regard, I quite admire that little brat. But his unruliness is a bit lawless. Sooner or later he'll suffer a loss. Saying so, a gloating expression appeared on the great senior's face, as if he could already see the scene of young Kai suffering a loss. Kai Dai couldn't help pursing her lips. She never knew that the great senior had such a side to him. Outside the 9 Peaks, young Kai secretly felt a chill run down his spine. Cooperating with the monster race was undoubtedly like asking a tiger for its skin. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Although the great senior's attitude towards him was quite good, dealing with such a master, young Kai couldn't help but raise his guard. After all, no one knew whether or not the great senior would turn hostile in the next moment. The gap in strength was simply too great. The monster race great senior could have a friendship with the old holy master because both of them stood at the same height and possessed similar strength. On the other hand, although young Kai was the successor of the old holy master, he was still just a second-order transcendent cultivator. In the eyes of the great senior, this didn't mean anything. Quietly releasing his divine sense and confirming that no one was following him, young Kai finally relaxed. He was certain that if he stayed in the Holy Land for any longer, he wouldn't be able to leave. The great senior would definitely force him to stay behind and perform alchemy. Chapter 8:26. It was not until he had run several dozen kilometers that young Kai gradually relaxed. Before he could catch his breath, young Kai's expression suddenly changed as he turned his head in a certain direction. Over there, in the midst of a gray fog, a handkerchief-like artifact was rapidly flying towards him. As the handkerchief spun, the strange beast patterns engraved on it seemed to have come to life, roaring and surging forward ferociously. Immediately after the handkerchief, a rainbow light suddenly appeared, and a fierce aura oppressed young Kai, causing his hair to stand on end. Not daring to neglect, young Kai quickly displayed one of the 9 heavens' divine skills, the Grand Heavenly Shield. A golden shield quickly took shape in front of him. The strange beasts that rushed out of the handkerchief could not stop their momentum and crashed into the Grand Heavenly Shield one after another, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. The rainbow light that followed also hit the Grand Heavenly Shield, making a crisp sound as it was bounced back. The Grand Heavenly Shield collapsed at the same time. Young Kai let out a muffled groan as he glared in the direction of the source of the attack. Over there, Zhang Ao laughed. Boy, you actually dared to come out. The heavens are really helping me. Chao Guan caught the rainbow light in his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The wizard Tribulation floated behind the two like a ghost, quietly sizing up young Kai. The 3 originally thought that there was no hope of capturing young Kai this time, and just as they were about to recover and plan for the long term, they saw young Kai run out of the 9 Peaks. Overjoyed, they quickly attacked, trying to subdue young Kai in one fell swoop. But what they did not expect was that even without the power of the 9 Peaks, young Kai was able to block the first wave of attacks from Zhang Ao and Chao Guan unscathed. Only now did they realize that everyone had underestimated young Kai's strength. Let's see where you can run this time. This place is 100 kilometers away from your 9 Peaks. Even if you want to ask that monster race great senior for help, it's impossible. Chao Guan laughed. You're really annoying. Young Kai looked at the 3 impatiently. He had not expected that they would dare to remain here. Young Kai had thought that after the monster race took action, these 3 forces would flee back to their sects and close themselves up in seclusion. But unexpectedly, even after everyone else had left, these three forces were still waiting for him. Three Saint Realm Masters, one of whom was a second-order saint. Yang Kai knew he was not their opponent. With Yang Kai's current cultivation and means, he could at most exchange blows with a first-order saint, but even then he may not necessarily win. The Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm seemed to be fundamentally different. After coming into contact with these two great senior, saint, great senior, great seniors, great senior, great seniors, great senior, senior, Yang Kai says, SSSSS, SSSS not he's. He, brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Obediently surrender, and I'll let you suffer less. Zhang Ao coldly snorted, and as he spoke, his spiritual energy silently penetrated towards Yang Kai, trying to affect his mind and make him lose his fighting spirit. Yang Kai remained motionless, ignoring Zhang Ao's divine sense like a gentle breeze. Zhang Ao's expression became solemn, suddenly feeling a bit strange. This little brat in front of him, who was only a second-order transcendent, seemed to have transformed into a bottomless black hole. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to probe his depths. You want to capture me with just the few of you? Yang Kai laughed happily, not putting these three people in his eyes at all. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can catch me? Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Chao Guan grit his teeth and shouted, If you cooperate with us now, we won't treat you unfairly, but if we really capture you, we won't be polite to you. Come, if you can't catch me this time, just wait for your sect to be exterminated. Yang Kai's expression became sullen as he became quite impatient. These three people were like maggots clinging to his bones, making him extremely unhappy. Yang Kai secretly swore that when he grew up in the future, he would definitely kill these three. I don't think you have that chance. Zhang Ao opened his hand, and the handkerchief-like artifact suddenly produced an infinite suction force, causing the space around Yang Kai to suddenly become as sticky as a swamp. Space began to distort and distort, like the moon in the water or the flowers in a mirror, subtle and unreal. Zhang Ao's face filled with a look of absolute confidence, thinking that even if Yang Kai had great ability, he wouldn't be able to break free from his shackles. Yang Kai just smiled coldly, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he stood motionless in place. The suction force suddenly increased, and the handkerchief rapidly enlarged, wrapping around Kai Yang, completely wrapping him up. Chao Guan was overjoyed and was about to rush over while laughing. Zhang Ao snorted coldly, and the handkerchief flew back. After carefully examining it, his face suddenly became gloomy. Yang Kai, who should have been wrapped in the handkerchief, was nowhere to be seen. There was no one inside. He seems to have run away long ago. Wizard Tribulation's eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. At this time he said coldly, Run away. Zhang Ao's eyes bulged. When did he run away? Probably when you made your move. Jia, 9 heavens divine skills. I've finally seen it. This movement skill is extraordinarily fast. Wizard Tribulation turned his head and looked in one direction. Following his gaze, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan quickly released their divine senses, and indeed noticed Yang Kai's aura more than a dozen miles away. At this moment, Yang Kai was fleeing into the distance at an extraordinary speed. His speed made Zhang Ao and Chao Guan's faces turn pale, because this was already comparable to the speed of a Saint Realm Master. No wonder this little brat didn't panic at all. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. Don't think you can escape from my grasp like this. Zhang Ao swore fiercely and disappeared in a flash. Chao Guan also hurriedly followed. Wizard Tribulation stood quietly in place for a while, his gloomy face revealing an interesting expression. He then turned into a green mist and disappeared like lightning. While running, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and grasped the movements of the three people behind him. His face became more and more gloomy. He had never been chased like this before. Although he was not afraid of them at all, Yang Kai still felt very uncomfortable. While running, he secretly looked for an opportunity to get rid of them. But these three people were Saint Realm Masters after all. It was extremely difficult to completely get rid of them. As time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how far he had run. Although he occasionally had a chance to get rid of them for a while, it didn't take long for them to follow him like maggots in a tarsal bone. It was very annoying. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method these three were using to accurately lock onto his position and chase after him. Yang Kai understood that he had underestimated the attraction of 9 Heavens' Holy Land's inheritance to these three people. Just because he didn't care about obtaining a powerful inheritance at the cost of reducing one's lifespan didn't mean others wouldn't be envious. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to fly in the direction of Soaring Heaven Sect. As long as he returned to Soaring Heaven Sect, if these three dared to chase after him, he would make sure they never returned. But as he flew, Yang Kai lost his way and didn't know where Soaring Heaven Sect was. So he could only take one step at a time, his heart filled with anger. On this day, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly came to a stop and stared not far ahead. In front of him, an unusual aura was slowly converging and taking form, causing him to become vigilant. A moment later, this aura seemed to become denser and a green mist appeared out of thin air at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, a man wearing a black robe and covered in a green aura strangely appeared. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at the newcomer, his eyes sharp as he shouted, "Wizard Tribulation!" He didn't know what kind of divine technique this netherworld sect master had used to appear in front of him in an instant. This kind of mysterious method was beyond Yang Kai's understanding. However, when he appeared, he seemed to be very tired. His originally terrifying and gloomy face was deathly pale, and he was gasping for breath. The true qi in his body was also somewhat unstable. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense, and after confirming that there was no danger within the range of his divine sense, he immediately shouted, "Soul Battle Hall!" A white light flashed, and a mysterious force suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. Before the Wizard Tribulation could react, his soul avatar was pulled out. "Hey!" Wu Jia was shocked and called out, but in the next moment his vision blurred, and by the time he could react, he found that his soul avatar had left his knowledge sea and was now in a vast white world with no sky or earth. Not far from him, Yang Kai's soul avatar was looking at him with an unfriendly expression. The Soul Battle Hall was a saint-grade artifact that Yang Kai and Enling had obtained in the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Since obtaining it, this was the first time Yang Kai had used it. The function of this artifact was very special. It could forcibly pull out the enemy's soul avatar and force them to engage in a divine sense battle. However, there was also a drawback. When using it, Yang Kai's soul avatar would also enter it. His opponent was a first-order saint, and Yang Kai knew that his physical cultivation was no match for him, so he did not hesitate to summon the Soul Battle Hall, preparing to end this battle quickly. Yang Kai's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He wanted to know if his current spiritual energy could really compete with a Saint Realm Master, and this place was the best place to test it. Perceiving Yang Kai's intentions, the Wizard Tribulation quickly raised his hand. "Boy, don't be impulsive. I didn't come here to fight with you." Yang Kai frowned and sneered softly. "Now that things have gotten to this point, what's the point of saying such things? You don't believe me?" The Wizard Tribulation looked at Yang Kai with a funny smile. "If I really had any malicious intent towards you, I wouldn't have appeared in front of you in this way. You can feel it too, my strength consumption is huge. I'm not at my peak at all." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at him deeply, his divine sense constantly circulating around him, observing his reaction, wanting to see if he was telling the truth or not. Chapter 8:27. Wizard Tribulation's expression was calm, At this moment, he appeared very open and above board. After a while, Yang Kai restrained his hostility and snorted, "If you're not here to fight me, then what are you doing in front of me?" "Naturally, I have something to discuss." Wizard Tribulation saw Yang Kai's attitude soften, and his expression also relaxed, chuckling lightly. Yang Kai was surprised and frowned. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? You and I can exist under the same sky. What do you want to discuss with me?" "I didn't say I wanted to exist under the same sky as you, Master, Holy Master. This is just your one-sided opinion, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "What I mean is, this wizard is willing to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk with Master, Holy Master. What do you think? You may be willing, but I'm not." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You've chased me for so many days, and now you've made things difficult for me. Do you think a few words can resolve this hatred? Aren't you too naive?" Wizard Tribulation wore a helpless expression. This wizard was forced to do this. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan joined forces to put pressure on me, so I had to do something. When we attacked Nine Heavens' Holy Land last time, my Netherworld sect didn't send many people, nor did we participate, but many of our people were killed by the monster race. Serves them right. Yang Kai coldly snorted, but what Wizard Tribulation said wasn't a lie. During the last war, he really didn't see many people from Netherworld sect take action. "Huh." Wizard Tribulation laughed. "I know that Master, Holy Master, probably doesn't believe this wizard's words. But how should I put it? This wizard's Netherworld sect's motto is to take people's money and solve problems for them. I received a lot of things from Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, so naturally I had to follow their lead. But now this wizard doesn't want to do so? Why?" Yang Kai stared at him intently. "Because I think Master, Holy Master, is a person who can achieve great things." Zhang Ao and Chao Guan thought that as long as they could capture you, they could obtain Nine Heavens, Holy Land's inheritance, and hope of breaking through to the Third Order Saint Realm. I can only say that they have been blinded by power. You don't think so? Yang Kai looked at Wizard Tribulation with interest. Wizard Tribulation shook his head. "If breaking through to the Third Saint Realm, your Nine Heavens Holy Land wouldn't only have one Holy Master. I'm afraid you would be invincible in this world. Although I don't know what kind of secrets are hidden in your inheritance, this Wu is clear that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every generation of your Holy Land's Holy Master has a short lifespan, and only one Holy Master can reach the Third Order Saint Realm. It can be seen that although this inheritance is powerful, it also has many restrictions. Even if they can catch you and obtain your inheritance, the chances of success are very high. You see more clearly than they do." Yang Kai couldn't help thinking highly of Wizard Tribulation. This guy was dressed in a black robe and exuded a dark green aura, giving off a terrifying aura, but he was actually quite astute. Holy Master is too kind. Wizard Tribulation smiled and cupped his fists, his attitude modest. "It is for this reason that this wizard does not want to be enemies with you. On top of that, you have also proven your strength. No transcendent has ever been able to survive so many days while being chased by 3 saints. If it weren't for Zhang Ao's Second Order Saint Cultivation, I'm afraid we would have long since lost track of you. If things continued like this, even if we chased you until the end of time, we still wouldn't be able to catch you. But you blocked my path." Yang Kai's face went cold, slightly wary of Wizard Tribulation's unpredictable methods. "That came at a huge price." Wizard Tribulation smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I won't hide it from Holy Master. This wizard had a fortuitous encounter when he was young and obtained some unknown means that allowed him to tear space and travel thousands of miles in an instant." "Tear space?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. But by doing so, it is easy to get lost in a void crack and never find a way out. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't catch you, this wizard wouldn't have used such a risky method. Ever since I obtained it, I have only used it a total of 2 times, and each time I took a huge risk. Wizard Tribulation seemed to be very sincere, explaining his methods to Yang Kai without hiding anything. Is Holy Master interested? Wizard Tribulation said with a smile. If you are, this wizard can offer it to you with both hands. Yang Kai's expression changed and his eyes flashed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't interested in this means of tearing space and traveling thousands of miles in an instant. But Wizard Tribulation's attitude was intriguing. What do you want to do? Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. Holy Master worries too much. This wizard really doesn't want to do anything. Coming here to show you my attitude. And Netherworld sect is willing to be friends with Holy Master forever. What do you think? Yang Kai stared at him coldly, keenly grasping the crux of his words. What he wanted was to be friends with him, not with 9 Heavens' holy land. For him, Yang Kai was obviously more worthy of friendship than 9 Heavens' holy land. What good is it for me? Yang Kai's expression relaxed. He could feel that Wizard Tribulation wasn't lying, because his soul avatar didn't show any unusual fluctuations. The means this wizard just mentioned, don't you want them? Wizard Tribulation smiled and said leisurely, This wizard doesn't have any other strong points, but I know how to adapt to the circumstances. That's why Netherworld sect has been able to develop to this day. Although Holy Master's current cultivation is not as good as this wizard's, I believe that within a few decades, you will be able to surpass everyone. I don't want to be dealt with by you when the time comes, and my sect will be wiped out. Also, this wizard feels that if I were to fight you now, I wouldn't necessarily win. You really know how to adapt to the circumstances. Yang Kai's lips curled into an evil grin. He suddenly found that this Wizard Tribulation was quite interesting. Although he was a petty person, he was a very magnanimous one, and his eyesight was also quite good. In this soul battle hall, Yang Kai really didn't fear him. Netherworld sect used to be under the protection of your old Holy Master. I hope that in the future it will also be under your protection. This wizard doesn't ask for much. He only hopes that Netherworld sect can continue to prosper. I promise. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Many thanks. Wizard Tribulation cupped his fist solemnly. In the future, you will be very grateful for this wise decision of yours. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Then Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are probably going to be unlucky. Wizard Tribulation said meaningfully. He looked at Yang Kai and laughed loudly. After a while, Wizard Tribulation's expression became serious. He flicked his finger, and a white light shot straight towards Yang Kai. He said loudly, This is full of the process and memory of this wizard's fortuitous encounter. You can check it, and you will know that this wizard is telling the truth. Then I will accept it without hesitation. Yang Kai merged the light ball into his soul avatar. Although that method is amazing and sensational, this wizard still has to advise you not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it is very easy to get lost in the space crack. When this wizard first used it, as he said this, he seemed to recall something extremely terrifying. He shuddered and couldn't continue. Anyway, it is always right to be cautious. I will remember that. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't check the message that Wizard Tribulation sent him. There is something else I need to tell you. Wizard, this Zhang Ao and Chao Guan probably won't give up on you in a short time, so I have to follow them for a while. But I think you won't mind. They can't catch up anyway. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai nodded. Then this wizard will take his leave. After getting Yang Kai's promise, Wizard Tribulation seemed very satisfied. Yang Kai waved his hand and removed the restraints of the Hall of the Gods. In the next moment, the 2 soul avatars returned to their bodies. Wizard Tribulation nodded at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly frowned and said, By the way, have you seen the coffin carrying man before? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned cold, and his aura became fierce. Wizard Tribulation was shocked. "Don't be so agitated, I was just asking." "Why do you ask?" "Because I overheard Chao Guan and his subordinate, a cultivator called Yao Di, talking about the coffin-carrying man and you. I thought you might have seen the coffin-carrying man before." "Yao Di?" Yang Kai frowned and suddenly remembered this person. He had seen him outside the City of Raging Fire. He asked anxiously, "What else did they say?" Wizard Tribulation shook his head. "I didn't hear them clearly. They were very secretive." He seemed to be talking to himself. "It is said that the coffin-carrying man's hiding place hides an amazing treasure. Whoever can solve the secret of the coffin-carrying man will have the power to dominate the world." "Well, I don't know if the rumor is true or not." "Hee hee, you don't have to worry about it. It was just a casual remark. Goodbye." After saying this, he walked away in a carefree manner. Staring at his disappearing back, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Although this rumor about the coffin-carrying man wasn't completely true, it wasn't completely false. Behind the coffin-carrying man, there was indeed a power that could allow one to dominate the world, but this power was not something anyone could obtain. Wizard Tribulation seemed to have mentioned this unintentionally, but it was obvious he wanted Yang Kai to be careful not to reveal his relationship with the coffin-carrying man. This guy, his thoughts were quite heavy. Moreover, he was also the kind of person who was willing to pay any price. Just because he was optimistic about Yang Kai's future, he gave up on becoming his enemy. From a certain point of view, he was quite far-sighted. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it, turned around, and flew off in a certain direction. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were still chasing after him. The former was a second-order saint, so with his divine sense probing, Yang Kai was helpless and couldn't hide his aura. A month passed in a flash, and it wasn't until now that Yang Kai faintly felt that he seemed to have escaped from Zhang Ao's pursuit. After being chased for so long, not only was Yang Kai depressed, Zhang Ao and the others were also depressed and probably didn't have the patience to continue chasing. After wandering around for a few more days and confirming that Zhang Ao and the others had disappeared, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't worried about being caught, being in this kind of situation for so long was quite uncomfortable. In front of him was a lush, rolling mountain range with extremely rich world energy aura. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. But apart from occasionally finding traces of monster beast activity, he didn't see any trace of people. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he immediately flew towards the mountain peak. Chapter 828. Lush green mountains, filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. The scenery was pleasant and peaceful. Deep inside the mountain, inside a natural cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as a stream of memories flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's divine sense swept through the scenes and characters in this memory as if he had experienced them himself. This stream of memories was the one Wizard Tribulation had passed to him, the one of his fortuitous encounters. After getting rid of Zhang Ao and the others, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to return to Soaring Heaven Sect. So he simply found a place nearby to study the mysterious method of tearing space. He was very interested in this matter. If he could really master this method, even if he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat in the future, he could easily escape. However, from the advice Wizard Tribulation gave him before he left, using this method was accompanied by great risks. Calming his mind, Yang Kai was able to clearly see the scenes in the stream of memory. In just 1 or 2 days, Yang Kai had already understood everything. Laughing involuntarily, Yang Kai thought to himself that no wonder Wizard Tribulation was so generous as to share his fortuitous encounter with him. It turned out that the restrictions on using this method were also enormous. Originally, Yang Kai suspected that Wizard Tribulation was up to no good, but after understanding everything, he suddenly realized that even if he revealed this method to Yang Kai, it wouldn't be a problem. This magical method was mysterious, but in fact it was extremely simple. It was like a martial skill, but also like a soul skill, because when using it, it consumed both yuan qi and spiritual energy, and the amount of spiritual energy consumed was unimaginable. Even someone as strong as Wizard Tribulation would be dispirited for a long time after using this method. Yang Kai was just a second-order transcendent, so in Wizard Tribulation's opinion, even if he comprehended this method, he wouldn't be able to use it in a short time. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yang Kai's yuan qi and spiritual energy were many times stronger than he had estimated, more than enough to support this method. When using this method, the more yuan qi and spiritual energy one consumed, the further one could tear space to reach. Yang Kai immersed himself in the divine technique. It was rumored that all the void corridors and mysterious small worlds on this continent were created during the Great War between the masters of the ancient era. Although the rumors were not necessarily true, Yang Kai also realized that in that era, the cultivator on the mainland had extraordinary abilities. Tearing apart space and creating space might not be a difficult task for them. However, because too much time had passed, martial arts had gradually declined, and this kind of ability was gradually lost. Perhaps in today's world, the Third Order Saint Realm Masters could touch upon this threshold and teleport several dozen kilometers or even several dozen kilometers. But they absolutely couldn't tear space and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. This was something only the Void Corridor could do. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. Yang Kai sat in the stone cave for about half a month, secretly feeling that he had thoroughly comprehended this divine technique and couldn't help but have an eager expression on his face. Although Wizard Tribulation had warned him to be cautious, Yang Kai was not willing to give up now that he had obtained such a method. Only by personally experiencing it could he know whether he could really tear space and prove whether Wizard Tribulation was exaggerating or not. Otherwise, when he really encountered danger in the future, it would be too late to pin his hopes on this method. After contemplating for a long time, Yang Kai stood up. His yuan qi surged and his spiritual energy burst out at the same time. The two forces merged into one, and a subtle change occurred between them as they suddenly bombarded the void. In front of Yang Kai, layer after layer of ripples appeared, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread, Yang Kai continued to release his yuan qi and spiritual energy, his mind following the spread of the ripples. After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. In this state of mind, he found that the space in front of him seemed to be somewhat different from usual. When he wanted to examine it more carefully, these traces flashed and disappeared. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai calmly withdrew his true qi and spiritual energy from his body and began adjusting his breathing for the time being. Even though he had thoroughly understood this divine ability, when it came to actually putting it into practice, he still found it difficult. He really couldn't understand how the masters of the ancient era and the ancient era created void corridors and mysterious small worlds, and these were inadvertently created when they were fighting. Compared to them, Yang Kai felt that he was still too weak. Perhaps at this moment, in front of those masters, he was just an ant. Half a day later, after his essence, qi, and soul had been restored to their peak, Yang Kai tried again. His yuan qi and spiritual energy burst out at the same time, searching for a flaw that could allow him to break through the seal of space as the ripples spread out. This time, Yang Kai's feeling was much clearer, and he couldn't help feeling happy as he focused even more. Gradually, the world in front of him began to change. The space around him began to distort strangely, like a transparent cloth that had been folded by someone. At this point, a unique aura leaked out. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and without hesitation, he condensed his yuan qi and spiritual energy into a sharp attack and blasted towards the folded space. Asterisk Ka. Asterisk, as if a door had been opened. A dark crack appeared in front of Yang Kai. Looking around, there was nothing but emptiness on the other side of this crack, and it was impossible to tell what kind of dangers were hidden on the other side of this crack. The world energy aura throughout Qingyuan Mountain suddenly became chaotic, and an unimaginable attractive force came from the crack, madly swallowing the nearby world energy, forming a violent storm in an instant. As the world energy poured in, the opened crack quickly closed. Before Yang Kai had time to examine it carefully, a dark light flashed and the crack disappeared without a trace. The distorted space was restored, and his vision became clear again. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He clearly knew that he had displayed half of this divine technique, and as long as he could expand this crack a little more, he would be able to enter and explore it. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai checked his own condition and was surprised by what he found. The Dantian had suddenly lost 3 or 4 drops of yang liquid, and the energy in his knowledge sea had also been reduced by about half. Secretly stunned, Yang Kai understood how great the price to pay to display this divine technique was. Even if he was at his peak, he could only use it twice at most before his spiritual energy ran out. No wonder when Wizard Tribulation appeared in front of him before, he looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. Even with his current cultivation, it was quite difficult for him to display this technique. Quickly dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid into his mouth, Yang Kai took some pills to supplement his spiritual energy, quickly restoring his spiritual energy. An hour later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. After repeated failures and experiments, the accumulated experience was extremely valuable. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who had just recovered, opened his eyes and was brimming with confidence. He believed that this time he would definitely succeed in tearing space. Yuan Qi and spiritual energy spread out in a leisurely manner, not sparing any effort like when he first began. The two forces converged in one place and bombarded the void. The layers of ripples spread out in a rhythmic manner, rising and falling one after another. The space in front of him once again became distorted and wrinkled. Focusing on the fold, Yang Kai burst out with his own strength in an instant. A dark crack appeared and, as if pulled by a pair of invisible hands, suddenly expanded. The crack became the source of the pulling force, crazily swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's energy. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the crack. After he entered, the dark crack in space also disappeared. The familiar feeling of dizziness came. But Yang Kai's expression was excited. Not only did he not feel the slightest fear, he instead felt infinite anticipation. Just as he had expected, the crack he created by tearing space was basically equivalent to the entrance to a void corridor because the feeling the two gave off was too similar. When entering a void corridor, there would also be the subtle feeling of dizziness, but it wouldn't last long before leaving the void corridor and arriving at another place. But this time, the feeling of dizziness persisted, and Yang Kai himself seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss, falling down continuously with no end in sight. Streams of spatial turbulence surged around him, mixed with a terrifying destructive power. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, his mind focused, moving back and forth, avoiding these void turbulences and not letting them hurt him. These void turbulences were not something he could deal with at the moment. They were stronger than the power of the star field, and once he was involved, it was very likely that he would be completely lost. This was also the reason why the Wizard Tribulation asked Yang Kai to be cautious. When that guy first used it, he probably suffered a big loss here, so he still had a lingering fear. Yang Kai was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea. Although he was in danger of being overturned at any time, he was always calm and composed, avoiding the void's turbulent currents while releasing his divine sense to investigate the hidden patterns of the void. He was not in a hurry to leave this place, but instead wanted to thoroughly understand how to tear space. He faintly felt that all the secrets were hidden in this seemingly chaotic void turbulence. As long as he could figure out the mysteries here, he would be able to tear space at will in the future without worrying about any danger. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai divided his attention. His expression relaxed. It wasn't until the void turbulence suddenly became chaotic and violent that Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly condensed his yuan qi and spiritual energy, tearing a crack in space in front of him again and leaping out. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to Tongxian realm. Everywhere he looked, the world was bright, the sun was high in the sky, and he seemed to be above the clouds. Below his feet was a thick, cotton-like cloud, thick and dignified. The scenery was wonderful, and Yang Kai felt relaxed, allowing himself to fall. Only when he was about to hit the ground did he circulate his yuan qi to stabilize himself. Chapter 829. 2 months passed in a flash. During this time, Yang Kai had been practicing and familiarizing himself with this method of tearing space. Basically, he spent most of his time in the torn void, quietly perceiving the turbulent streams of space, searching for hidden mysteries. When his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would sit down to restore himself, and when his spiritual energy was restored, he would continue, repeating this cycle over and over again. Now he could easily tear space and travel through the void to reach another part of the world. However, even if he used his full strength, the distance he could travel was still a bit short, only able to travel about 300 to 400 kilometers in an instant. Moreover, he had no way to grasp the direction, so when returning from the void, he could only randomly appear in a certain place. Every time he used this method, Yang Kai was extremely careful and cautious. Because he was in the middle of the turbulent void, he couldn't afford to be the slightest bit careless. The chaotic energy streams were too strange and difficult to guard against. On several occasions, Yang Kai was almost caught up in them, and if he hadn't run fast enough, he likely would never have been able to escape. His tyrannical and tough physique also played a crucial role at this time. Just like in the star field, the turbulent void streams were extremely harmful to his physique. Yang Kai estimated that even if Wizard Tribulation used this method, he would need to summon an artifact to protect himself in order to ensure his safety. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the void and appeared in a gray mountain valley. He couldn't grasp where he had appeared, so every time he returned, he couldn't help being a bit vigilant, fearing he would fall into some dangerous place. This time was the same. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately restrained his aura and quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After a while, Yang Kai looked surprised. He found that at the entrance of the mountain valley, there were at least 100 people gathered there, led by a First-Order Saint Realm Master. The rest of the people were a mix of cultivators. All of them were standing solemnly at the entrance of the valley, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were doing. Yang Kai immediately realized that he had inadvertently entered the territory of some great force, but since there was only one First-Order Saint here, he wasn't worried. He found a place nearby and sat down cross-legged. Then he concealed himself and began to recover the energy he had consumed. Yang Kai did not have the intention to inquire about the other factions. However, after half a day of recovery, he was surprised to find that the group of people at the entrance of the valley seemed to be carrying out some kind of sacred ceremony. Everyone looked very serious, and the weaker cultivator seemed to be very excited and looking forward to it. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious, but he didn't rush to leave immediately. Instead, he continued to stay where he was. After half a day, the ceremony finally came to an end, and a series of impassioned chants rang out as the Saint Realm Master muttered some unintelligible words, giving off a profound aura. A moment later, a cultivator whose strength was only at the peak of Yuan Qi state strode into the valley. The peak of Yuan Qi realm was not considered weak in the central capital, but in Tongxian realm, those with such strength were either mediocre or very young. The person who walked into the valley belonged to the latter. Shrouded in the gray fog, he walked straight past Yang Kai. Yang Kai could clearly see that he was just a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Just like himself many years ago, his immature face was filled with an unyielding desire for strength as he excitedly stepped forward. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Continuing to stay where he was, Yang Kai locked his divine sense onto this young man, wanting to see what he was doing. The valley was not too wide, but it was long and winding and was very deep. The young man walked through the fog, his steps steady and his eyes steady. But before he could walk 1,000 meters from the depths of the valley, a gentle push suddenly appeared and struck him head-on. The young man could not resist at all, and was pushed back by this force, stumbling backwards. After he regained his balance, a look of frustration appeared on his face. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned because when this push appeared, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his back, as if something was crawling behind him. When he carefully examined himself, he found that there was nothing on his back at all. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. After the young man was pushed back, he lowered his head and walked back, a short time later exiting the valley. The people waiting at the entrance of the valley saw his appearance and immediately understood. The First Order Saint Realm Master didn't even spare him a glance before shouting, "Next!" Another cultivator about the same age as the young man stepped forward. Just like the young man before him, after walking a short distance, he was pushed back by a gentle force and could only turn around and leave in frustration. One by one, the young men walked in and returned helplessly one after another. The Saint Realm Master in charge of this place also appeared somewhat gloomy. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on. Although he didn't know what kind of ceremony these people were performing or what they were doing, it should be some kind of test. Unfortunately, none of those young youths passed the test, and they were all stopped at a distance of several hundred to 1,000 feet. Of the hundreds of young men, the number of people who failed to enter became fewer and fewer, each of them sighing in disappointment. Yang Kai quietly glanced towards the depths of the valley, his expression dignified. Every time that gentle force appeared and pushed the young man back, he would feel a tingling sensation on his back. At first, Yang Kai thought it was just his imagination, that some master was hiding behind him and playing with him. But after so many times, after careful observation, he discovered that things were not as he thought. The tingling sensation on his back, as if something was crawling over him, was clearly caused by the golden dragon tattoo on his back. Listening carefully, Yang Kai could even hear a subtle dragon roar. The golden dragon tattoo on his back and the ice phoenix tattoo on Su Yan's back were both left behind by the Yin-Yang joyous unification art. What does it have to do with this place? Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai walked out of his hiding place and stepped into the valley. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became one of surprise a moment later. Although he had been secretly observing the movements of the group of people at the entrance of the valley, he had not carefully investigated the terrain here. It was only now that he discovered that this winding valley, if looked down from the sky, was like a giant dragon crouching here. At the mouth of the valley was the dragon's tail, and the dragon's head was the deepest part of the valley. There were several forks in the valley that were shaped like dragon claws. The deeper Yang Kai walked, the clearer the tingling sensation on his back became, and the faster the golden dragon tattoo moved. Yang Kai became more and more certain that the inheritance he and Su Yan obtained was related to this place. How could it be so coincidental? Yang Kai secretly frowned. He had just been experimenting with tearing space and had inadvertently come to this place. If that was the case, then which force this place belonged to, Yang Kai could vaguely guess. At the mouth of the valley, the Saint Realm Master's brow furrowed as he weakly called out, "Next!" A delicate-looking young man stepped out of the ranks and walked into the valley. After he disappeared into the fog, the Saint Realm cultivator sighed slightly. "Palace Master, this is the last person," a transcendent realm cultivator next to him said. The man called Palace Master nodded slightly. "I know. I'm afraid there's no hope this time." The transcendent realm cultivator frowned. 3 years of searching for 100 young men. Yet after so many years, there still hasn't been any improvement. "Palace Master, is our method wrong?" The Palace Master glanced at him. "What are you suspecting?" "Subordinate doesn't dare, but No buts? Palace Master shouted. Although we are not strong now, remember a long, long time ago we were one of the most powerful forces in the world. Anyone who saw us had to treat us with respect. No one dared to provoke our disciples when they walked the continent. Yes, the Palace Master's expression became gloomy as he sighed. The ancestors recorded these things in the ancient books so that we would never forget the prosperity and strength of the past. Unfortunately, after so many years, no one has passed the test of Dragon Valley, unable to recreate the glory of our ancestors and the prosperity of our sect. Palace Master, in the past the Transcendent Realm Cultivator, asked curiously. The Palace Master shook his head sadly. I didn't, but fortunately I broke through to the Saint Realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to protect this place. A group of youths who were not familiar with the ways of the world listened to the conversation between the two, their eyes filled with curiosity. Right at this moment, the gray mist that enshrouded the Dragon Valley all year round suddenly became chaotic, and the entire Dragon Valley tremored violently. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they had no idea what was going on. Those youths were even more flustered, their faces going pale. A resounding dragon roar suddenly resounded from the depths of the valley. A golden radiance soared into the sky from that direction. It was as dazzling as a golden sun. The Palace Master's eyes bulged as he stared at this golden light. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator next to him also did the same, his expression filled with shock and horror. The golden light twisted and twisted, and after a moment it formed a dragon head filled with endless majesty that looked down indifferently and arrogantly. Under its gaze, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of insignificance. Even a character as strong as the Palace Master couldn't help trembling as he pointed to the golden dragon head and shouted, "It's here, it's here! It's exactly the same as recorded in the ancient books. The golden dragon head has appeared. The Dragon Emperor has returned. Palace Master, could it be someone passed the test?" The Transcendent Realm Cultivator asked, dumbfounded. The Palace Master was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself, tears streaming down his face. Hearing these words, he didn't respond at all, simply staring at the golden dragon head for a moment before suddenly asking, "The young man who just went in, what's his name and where is he from?" Chapter 830. In the deepest part of the mountain valley, Yang Kai stared at the golden dragon head that had suddenly appeared, his mood fluctuating. The numbing sensation on his back had reached its peak, and accompanied by a loud dragon roar, the brand golden dragon pattern on his back flew straight towards the dragon head in the sky. For a time, the golden light was so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai discovered that he was now in a world of golden light, surrounded by a massive amount of energy. A golden dragon, only a few meters long, was constantly swallowing this energy. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings and immediately relaxed. This golden dragon, which was only a few feet long, had its own aura. It should be the pattern that had always been imprinted on its back. However, for some reason, it had manifested at this moment. Moreover, as it devoured the golden energy, its body also underwent some subtle changes. It was growing bigger and bigger, and its aura also became denser and more distant. Behind him, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find a 14 or 15-year-old boy lying on the ground, his face deathly pale as he stared at him in horror. Yang Kai frowned. Just now, all of his attention had been attracted by the changes in this place, so he hadn't even noticed when this boy had been involved. This boy was only Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage, so in front of Yang Kai he was no different from an ant. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He didn't know what was going on here, but his divine sense was trapped in this golden energy sea, so he couldn't detect the situation outside. Moreover, looking around, he couldn't see anything. At this moment, there was only him and this boy. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai stepped forward towards him. He had many speculations in his heart, so he could confirm them with this boy. As Yang Kai approached, the boy panicked to the extreme, and before Yang Kai could get close, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. Although he wasn't very handsome, he wasn't the kind of person who looked fierce, so this boy's courage was a bit too small. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only sit down cross-legged and wait quietly while checking his surroundings. This place was completely covered by a sea of golden energy, and the golden dragon symbol on his back was still eating. Yang Kai tried to see if he could break through the seal of the energy, but he couldn't. This golden barrier was impregnable, and Yang Kai estimated that even if he entered his devil transformation, he wouldn't be able to break through it. He might be able to leave this place by tearing through space, but the golden dragon pattern behind him was still here. Yang Kai couldn't summon it back, so he could only make the best of it. In any case, it was unlikely for the people outside to come in. He also investigated the young man's situation and was surprised to find that the attribute of the young man's cultivation method was the same as his own. It was also of the yang attribute. Although the yuan qi flowing in his body was not very rich, it was still quite good. At least, it was not too bad at his level of cultivation. After waiting for half a day, the young man slowly woke up. Opening his eyes, for a moment he didn't seem to understand the situation in front of him. When he saw Yang Kai sitting in front of him and looking at him with a smile, his expression changed. He hurriedly crawled back a bit and looked at him vigilantly. His eyes were full of fear. Yang Kai chuckled. "Don't be afraid. I just have something to ask you." The young man was still vigilant, putting on a posture like a rabbit fighting an eagle, the yuan qi in his body surging. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of approval. In a sense, this young man was somewhat similar to himself in the past. When facing a strong enemy, he unconsciously wanted to resist. "If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of moving my hands. You can't stop me." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Hearing him say this, the young man seemed to feel that what he said was true. He sighed heavily, and with a look of resignation, he stood up and said, "Senior, if you have anything to ask, please ask." "Senior?" Yang Kai was stunned. This was the first time he had heard someone call him this, nodding slightly, thinking that senior was senior. In any case, his strength was much higher than this little brat's, and there was also a 10-year difference in age, so he wasn't taking advantage of him. "Which great force do you belong to?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. The young man's eyes flashed as he hesitated for a moment before replying, "Dragon Phoenix Palace." "Does senior not know?" "Dragon Phoenix Palace, sure enough." Yang Kai took a deep breath. When he noticed that the golden dragon tattoo on his back was somewhat abnormal, he had already guessed it. Now he had just confirmed it from the mouth of this young man in front of him. Dragon Phoenix Palace, when he was in Ice Sect, Yang Kai had heard Ice Master Qing mention it. Qing had told him that the inheritance he and Su Yan had obtained might be related to Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace was a powerful force a long time ago, not inferior to Ice Sect in the slightest, but because of an accident, its inheritance had gradually declined. A centipede dies but never falls down, so although it had declined, its descendants had never been cut off. Dragon Phoenix Palace wasn't the only great force in Tongxian realm that had suffered the same fate. At that time, Yang Kai secretly decided that when he had some free time in the future, he would go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and take a look. But unfortunately, after leaving Ice Sect, he had been involved in a series of troubles. Until today, when he coincidentally tore through space and arrived here. Yang Kai didn't know if this was the will of the heavens. After learning that this place was Dragon Phoenix Palace, Yang Kai immediately confirmed that the inheritance he and Su Yan obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance belonged to this great force. "Senior, who are you? Why did you open Dragon Valley's barrier that has been sealed for countless years? Before this, we all thought it was just a legend." "Me?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying casually, I have some kind of relationship with your Dragon Phoenix Palace." The young man's expression brightened as he hurriedly asked, "Then we're family?" "Family? Haha, it's fine if you think so." The young man's expression suddenly relaxed. "That's good, that's good. I thought I was going to die this time." "Were you afraid I would kill you?" Yang Kai squinted at him. The young man scratched his head awkwardly. "Senior, please don't take offense. This junior was just thinking too much." "Right, this junior is Sun Yu, a disciple of Dragon Phoenix Palace. My surname is Yang." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Greetings, Senior Yang." Sun Yu's expression was filled with excitement, as if he had really met a senior from his sect, his attitude respectful. It wasn't surprising that he would think so. Being able to open Dragon Valley's barrier meant he had some kind of relationship with Dragon Phoenix Palace. On top of that, Yang Kai had personally admitted it, so Sun Yu naturally felt relieved. Since they were family, there was no need for him to be on edge. "Come, sit down. I still have a lot of questions to ask you," Yang Kai said amiably. "Senior Yang, please feel free to ask. This disciple will answer to the best of his ability." Sun Yu nodded quickly. After chatting with Sun Yu for a while, Yang Kai gradually understood Dragon Phoenix Palace's strength. It wasn't too strong, but it wasn't too weak either. There was at least one Saint Realm Master in the sect, the one Yang Kai had sensed at the entrance to the mountain valley, Palace Master Qinzhou. Although he was only a first-order saint, he was still able to barely guarantee the safety of Dragon Phoenix Palace. The trial of Dragon Valley was held once every 3 years, and these youths were all selected by Dragon Phoenix Palace from the nearby great forces during this time. There were also some who were Dragon Phoenix Palace's own disciples, such as Sun Yu. Those who were selected from Dragon Phoenix Palace's great forces and small families would have to return to their original home if they failed to pass the trial. Every palace master of Dragon Phoenix Palace would continue to host this kind of test in hopes that one day a disciple would be lucky enough to pass it and restore Dragon Phoenix Palace's glory. Unfortunately, over the countless years, many palace masters had passed through, but no one had ever succeeded, leading to everyone in Dragon Phoenix Palace, except for the palace master, believing that there was no mystery in Dragon Valley. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai inadvertently arrived here that they finally saw hope. Sun Yu suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn, Palace Master and the others must think I opened the barrier and passed Dragon Valley's trial. Let them think so, what does it matter?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. "But this has nothing to do with me. I was just walking inside the mountain valley when I was pulled here by a strange force. No, I have to go out and inform Palace Master and the others." "You can't get out." Yang Kai shook his head and glanced around. "Not only you, but I also can't get out before this golden energy is completely swallowed up." "No way." Sun Yu's face went pale. "Then what do we do?" "Wait," Yang Kai replied concisely, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Seeing him so calm, Sun Yu also seemed to be affected by his calm demeanor and felt relieved, sitting back down in front of Yang Kai. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned from Sun Yu that Dragon Valley hid the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. In addition to Dragon Valley, Dragon Phoenix Palace also had another restricted area, the Phoenix Nest. Hidden inside this Phoenix Nest was the Phoenix Empress' inheritance. Anyone who passed Dragon Valley's trial could find a woman they liked and have her inherit the position of Phoenix Empress. Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were the titles of the two most powerful masters in Dragon Phoenix Palace many years ago. With these two, Dragon Phoenix Palace was one of the most powerful forces in the world. Today, the sect master of Dragon Phoenix Palace only dared to call himself Palace Master. Yang Kai's expression changed as he couldn't help becoming interested in this Phoenix Nest. It should be where Su Yan had gone. For disciples like us who are selected, even if we don't pass Dragon Valley's trial, Palace Master will grant us a secret art. As long as we can find a suitable woman, our cultivation speed won't be too slow. A dual cultivation secret art? Yang Kai asked. Sun Yu blushed and nodded slightly. Have you found a woman you like? Sun Yu shook his head, his face turning even redder. But there are many beautiful women in the palace. We can choose at will. But once we do, we will never leave. Yang Kai's expression changed. Only those who had cultivated a dual cultivation secret art would understand what it meant to never leave. Sun Yu's words resonated with Yang Kai's heart, and his eyes couldn't help becoming warmer. Chapter 831. Outside Dragon Valley. All the elders of Dragon Phoenix Palace gathered together and stared towards the bottom of the valley in excitement. Palace Master Qin Zhou was the most excited of all, a big grin on his face. Dragon Phoenix Palace was somewhat different from other great forces because it cultivated a dual cultivation secret art. So basically every master had a life partner. At this moment, Palace Master Qin Zhou's partner, Yu Ting-yi, was also standing beside him, gently holding his hand, but still unable to suppress the trembling of his stalwart body. Yu Ting-yi was a middle-aged beauty with a voluptuous figure, but because her aptitude was slightly lacking, her cultivation was behind Qin Zhou, currently only a third-order transcendent. Seeing her husband like this, she couldn't help smiling. Good, good. Isn't it just the reappearance of the inheritance? Is there really a need to be so excited? Qin Zhou took a deep breath. You don't understand. Every palace master has succeeded the reappearance of the inheritance after countless years. But now it has finally appeared in my hands. How could I not be excited? The reappearance of the inheritance means that my Dragon Phoenix Palace will have a Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress in the future. As long as we have these two, we can restore our former prosperity. Saying so, he shouted, Xiao Ling hasn't come back yet. Just as he was about to ask, a figure flew over, and before this person arrived, a voice called out, Palace Master, subordinate has returned. It was the Transcendent who had followed Qin Zhou before. Qin Zhou hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Have you inquired? Where did this disciple come from? Is he a disciple of my Dragon Phoenix Palace or from one of its subordinate forces? Reporting to Palace Master, that young man is called Sun Yu and is a member of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. He has lived here since childhood. Xiao Ling replied quickly. Hearing this, Qin Zhou couldn't help smiling and nodding. Good, good, good. That would be for the best. Although it didn't matter if Sun Yu was from one of the subordinate forces, if he had grown up in Dragon Phoenix Palace from a young age, his feelings for the sect would definitely be extremely deep, eliminating some of Qin Zhou's worries. Who is the teacher who taught him? It's Elder Ling Jian. Xiao Ling answered as he stepped aside. Elder Ling has arrived. Qin Zhou raised his eyes and saw Ling Jian walking over with a big grin on his face. When the two sides met after exchanging pleasantries, Qin Zhou quickly said, Elder Ling has worked hard. It seems you've raised a good disciple. Ling Jian's old face blossomed into a smile. Although he was an elder, Ling Jian was only a first-order transcendent. Even among the elders, he was one of the weakest, so he wasn't valued at all. Coupled with his advanced age, after so many years, he had only held the title of elder in name and enjoyed the rest of his life. Qin Zhou's sect today. The sect's inheritance's disciple had Yang's sect. Since his disciple had obtained the inheritance as the master in charge of teaching, his status would naturally rise as well, and his value would multiply. Sect, masters, lord, sect, disciple. Sect, realm, sect. Ling Jian couldn't get used to it for a while, but it was quite useful. A group of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elders watched from the sidelines, their eyes red with envy, wondering why the one who opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance wasn't their own disciple. If one of their disciples had such an opportunity, the one chatting with the sect master right now would be them. The scene was extremely lively as Qin Zhou constantly asked about Sun Yu's situation and information. Ling Jian also told him everything he knew about Sun Yu, telling him all the trivial things that had happened to Sun Yu since childhood. When Chen Zhou heard all of this, not only did he not feel bored, he even praised Sun Yu as a good seedling, saying that in the future, Dragon Phoenix Palace would have to rely on him and Ling Jian. Ling Jian was greatly relieved, thinking that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. The lively scene continued for many days without subsiding. Every day, many people would gather outside Dragon Valley and stare towards the bottom, but they couldn't see anything. Dragon Valley was filled with fog and didn't see the sun all year round, but now it was shrouded in a golden light and an amazing energy fluctuation was radiating from it, so no one dared to approach. Palace Master Qinzhou also took some protective measures, dispatching all of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites to surround Dragon Valley in order to prevent Sun Yu from being disturbed while he was accepting the inheritance. Time passed day by day, and everyone was looking forward to seeing Sun Yu emerge from Dragon Valley, causing them to become somewhat anxious. Inside the golden energy sea, Yang Kai fiddled with his small pill furnace, adding various herbs to it, refining pills with his conflagrated knowledge, refining his skills and understanding of alchemy. Now he was only one step away from becoming a saint-grade alchemist. So while waiting here, Yang Kai began performing alchemy. Sun Yu, who had been involved in this storm, seemed to be a diligent person. After spending 2 or 3 days with Yang Kai and learning that he couldn't leave for the time being, Sun Yu sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. The golden energy here was so rich that it was almost tangible, but surprisingly, it wasn't of the yang attribute and instead gave off a sacred and majestic feeling. Yang Kai couldn't tell what kind of energy this was, but he had no problem cultivating. Moreover, the power contained in this golden energy was extremely terrifying. As long as Sun Yu could absorb even a little of it, it would be enough for him to use for the rest of his life. One cultivated while the other performed alchemy. The two had nothing to do with each other, so the days passed by quickly. Yang Kai also didn't need to worry about the materials he needed for alchemy. When he left Nine Heavens Holy Land, he had swept through the Nine Heavens Holy Land storehouse and stored all the materials inside into his black book space, enough for him to spend for quite some time. On this day, Yang Kai had just finished refining a saint-grade pill when he found that Sun Yu had finished his cultivation and was sitting nearby, staring intently at the movements of his hands. "Did you understand?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sun Yu shook his head honestly and said suspiciously, "Senior, your alchemy technique is very strange, completely different from anyone I've ever seen before." "What's strange about it?" Yang Kai asked. "You don't use yuan qi. I've seen people perform alchemy before, and when they use yuan qi, the consumption rate is extremely fast, but your alchemy doesn't seem to use yuan qi at all. On top of that, your speed is much faster than those people. What grade pill did you refine? A mysterious grade pill?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's face went black, secretly thinking that this brat didn't know what was good for him. He had finally managed to refine a saint-grade pill, but in this brat's eyes it was just a worthless, mysterious grade pill. Sun Yu observed Yang Kai's expression and asked in amazement, "Could it be a spirit-grade pill?" "It could be." Yang Kai didn't want to explain too much to him. "Senior is truly amazing. A spirit-grade pill only took you 1 to 2 hours to refine. If the alchemists in my mansion were to know of this, I'm afraid they would die of shame." Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms and waves, hearing Sun Yu's words, he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Not to mention, this brat still had a serious look of worship on his face. "Why aren't you cultivating?" Yang Kai put away the saint-grade pill and asked. Sun Yu said with a bitter expression, "I can't absorb the energy here. I don't know why it's like this, and I've also used up the 2 crystal stones I carry with me." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that what he said was true. Although the energy here could be used for cultivation, Sun Yu's strength was still too low. Looking at him with a frown, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Do you crave strength?" Sun Yu was stunned for a moment before nodding solemnly. Why do you crave strength? I'm a man, Sun Yu said matter-of-factly. Of course I crave strength, and I will definitely meet a woman I like in the future. Without strength, how can I protect her? Yang Kai laughed. Well said. All men crave strength without any reason. Sun Yu scratched his head awkwardly as he stared at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai suddenly became serious and quickly said, Boy, how about I make a deal with you? Senior is too kind. If Senior has something to say, just say it. As long as Sun Yu can do it, he will definitely help, Sun Yu said awkwardly. Yang Kai shook his head and stubbornly insisted, I just want to make a deal with you. Sun Yu's face also became serious as he realized that Yang Kai might want to talk to him about something important. So after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. Please speak. If you want strength, I can give it to you. Yang Kai grinned. But you have to promise me one thing. When we leave here one day and you return to Dragon Phoenix Palace, don't reveal anything about me. Sun Yu was stunned. Why? No reason. Yang Kai shook his head. Just listen to me. But Senior, since you were able to open the barrier here, you must have some kind of relationship with the sect, and the palace master has been looking forward to this all his life. I don't want them to know about me for the time being, but when there is time in the future, I may go see your palace master. Yang Kai replied casually. Yang Kai had yet to clean up the mess in Nine Heaven's holy land, so if he became involved with Dragon Phoenix Palace, he would likely never be able to live in peace again. However, since the Phoenix Empress inheritance was hidden in this phoenix nest, Yang Kai would definitely bring Su Yen here again in the future. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace must now think that Sun Yu had opened the barrier here and improved his strength, making it easier for them to conceal the truth. Of course, that was only if Sun Yu didn't reveal anything. Regarding this little brat, Yang Kai still had some appreciation for him and couldn't bear to kill him to silence him. With the resources in Yang Kai's hands, if he wanted to cultivate someone, it would be extremely simple. Even if Sun Yu's aptitude was mediocre, Yang Kai would be able to refine him. Not to mention, the attribute of this boy's secret art was the same as Yang Kai's, which was even rarer. As long as Sun Yu nodded, he would be able to obtain an unimaginable opportunity. After thinking about it for a long time, Sun Yu said, Although I don't know why Senior wants to do this, I'm sure you have your reasons. Senior won't do any harm to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, right? Of course not, Yang Kai laughed. Good. Then I promise I won't reveal your existence. Boy, you're smart. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 832. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Sun Yu's strength, who had been staying by Yang Kai's side, had improved greatly. In just 2 months, he had reached the peak of Yuan Qi stage from the 7th stage of Yuan Qi stage. Sun Yu was ecstatic. He was only 15 years old this year, and his aptitude was not very good, but it was not bad either. If he had cultivated at his previous speed, it would have taken him at least 1.5 years to reach the peak of Yuan Qi stage. But now he had done it in just 2 months. He knew that all this was due to the efforts of the senior surnamed Yang. So his attitude towards Yang Kai became more and more respectful. In the past 2 months, this senior had only provided him with some crystal stones to use for cultivation. In addition, he had given him a drop of unknown medicinal liquid every day. Sun Yu did not know what kind of mystery was hidden in this medicinal liquid, but after continuously taking it for 2 months, he could not help but feel like he had been reborn. His body had become lighter than before, his meridians had become tougher and wider, and his flesh and blood were more powerful than before. The most important thing was the Yuan Qi in his body. The purity and richness of the Yuan Qi was completely different from before. When Yuan Qi flowed in his meridians, Sun Yu could even hear some subtle movements. These were all signs of becoming stronger. The most direct manifestation was the consumption of crystal stones during cultivation. In the past, when he had a piece of crystal stone, It would take him at least 5 or 6 days to absorb all the energy in it. But now 1 crystal stone a day was not enough, and the consumption rate was getting faster and faster. Fortunately, this senior Yang seemed to be extremely rich and did not have to worry about the consumption of crystal stones at all. Every time he would give him a pile of crystal stones, and once he ran out, he would immediately have a new batch of crystal stones. Moreover, he also provided him with a large number of pills for cultivation, such as mysterious grade pills, spirit grade pills, and so on. Sun Yu was moved to tears. He knew that although this senior did not teach him any magical secret arts or martial skills, he had fundamentally improved his body, changing his physique and aptitude, and this change would be beneficial for a lifetime. Was this the legendary fortuitous encounter? Sun Yu's heart surged with excitement. In the past, when he was in the mansion, although he often heard his master and his fellow disciples talk about how some people with great luck would encounter some fortuitous encounters that others would never encounter in their lifetime, and thus soared to the sky and transformed into a dragon, Sun Yu only thought of it as a legend and never took it seriously. After all, how could such a good thing happen so casually? But now, everything that had happened to him could only be described as a fortuitous encounter. Sun Yu could no longer explain it. He rejoiced in his heart, rejoicing that he was the last one to enter Dragon Valley, rejoicing that he had been pulled into this golden world by that inexplicable force, and rejoicing that he had met such a good person like Senior Yang. Sun Yu could already see the beautiful future beckoning to him. He worked even harder to cultivate, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Such an opportunity was not something that everyone could encounter. Sun Yu was afraid that he would fail to live up to his own fortuitous encounter, but he was even more afraid that he would fail to live up to Senior Yang's expectations. He wished he could split himself into 2 and not eat or sleep. Yang Kai was very satisfied with Sun Yu's efforts. This little brat had perseverance and determination, and most importantly, he was obedient and was able to endure loneliness. Yang Kai began to appreciate him more and more. Originally, Yang Kai just wanted to give him some benefits as a form of hush money, but seeing him so diligently cultivate, Yang Kai spared no effort in training him. Every day, Yang Kai would give him a drop of myriad drug liquid, crystal stones, mysterious grade pills, and spirit grade pills he refined were all available for him to use at will without any restrictions. Everyone who worked hard should be given such an opportunity. Yang Kai thought about the hardships he had faced on the road to strength and couldn't help wanting to help him. What was rare was that Sun Yu actually understood the principle of relaxation. After breaking through to the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary, he cultivated for a while, but after encountering a bottleneck, he was no longer anxious to succeed and instead began to relax, watching Yang Kai refine pills and asking him about the martial Tao. Breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary from the Yuan Qi boundary was indeed a hurdle. Yang Kai himself had also faced this hurdle in the past, so naturally he was very experienced and casually gave him a few pointers. Sun Yu's eyes immediately lit up, and after a day and night of contemplation, he once again began cultivating. Time passed day by day. One day, Yang Kai, who was in the middle of alchemy, suddenly noticed a trace of spiritual energy, fluctuation from Sun Yu's spiritual energy, and couldn't help showing a smile, stopping what he was doing and watching intently. Now was the most critical moment for Sun Yu in opening his knowledge sea, and no one could help him. Everything depended on his own efforts. The process of opening his knowledge sea lasted for a few days, and Yang Kai thoroughly witnessed Sun Yu's perseverance. On several occasions, Sun Yu had almost failed, but he had somehow managed to hold on. When the chaotic darkness was torn apart and an empty space suddenly appeared, Sun Yu's aura underwent some subtle changes. Immortal ascension boundary. He had finally broken through. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. After getting along with this little brat for so many days, he had seen his efforts and naturally hoped he would succeed. Fortunately, Sun Yu had held on. The newly formed knowledge sea was completely empty, completely different from when Yang Kai first formed it. When Yang Kai was in the Yuan Qi boundary, he had already cultivated his divine sense, so once his knowledge sea was opened, he had gathered a lot of spiritual energy and condensed it into an ocean. Sun Yu, on the other hand, had to start from the beginning and slowly cultivate his spiritual energy to form his own knowledge sea. Senior. Sun Yu's face was filled with excitement as he called out, somewhat incoherently, I've reached the immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Do you feel any difference from before? And even if I close my eyes, I seem to be able to see everything around me clearly. As your spiritual energy grows stronger, the things you can see and the distance between you and your spiritual energy will become more and more obvious. Your current spiritual energy is just like a candle in the wind, so work hard. Yes. Sun Yu responded respectfully before quickly closing his eyes and meditating. After a while, he opened his eyes again with an embarrassed expression and stammered, But Senior, I don't know how to cultivate my spiritual energy. Master didn't teach me this. When he came to Dragon Valley, he was only in the Yuan Qi boundary, 7th stage. According to his master Ling Jian's estimation, it would take at least 2 years for Sun Yu to reach the immortal ascension boundary, so he had planned to give him a systematic explanation and guidance at that time. Yang Kai couldn't help bursting into laughter as he generously imparted all of his insights and experiences to her. Sun Yu nodded repeatedly as he listened. And the best way to cultivate your spiritual energy is to refine a soul-type artifact, which will be of great benefit to your growth. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before smiling. I happen to have a soul-type artifact here that is suitable for you. As he spoke, Yang Kai flipped his hand and a small, exquisite sword suddenly appeared. This small sword was something Yang Kai had snatched from Pajing Lake when he participated in the Inheritance War in War City. It had been with him for some years now, but it was only a heaven-grade, top-rank artifact. As Yang Kai's strength improved, this soul-type sword had become less and less useful. Sun Yu quickly waved his hand. Senior, you've already given me a lot of things, this artifact. I have no use for it. It's only a heaven-grade, top-rank artifact, so it's a waste for me to keep it, but it's just right for your current realm. Hearing this, Sun Yu hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything more, stretching out his hands and respectfully accepting the small sword, quickly saying, Many thanks for Senior's gift. Sun Yu will definitely not disgrace Senior's prestige. Yang Kai chuckled, casually erasing his soul aura from the small sword, lightly saying, Refine it yourself. When you can take this artifact into your knowledge, see, you'll be fine. Sun Yu nodded, seriously, not daring to neglect anything, and quickly began refining it. Yang Kai no longer paid him any attention and focused on refining his own pill. After such a long period of dedicated study and countless alchemy experiences, Yang Kai was now able to easily refine saint-grade pills. He had already become a saint-grade, low-rank alchemist. He was only a small step away from meeting the requirements to rescue the ancient demon clan. There weren't many saint-grade alchemists on the entire continent. Du Wan of Grand Boulder City was one such alchemist and was treated with respect wherever he went. He even managed the Alchemist Guild in Grand Boulder City. With Yang Kai's current skills and means, as long as he wanted to, he could reach the same level as Du Wan. However, alchemy had always been Yang Kai's support in his pursuit of the martial Tao. His only wish was to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. During the process of alchemy, the use of his conflagrated knowledge, allowed Yang Kai to discover a lot of questions and information that he had not thought of before, allowing him to gain a better understanding of how to manipulate his conflagrated knowledge Although he was only a saint-grade, low-rank alchemist now, Yang Kai estimated that if he used his myriad drug, liquid, and spirit array, there was a chance he could refine a saint-grade, mid-rank pill. The space formed by the golden energy was still as solid as ever, and the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's back continued to devour this energy. Its body grew larger and larger, and as it swallowed this energy, this golden dragon also became more dignified, exuding an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply continued to wait. It had been a long time since he had so much time to do what he wanted to do. So this time's change was an opportunity. Like the golden dragon, Sun Yu was growing at an extremely fast rate every day. After his physique was improved by the myriad drug liquid, his cultivation was no longer as difficult as it used to be. The small soul type Sword Yang Kai had given him only took him a month to absorb into his knowledge sea, and after experimenting with its power a few times, he took a liking to it. His knowledge sea now had a decent amount of spiritual energy and spiritual energy. Every day, Sun Yu had a large number of crystal stones and pills to take, and when he encountered something he didn't understand during his cultivation, Sun Yu felt that he was luckier than anyone else. His attitude towards Yang Kai was as if he was his master and elder, extremely respectful. Chapter 833. On this day, after refining a saint pill, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. He found that inadvertently the yang liquid stored in his dantian was about to run out. After replenishing a large amount of yang liquid last time, Yang Kai had thought that he wouldn't need to worry about running out of yang liquid for at least 10 years, but now he knew that he was wrong. Every time he tore space, he would need to consume several drops of precious yang liquid. When Yang Kai had been familiarizing himself with this method a few days ago, his consumption had been astonishing. It was time to replenish his stock. Yang Kai couldn't help rejoicing that he still had 60 to 70 fruits from the divine tree in his black book space, each of which contained an amazing amount of yang attribute energy. If he ate all of them, he would be able to replenish his dantian. The divine tree was now placed in his black book space. Although it wasn't easy for the fruit to grow and the cycle was long, this kind of precious treasure was meant for people to consume. So Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be stingy. Taking out a fruit, Yang Kai ate it. The sudden movement woke Sun Yu from his meditation, and when he looked up, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had now reached the immortal ascension boundary, so he could naturally perceive the extraordinariness of the divine tree's fruit, especially the yang attribute energy flowing through it. However, in front of Yang Kai, he didn't dare reveal too many thoughts. Just as he was about to close his eyes and continue meditating, Yang Kai smiled and reached out to cut him a piece of fruit. "It's not that I'm stingy. It's just that you can't eat too much of this." Sun Yu shyly accepted the small piece of fruit and tossed it into his mouth. A moment later, his yuan qi suddenly became violent and his face became extremely red. All of his pores opened up and began spraying out energy, as if he was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai didn't pay him any mind and simply allowed him to suppress the violence in his body. Sun Yu didn't dare neglect and quickly circulated his secret art to absorb the energy that was pouring into his body. After a long while, the berserk aura gradually calmed down. Sun Yu's entire body was brimming with vitality, and his vitality was also much more vigorous. His face was very rosy, and he seemed to be extremely energetic. "Do you still want it?" Yang Kai asked. Sun Yu quickly shook his head. It was just a small piece of fruit, but it had almost caused him to suffer a great loss. Seeing Yang Kai eat one fruit after another without any hesitation, he couldn't help thinking to himself that this senior was truly worthy of being called a senior. His own ability was simply incomparable to this senior's. Although the fruit was obviously a good thing, Sun Yu knew his limits and didn't dare to eat it again. Yang Kai ate the 60 to 70 fruits in one go, and the dantian's yang liquid instantly soared to several hundred drops. Just as he was feeling satisfied, though, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he immersed his consciousness into the black book space. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in front of the giant divine tree and asked. "There's something strange over there," the divine tree transmitted. It had been a long time since Yang Kai had obtained the divine tree, and its sentience had grown rapidly. Now, it could communicate with Yang Kai without any hindrance and could clearly express its thoughts, no longer acting like it did before. Where? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Come with me. A golden light suddenly shot out from the divine tree and guided Yang Kai. Following it, Yang Kai soon arrived at a certain spot in the black book space, and looking around, his brow furrowed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's here. The divine tree continued to transmit its thoughts as the golden light wandered nearby. Without needing its reminder, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. There were a lot of broken stones scattered here, and some precious ores were also missing. In particular, the number of strange stones he had brought back from Starfield was significantly less. Yang Kai clearly remembered that after experiencing the storm in Starfield, he had collected a lot of strange stones and placed them here, as well as the ores he had swept up from Nine Heaven's holy land. But now, it seemed that something had absorbed the essence of some of these ores, leaving behind only some useless impurities. Yang Kai glanced over at the divine tree suspiciously. Last time he had inadvertently discovered a similar problem, but at the time he had thought it was the divine tree's doing, so he hadn't paid it any mind. Now, it seemed that this had nothing to do with the divine tree because it would not lie to him. You've been here all this time. Have you found anything? Yang Kai asked as he carefully scanned the pile of ores with his divine sense, but found nothing. I haven't found anything. The divine tree hesitated for a moment before replying. I just feel like something is strange here. Help me keep an eye on this place. If you find anything, tell me immediately, Yang Kai said. Such a strange thing happening in the black book space confused Yang Kai. The energy in these strange stones should have suddenly disappeared, so it should have been swallowed up. If the divine tree didn't do it, then who did? If this problem wasn't solved, Yang Kai felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. After receiving a response from the divine tree, Yang Kai left the black book space and continued to improve his alchemy skills. Many days passed peacefully until one day, Yang Kai once again felt the call of the divine tree. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly sent his divine sense into the black book space and asked, Did you find something? Another golden ray shot out from the divine tree and arrived at the pile of ores. It wandered around two of the ores. It's them. I can feel it. They are absorbing the essence of those ores. I'm sure of it. Following the direction it pointed, Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. Although there were many ores here and they were all very disorderly, Yang Kai recognized these two stones and clearly remembered where he had obtained them, because they were quite special, different from the other ores he had. Round black stones. The first one was found in the cave mansion where he obtained the soul-devouring insects. At that time, Yang Kai hadn't yet arrived at Soaring Heaven Sect and had followed Sangyan and Feiyu into the cave mansion to investigate. Sangyan and Feiyu had brought back a few things from the depths of the cave mansion, one of which was this round black stone, which Yang Kai had eventually obtained. The second round black stone was found in Floating Cloud City. While waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom, Yang Kai had been dragged by Duan and Mina to participate in the Alchemy Summit. When he finally won first place, he had found it in the universe bag of a saint-grade alchemist. Because the two round black stones were very similar, almost identical, Yang Kai had paid some attention to them at that time and had carefully examined them, but unfortunately he hadn't been able to find anything special. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that the culprit behind the strange events in his black book space would actually be these two. What kind of strange stone in this world could absorb the essence of other ores? Yang Kai thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't think of anything. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined the two round black stones, and after a while, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He discovered that within the two pitch-black round stones, there were actually some exquisite patterns that resembled the meridians of a human body. Unfortunately, the patterns were not very coherent and were intermittent, as if the meridians of some martial artist had been destroyed by someone. This discovery surprised Yang Kai, because when he first obtained these two round black stones, Yang Kai had carefully examined them and found that there was nothing inside them at that time. The disjointed patterns that had appeared inside them were obviously related to the absorption of the essence of the ores around them. At this moment, there was some unusual energy flowing through these patterns, similar to the yuan qi in a cultivator's body. These two strange stones are quite interesting. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to them. After learning what had happened inside the Black Book space, he felt relieved and simply told the divine tree to continue observing these two strange stones while his consciousness left the Black Book space. He faintly felt that these two strange stones weren't simple, and that if they were allowed to continue absorbing the essence of other ores, they might undergo some unexpected changes. By absorbing the essence of other ores, they would become stronger, and when the time came to refine a powerful artifact, Yang Kai was sure to refine it. Opening his eyes and looking around, Yang Kai saw that the golden dragon was still swallowing the surrounding energy and wouldn't stop anytime soon. Sun Yu was also immersed in her cultivation, refusing to relax. Yang Kai could only continue performing alchemy. In the Holy Tomb, he had refined a drop of demon god's blood and obtained the great demon god's divine technique, the soul fission technique. Yang Kai had also been cultivating this technique and was making good progress. His soul fission technique was constantly being nourished by the six-colored soul warming lotus, constantly becoming stronger and tougher. At this moment, Yang Kai also clearly realized the benefits of the soul fission technique. When this divine technique was cultivated to the extreme, it was equivalent to a person having two souls, allowing them to cultivate spiritual energy at twice the speed of others. There had never been a secret art in this world that had such a miraculous effect. Although Yang Kai had not yet cultivated this technique to the extreme, he could clearly feel that because of the existence of his soul fission technique, whether it was the growth or recovery of his spiritual energy, both were significantly better than before. As such, Yang Kai spared no effort in cultivating his soul fission technique, hoping that one day it would be able to play its role. When the soul fission technique was cultivated to the extreme, as long as one could find a suitable body that could allow their soul fission technique to enter that body and become their own avatar, allowing them to go to places where they couldn't. Yang Kai was also refining the Saint grade high rank artifact that belonged to the old Holy Master. The silver leaf filled with mysterious power was extremely difficult to refine, but fortunately, Yang Kai had plenty of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. After confirming the changes in the Black Book space that day, Yang Kai would check the two pitch-black round stones every few days to see what kind of changes they had undergone. As time passed, the exquisite patterns inside them gradually became more coherent, but the price he had to pay was that the number of ores Yang Kai had collected had greatly decreased. Of the number of rare ores he had obtained from the Star Field and Nine Heavens Holy Land, only less than half remained. At this rate, it would only be a year or so before all the ores in the Black Book space would be exhausted. Inside the golden sea of energy, whether it was Yang Kai or Sun Yu, both temporarily forgot about the passage of time and wholeheartedly busied themselves with their own affairs. Occasionally, the two of them would stop what they were doing and chat for a while before resuming their work, neither of them disturbing the other. The days passed in a meaningful manner. Whether it was Yang Kai or Sun Yu, both of them had obtained great growth and benefits during this time's changes. Chapter 834. Dragon Valley was long and winding, like a real dragon crouching on the ground. The valley was shrouded in fog all year round, obstructing one's vision. Even the most powerful masters who entered would not be able to see too far. Originally, there were many masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace hidden around Dragon Valley, but as time passed, these masters were now busy with their own tasks. Only Palace Master Qinzhou and the others who had been waiting at the entrance to the valley remained. At this moment, Qinzhou stared towards the valley floor with a worried expression and let out a long sigh. 2 years ago, when that disciple named Sun, you opened the spirit array that had been sealed in Dragon Valley for many years, causing the golden dragon's head to appear. All of Dragon Phoenix Palace had boiled over. All of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elders had focused their attention on this place, feeling that there was hope for the sect's revival and that it would not be long before it could once again stand at the pinnacle of Tongxian realm and stand on equal footing with the top forces of the world. However, 2 years had passed and there was still no movement from that place. Although everyone could perceive a burst of shocking energy fluctuations, that disciple named Sun, you still showed no signs of returning. Gradually, many people became disheartened. Although no one dared to say this in front of the palace master, in private, everyone was speculating that this time, the disciple named Sun you had most likely met with misfortune. He was only a Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage cultivator, so after not appearing for so long, it was likely he had already starved to death in Dragon Valley. So how could he have escaped? Staring at the golden light, Qin Zhou let out another long sigh. Palace master. Chen Zhou's companion, Yu Ting-yi, who was beside him, could not help comforting him. Since that disciple was able to open the spirit array, he must have had a great opportunity. I'm sure the heavens will help the worthy. Chen Zhou did not respond, a gloomy expression filling his face. Yu Ting-yi also sighed helplessly before turning to an old man nearby. Just like Chen Zhou, who had been waiting here for 2 years, this old man had also been waiting anxiously. This old man was the elder who had taught Sun Yu Ling Jian. Elder Ling Jian's strength was not high, and in Dragon Phoenix Palace he only held the title of elder without any real power, so he was not very popular. 2 years ago, after Sun Yu had opened the barrier, Ling Jian's status had suddenly soared. Almost every elder who saw him had to treat him politely, allowing him to become like a fish in water in Dragon Phoenix Palace, his life flourishing. But now, no one treated him as seriously as they used to. Qin Zhou and Ling Jian both stood there, gazing at the bottom of the valley, letting out long sighs. Both of them had a worried look on their faces. A figure quickly approached. It was another elder of Dragon Phoenix Palace, Xiaoling. After arriving, he quietly glanced over at Chen Zhou's face before glancing over at Yu Ting-yi. The latter slowly shook her head, and her beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness and dejection. Xiaoling immediately understood that the Dragon Valley was most likely still the same as before during this period of time. After a moment of contemplation, he cupped his fists and said, "Manor Lord, the elders have invited you to discuss some important matters. You guys go ahead and discuss. Just tell me the result." Chen Zhou waved his hand dispiritedly. "But Manor Head, this matter must be decided by you personally. We dare not overstep our authority." Xiaoling had a troubled expression on his face. Qin Zhou frowned, a look of impatience appearing on his face. Seeing this, Yu Ting-yi quickly said, "You should go. You haven't asked about the affairs of the palace these past 2 years. I want to wait here for the Dragon Emperor to return." Before Yu Ting-yi could finish speaking, Qin Zhou interrupted her. Yu Ting-yi smiled bitterly. "Do you think this time will be the same as before? Humph, ignorant fools. The Dragon Emperor will return, but now is not the time." Qin Zhou coldly snorted, a look of determination appearing on his face. Yu Ting-yi smiled and nodded. "If you say so, then so be it, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. The elders are all waiting for you. You can come back as soon as you see fit. As for here, Elder Ling Jian and I will keep watch. We won't let our guard down." Qin Zhou glanced over at her for a moment before nodding lightly. "Then you need to be careful and keep your eyes open." Yu Ting-yi nodded, feeling extremely helpless in her heart. Qin Zhou couldn't help glancing over at the bottom of the valley before preparing to leave with Xiaoling. Right at this moment, the Dragon Valley, which had been silent for 2 years, suddenly erupted with earth-shattering energy, fluctuations again. The misty Dragon Valley seemed to have been swept up by a gust of fierce wind, and the sky suddenly became clear and bright. Gazing around, Qin Zhou stared straight at the bottom of the valley. Qin Zhou's footsteps suddenly came to a halt, his body trembling with excitement as he stared towards the valley. Ling Jian, on the other hand, was also observing closely, his pair of turbid eyes flashing with anticipation as his withered hands trembled. "There's movement!" Qin Zhou couldn't help shouting. Xiao Ling, who had come to invite Qin Zhou, also couldn't help stopping in place and staring towards the valley floor suspiciously, his mood subtly becoming somewhat excited. Although the elders had always been dissatisfied with the palace master not asking about the affairs of the palace these past 2 years, instead spending all his time at the entrance to Dragon Valley, and even felt that it was impossible for that disciple named Sun Yu to survive, when such an abnormal phenomenon appeared in front of them, Xiao Ling couldn't help feeling a sense of expectation. After all, he was also a member of Dragon Phoenix Palace. At the bottom of the valley, inside the golden sea of energy, the golden dragon finally finished swallowing all the energy here, its body exuding a dazzling light, as if it was a real dragon that was coiled up in place, exuding a majestic aura. Sun Yu, who was in the middle of meditating, was suddenly alarmed and raised his eyes, only to see a pair of wash-basin-sized dragon eyes, causing him to freeze in place as a pained expression appeared on his face. At that moment he felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his knowledge sea and was about to be crushed. In front of him, a figure flickered and Yang Kai appeared in front of him. Sun Yu quickly closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began circulating his secret art. A resounding dragon roar rang out, and the golden dragon soared into the sky. The clear sky seemed to be torn open, and in an instant, all the light was swallowed up, blinding everyone within 100 kilometers. The golden dragon seemed to have been trapped for thousands of years, and now that it was free, it soared through the sky to its heart's content. A moment later, it suddenly swooped down and slammed into Yang Kai with a devastating force. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he instantly felt that he had regained what he had lost. What's more, it carried with it an unimaginably terrifying amount of energy. His clothes exploded with a loud boom, turning into fine powder. Yang Kai reacted quickly and summoned out several grand heavenly shields to wrap Sun Yu up. At the same time, he also summoned the Silver Leaf Saint Grade High Rank artifact. The silver leaf pulsed with a series of unusual fluctuations, and in the blink of an eye, it grew in size and enveloped Sun Yu. Facing such a violent force, if Yang Kai had not done so, Sun Yu would not have been able to resist at all and would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After such a long time, Yang Kai finally managed to refine this artifact that belonged to the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. This silver leaf had a myriad of transformations and infinite uses, capable of both offensive and defensive functions, not the slightest disgrace to its saint, grade, high rank. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk the sound of bones dislocating resounded throughout Yang Kai's body as his physique began to wriggle and the yuan qi in his body began to circulate at an unimaginable speed, placing a huge burden on his meridians. In an instant, Yang Kai's skin began to crack in countless places, blood gushing out and covering his body in a golden sheen. Under the powerful restorative power of the demon god Golden Blood, the damaged areas were quickly repaired. However, this was still not enough to stop the impact of the world energy in his body, constantly breaking and repairing his body, repeating the process over and over again. Yang Kai remained calm, and not only did he not show any signs of pain, he even seemed to be in high spirits. When the golden dragon returned to his body and transformed back into the golden dragon tattoo, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the world in front of him had undergone some subtle changes. The world energy that flowed between him and the heavens had also become somewhat different from before. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see traces of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The key points he had not been able to grasp before were now easily grasped. Standing in place, Yang Kai held his breath, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend quietly. Above his head, the wind and clouds were converging. All the heaven and earth energy within a radius of 100 miles was being pulled by an invisible force, madly converging in this direction. This violent world energy manifestation naturally alarmed the elders of Dragon Phoenix Palace, causing almost all of them to rush out of their nests and gather in front of Dragon Valley, staring blankly ahead. Chun Zhou and Ling Jian, who had been guarding this place all this time, couldn't help but stare at this scene with amazement, the latter even crying tears of excitement. Although they did not feel Sun Yu's aura from this place, everyone knew that this scene was definitely related to him. Perhaps he had succeeded in inheriting the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and was now undergoing the final test. Such violent energy fluctuations, this is a sign of a breakthrough. Xiao Ling muttered to himself. Yu Ting also nodded lightly. It's not inferior to the breakthrough of a Saint Realm Master. When Chun Zhou broke through to the Saint Realm many years ago, a world energy manifestation had also appeared, but compared to this scene, it was still somewhat inferior. Was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance really so amazing? When Sun Yu entered this place 2 years ago, he was only at the Yuan Qi 7th stage. So what was his current level? It was impossible for him to reach the Saint Realm in just 2 years, right? Could he withstand such a violent energy fluctuation? Everyone couldn't help worrying. Chen Zhou suddenly shouted, "Pass down my order. Seal off the surrounding 30-kilometer radius of my mansion. No one is allowed to enter. If anyone dares to force their way in, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy." Such a big disturbance was bound to attract nearby masters, and if it was someone who coveted the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, it would likely cause some unnecessary disturbances. In particular, the nearby frozen Nether Cave Heaven had become restless as early as 2 years ago and had been using all kinds of methods to inquire about the situation in Dragon Valley. But since Sun Yu's fate had been unknown for the past 2 years, they had not acted too recklessly. However, with the appearance of this world energy manifestation today, they would definitely take action. Seeing Chun Zhou's murderous look, Xiao Ling also realized the seriousness of the matter. He hurriedly accepted the order and began to make arrangements. The Dragon Emperor's might has finally reappeared today, these past 2 years. I haven't waited in vain. Chun Zhou's eyes flashed with tears, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 835. At the bottom of Dragon Valley, Yang Kai stood quietly in place, as if he was immersed in a sea of world energy. This feeling was quite subtle and was something Yang Kai had never experienced before. The strength in his body continued to rise and soon reached a peak level. But there was still no sign of it stopping, continuing to climb crazily until it broke through its original limit. Yang Kai clearly knew that he was on the verge of breaking through. It had been several years since his last breakthrough, and while waiting for the golden dragon to devour him, Yang Kai had not neglected his own cultivation and had gained many insights during the process of alchemy. It could be said that this time's breakthrough was completely natural, without the slightest hindrance. The power of the world energy poured into Yang Kai's body, tempering it and refining his Yuan Qi. His flesh and blood wriggled and flowed, filling every part of his body with unimaginable power. Yang Kai was ecstatic, opening his mind and body to the fullest. He welcomed the baptism of the world energy in a completely defenseless manner. When most cultivators were breaking through, they would use their true qi or artifacts to protect themselves so as to avoid being injured by the world energy during their breakthrough. Although this approach was extremely safe, it would also result in fewer benefits. However, Yang Kai did not need to do this at all. This was one of the benefits of having a tyrannical physique. The stronger one was, the more benefits one would obtain, creating a virtuous cycle. This was why every cultivator paid so much attention to their foundation. The more solid their foundation was, the more benefits they would receive in the future. Yang Kai's foundation was impregnable. Glancing casually at Sun Yu, who was wrapped in the grand heavenly shield and the silver leaf, Yang Kai found that he would not be affected, allowing him to relax. A series of sensational world energy descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake, as if the end of the world had arrived. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace, guarding the entrance to the valley, all paled, their eyelids twitching. Seeing such a destructive force, no one could guarantee that Sun Yu would be able to return safely. Qin Zhou and Ling Jian were both as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They wanted to go to the bottom of the valley to see what was going on, but they were also afraid that they would disturb Sun Yu if they rashly went there. It was at this time that Xiao Ling, who had rushed out to arrange the deployment, came back with a report that the nearby frozen nether cave heaven had indeed been alerted and all the masters there had been dispatched. Under the leadership of 2 First Order saints, they were rushing towards the Dragon Valley. Qin Zhou's face turned cold, and a sharp cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was as cold as the edge of a blade. Since the decline of Dragon Phoenix Palace, this frozen nether cave heaven had come into being. Normally, the 2 forces would have no shortage of friction, but since each side had a Saint Realm Master presiding over them, there were always minor disputes, but no large-scale battle had ever broken out. Everyone knew that once a large-scale battle broke out, no one would be able to gain any benefits. Although Dragon Phoenix Palace only had 1 Saint Realm Master, Qin Zhou, if they really fought, frozen nether cave heaven wouldn't be able to afford too many losses. But this time they had come in full force, and Qin Zhou was well aware of why they had come. Elderling, I'll leave this place to you. If Sun Yu can return safely, take him away from Dragon Phoenix Palace and tell him that the revitalization of my palace depends on him. Palace Master, Ling Jian's complexion changed, faintly realizing what Qin Zhou wanted to do. Xiao Ling, Ting Yi, come with me to meet the enemy. I want to see what kind of ability they have to invade my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Qin Zhou shouted, his figure flickering as he flew off into the distance. Xiao Ling and Yu Ting Yi also hurriedly followed. At the mouth of the valley, only Ling Jian remained. Staring at the bottom of the valley, Ling Jian became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, stomping his foot and muttering, "Smelly brat, you still haven't come out? You're making this old master anxious." From the depths of the valley, a burst of world energy descended. But Yang Kai didn't refuse it all and simply accepted it all with a look of excitement on his face. This situation lasted for about an hour before the world energy that had gathered around Dragon Valley gradually thinned out and the terrifying world energy that had enveloped it gradually dissipated. An invisible wave of world energy, centered on Yang Kai, quickly spread out in all directions. At this moment, Yang Kai's body felt light and a sense of incomparable comfort spread from every inch of his skin and physique. Gently clenching his fists, Yang Kai's strength surged, spreading out his divine sense. The range he could reach was much further than before, allowing him to observe more subtly. Third Order, Transcendent Realm. He was only a minor realm away from the Saint Realm. A few dozen kilometers away, some people were fighting, and it was a battle to the death. Bursts of powerful Saint Realm auras were transmitted over, causing Yang Kai to frown slightly, wondering what was happening. Not paying much attention to what was happening outside, Yang Kai lowered his head and examined himself. The golden dragon tattoo that should have been on his back seemed to have a life of its own at this moment, constantly moving across Yang Kai's skin from his back to his chest, giving him an extremely strange appearance. At this moment, this golden dragon tattoo also contained an unimaginable amount of energy, a power that even Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive. This golden dragon tattoo was filled with endless majesty and a unique aura. Demonic Qi, having come into contact with so many masters from the monster race, and even having spoken with a monster race great senior, Yang Kai was naturally very familiar with this demonic Qi. At this moment, the energy contained within this golden dragon tattoo was clearly demonic Qi. With a flash of understanding, Kai Yang instantly understood everything. The inheritance here was the real Dragon Emperor inheritance. What he and Su Yan obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance was nothing more than a primer. Only by coming here to obtain the hidden mysteries could they truly become the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Yang Kai didn't know why he understood all of this, but it should have something to do with obtaining the real Dragon Emperor inheritance. After examining this for a long time, Yang Kai was extremely satisfied, taking out a set of clothes from the Black Book space and putting them on. Yang Kai released the protective shield around Sun Yu. The grand heavenly shield shattered, and the silver leaf-like artifact was also taken back by Yang Kai. Sun Yu seemed to still be in a state of shock, but after seeing Yang Kai, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior, for saving me." He clearly knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai protecting him just now, he would have long since died. Facing such terrifying power, even if he cultivated for a few dozen more years, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. A minor matter. Yang Kai smiled lightly, turned his head towards the entrance of the valley, and said, "There seems to be a first-order, transcendent cultivator waiting for you over there." First-order transcendent? Sun Yu was surprised, but immediately became excited. That must be Master. Damn, we've been trapped here for so many days. Master must be anxious. Senior, do you know how long we've been here? About 2 years, Yang Kai replied casually. That long? Sun Yu was secretly dumbfounded. 2 years had passed in a flash. He hadn't even noticed the passage of time. Following Yang Kai had given him huge benefits. The pleasant surprise and excitement had diluted his concept of time. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Yang Kai chuckled, looking at him and saying, "Do you remember the agreement between us?" Sun Yu nodded firmly. "I remember. Senior has treated me like a respected master. I will not reveal your existence." "Very good. But if Palace Master and Master ask about the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, how am I supposed to answer?" Yang Kai frowned, feeling that there was no good excuse. Although he had been cultivating Sun Yu all this time, allowing his aptitude to undergo earth-shaking changes, and given time, Sun Yu was certain to have great achievements. This Dragon Emperor's inheritance could not be faked. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "Let's not talk about that for now. Your Dragon Phoenix Palace's Master seems to be in a fierce battle with someone and seems to be at a disadvantage." In a fierce battle? Sun Yu frowned, releasing his divine sense, but was unable to sense anything. Sun Yu's cultivation wasn't high enough, so he couldn't perceive anything happening a few dozen kilometers away. But after a moment of contemplation, he realized it must be those from frozen Nether Cave Heaven. Damn it! That group of bastards must have noticed the commotion here and decided to invade my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Is there some kind of enmity between your two forces? Yang Kai was surprised. Sun Yu shook his head. It's just them looking for trouble. They specialize in ice attribute, secret arts, and martial skills, but my Dragon Phoenix Palace has something they covet. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly thinking of the key point. The Phoenix Nest's inheritance. Sun Yu nodded. Now that the Dragon Emperor's inheritance has appeared, the Dragon Emperor will definitely need to find a woman he admires to inherit the Phoenix Nest's inheritance. That is frozen Nether Cave Heaven's goal. Once they succeed, they may try to annex our Dragon Phoenix Palace. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Senior, what are you laughing about? Sun Yu was surprised. You're in big trouble. Yang Kai gloated. Sun Yu thought about it for a moment before his expression became bitter as he suddenly understood. Everyone in Dragon Phoenix Palace thought he had opened the barrier and obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. So even if this news was tightly sealed, it would not be able to escape frozen Nether Cave Heaven's notice. In other words, frozen Nether Cave Heaven's goal this time was none other than Sun Yu. They wanted to capture him and force him to choose a woman from frozen Nether Cave Heaven as the successor to the Phoenix Empress, and allow her to obtain the Phoenix Nest's inheritance. Senior. Sun Yu's face was filled with panic as he stared towards Yang Kai, hoping he would be able to rescue him. "Don't worry. Since this is something I caused, I'll help you deal with it. I'll also take this opportunity to let your Dragon Phoenix Palace confirm that you have obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance." Sun Yu was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Senior." "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Go. I'll protect you and make sure you don't suffer any harm. Be brave." "Yes." After receiving Yang Kai's promise, Sun Yu was extremely excited and hurried off towards the entrance of the valley. It seemed that, in his opinion, this Senior Yang would be able to easily repel frozen Nether Cave Heaven. After Sun Yu left, Yang Kai turned his gaze towards the direction of the battle, a displeased expression filling his face. The Phoenix Nest's inheritance belonged to Su Yan, but frozen Nether Cave Heaven had actually set their sights on her. It was no different from stirring up trouble. If it weren't for this reason, Yang Kai would not have been willing to intervene in the disputes of other great forces. However, Dragon Phoenix Palace had some kind of relationship with him, so this time he had decided to help free of charge and return the favor of obtaining the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 836. Ling Jian stood at the entrance of Dragon Valley and waited anxiously, muttering something under his breath, but never seeing Sun Yu emerge from Dragon Valley. Gradually, Ling Jian even began to believe that his disciple had perished in that terrifying heaven and earth might. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a tall and slender figure rushed over from the direction of the Dragon Valley. Ling Jian's body shuddered as he cast his gaze toward that direction with wide eyes. This figure was somewhat similar to Sun Yu, but it was taller and stronger than he remembered. Ling Jian's vision was blurred by his old age, so he couldn't determine what this figure was for a while and began paying close attention. A moment later, the appearance of this figure finally entered Ling Jian's eyes. After confirming that this person was Sun Yu, Ling Jian burst into tears, laughing and crying as he cursed. "Smelly brat, you finally come out! You had me worried sick." "Master." Sun Yu wore an extremely excited expression as he rushed over to Ling Jian and bowed deeply. But before he could say anything, Ling Jian grabbed his arm and hurriedly said, "Come with me." Seeing him like this, Sun Yu asked curiously, "Where are we going?" When frozen Nether Cave Heaven invaded, Palace Master and the others were busy defending. But the other side had 2 Saint Realm Masters. We were unable to stop them. Before Palace Master left, he ordered me to take you to a safe place after you came out. The future revitalization of the sect will depend on you. Where's the safe place? Sun Yu frowned. Twin Spirit Pavilion. My Dragon Phoenix Palace has always had a good relationship with the Twin Spirit Pavilion. We'll go to their place and hide for a while. Ling Jian had already thought about where to go. His apprentice Sun Yu had now inherited the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and was certain to grow into an overlord in the future. On top of that, he urgently needed to find a suitable woman to inherit the Phoenix Nest's inheritance. Presumably, the Twin Spirit Pavilion, who knew about all this, would protect them properly. As long as he accepted this kindness, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Sun Yu to find a Phoenix Empress from the Twin Spirit Pavilion. In any case, the Phoenix Empress inheritance couldn't fall into the hands of an enemy like frozen Nether Cave Heaven. "I'm not going." Sun Yu suddenly broke free from Ling Jian's grasp and stood in place. Ling Jian was stunned, turning around to look at Yang Kai, anxiously stamping his feet. "You stinking brat! Even at this time you still won't listen to Master's words. Do you want to anger this old master to death?" Sun Yu snorted coldly and said, "The sect is in danger. How can I just walk away? Since the frozen Nether Cave Heaven dared to invade, I will make them pay the price." Ling Jian couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded as he looked at his apprentice in a daze. For a moment, he couldn't understand the situation. Although his disciple had inherited the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, where did he get the confidence to say that frozen Nether Cave Heaven would pay the price? Did he have the ability to do so? Releasing his divine sense, Ling Jian scanned Sun Yu's body and after discovering his current realm. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out involuntarily, You want us to pay the price? Ha 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 ha, brat, you're so arrogant. A loud laugh suddenly came from the side. Along with this sarcastic voice, a number of figures quickly appeared from all directions, each of them wearing white robes that served as a stark contrast to their appearance. Sun Yu's complexion changed, and he couldn't help hiding behind Ling Jian. Ling Jian's expression also became dignified, protecting his apprentice while coldly glancing around and shouting, Frozen Nether Cave Heaven's people! The newcomers were from Frozen Nether Cave Heaven, 5 in total, all of them Transcendent Realm cultivator. With such a large number and level of cultivator, there was no suspense in the face of Ling Jian, who was only a first-order transcendent. As such, they had appeared without fear and stared at this master and apprentice pair with mischievous looks on their faces. The middle-aged man leading this group looked at Sun Yu with a smirk and shouted, Little brat, are you the one who just said you want my frozen nether cave heaven to pay the price? Sun Yu's face went pale, and he didn't dare to speak. Although his aptitude had greatly improved under the cultivation of Yang Kai and his cultivation had soared, in the end he was still just a 16 or 17-year-old boy who had never experienced any great storms. Now that he was facing 5 transcendents at once, his courage had completely disappeared. If it weren't for his master standing in front of him protecting him, he likely would have already lost all will to fight. Hiding behind Ling Jian, he looked around as if he was looking for something. A moment later, his face lit up and his panicked expression gradually calmed down. After the middle-aged man said this, he no longer paid any attention to Ling Jian and his apprentice, instead turning his eyes towards the bottom of Dragon Valley along with the other 4, stroking his chin and asking, the heavenly manifestation just now should have been caused by something happening here, right? And this place is said to be Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Valley and to contain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. We never believed it, but now it seems it may be true. For the past 2 years, Qin Zhou has been guarding this place. If that's the case, then one of Dragon Phoenix Palace's disciples must have obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, right? And we've already inquired about it. The one who entered is called Sun Yu and only has a cultivation at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. That little brat sure has good luck. Let's go in and take a look then capture him. These 5 Transcendent Realm cultivators completely ignored Ling Jian and his disciple and began talking amongst themselves one after another. Ling Jian was still on edge, but after listening to their conversation, he suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. These 5 didn't seem to know that the young man in front of them was the Sun Yu they were looking for. After all, they had never seen Sun Yu before, and the change in Sun Yu's cultivation was too great, leading these people to make some wrong inferences and believe that Sun Yu was still inside. Friends, Ling Jian said vigilantly, if you want to go in, this old master won't stop you, but can you let us leave first? You want to leave? The middle-aged man in the lead glanced over at him and chuckled, nodding. Good. Let this little brat cut off his own tongue first, daring to say he wants our frozen nether cave heaven to pay the price. A tongue like that will only attract trouble. Keeping it is useless. Sooner or later it will only bring him a fatal disaster. Ling Jian's complexion changed as he smiled apologetically. My young apprentice is young and ignorant. This old master will apologize to you on his behalf. I hope that master can be magnanimous and let him go this time. Ha ha ha. The 5 people from Frozen Nether Cave Heaven burst into laughter, feeling quite amused. The middle-aged man sneered and said, We can let him go. Young people will inevitably make mistakes. We don't want to bully the weak. And, since he is your apprentice, you can take his place and accept his punishment. Kneel down and kowtow a few times. Then loudly say that your Dragon Phoenix Palace is worse than dogs and pigs. I'll consider letting him go. How about it? Saying so, he turned to Ling Jian and glared at him. Ling Jian's expression became cold. Although he was extremely old In the end, he was still a cultivator who had reached the transcendent realm, so he still had his blood and backbone. This middle-aged man acting so arrogantly, how could Ling Jian not be annoyed? But when he remembered Palace Master Qin Zhou's previous instructions, Ling Jian suppressed the anger in his heart and shot a humiliating look towards the middle-aged man, his expression indifferent as he slowly knelt down. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a mocking light as he sneered. "Master." Ling Jian suddenly reached out and supported Ling Jian, his young face filled with a gloomy light like the calm before a storm. All of his previous timidity and panic seemed to have been thrown away, replaced by a pair of clear eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. "Smelly brat." Ling Jian glared at him. Sun Yu slowly shook his head before taking a step forward and walking over to Ling Jian, turning to the 5 people in front of him and asking, "You came here to find Sun Yu this time, right?" "Little brat, you talk too much nonsense," the middle-aged man said with displeasure. "I am Sun Yu. You don't need to look for me inside." The middle-aged man was startled as he stared at Sun Yu in amazement, seemingly unable to react for a moment. The other 4 also wore similar expressions. "There's no need to doubt me." Sun Yu sneered. "When I entered, I was indeed only at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. But that was 2 years ago. Crossing a great realm in 2 years?" The middle-aged man exclaimed. Sun Yu was now an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. So compared to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, he had indeed crossed a great realm. Because the gap in strength was so great, when they arrived here, none of them had expected this young man to be Sun Yu. Another person's eyes lit up. Could this be the power of the so-called Dragon Emperor's inheritance? "If you think so, it's possible." Sun Yu lightly snorted, a leisurely look upon his face. Facing 5 transcendent realm masters, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear, completely different from before. When the 5 people from frozen Nether Cave Heaven heard him say this, their expressions suddenly became excited. In just 2 years, a cultivator had grown from the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage. This was nothing short of a miracle. They instantly realized how powerful the Dragon Emperor's inheritance was. Even their gazes toward Sun Yu had become scorching hot. "You smelly brat." Ling Jian coughed up blood in anger. These 5 people had eyes but failed to recognize his identity. Originally, as long as they suffered some grievances, they would have a chance to leave this place. As long as he could protect Sun Yu, Ling Jian didn't care how much he was insulted. But now this fool had actually admitted it. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Ling Jian really didn't know if there was a hole in this kid's head. He had never thought he would be so stupid before. Although his aptitude wasn't very good, his temperament wasn't smooth enough, and he wasn't very clever, at least he shouldn't be so stupid, right? Why did his temperament suddenly change after going to Dragon Valley? Ling Jian couldn't wait to slap this disciple of his unconscious, lest he continue to blabber on. "Master, it's fine." Sun Yu smiled slightly, nodding gently to his master, his expression confident. Looking at his son's smile, Ling Jian didn't know why, but he seemed to be affected by it, and his mood inexplicably calmed down. The pressure he felt from the 5 transcendents also became much lighter. Chuckling, Ling Jian nodded. "Good. Since it's like this, Master will accompany you. Whether we live or die will depend on the good fortune of this master and disciple. We won't die. If anyone dies, it will be them." Sun Yu's tone suddenly became cold as he glared towards the 5 people, like a sharp knife stabbing straight into their eyes, bringing with it an aggressive aura. The 5 transcendents couldn't help taking a step back, their expressions solemn as they frowned. Chapter 837. Sun Yu's confident expression made the 5 transcendents from frozen Nether Cave Heaven somewhat confused. Although this little brat had crossed an entire great realm in just 2 years, In the end, he was only an immortal ascension boundary, 7th stage cultivator. Against the 5 of them, how could he possibly resist? So why wasn't this little brat afraid? Instead, he was looking at them like a cat playing with a mouse. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged leader shouted, "Smelly brat, I'd like to see how you'll kill us." Saying so, he waved his hand and shouted, "Capture this little brat and kill this old dog." The 4 people behind him immediately moved, all of them moving like bolts of lightning, instantly arriving in front of Ling Jian and his disciple. One of them grabbed Sun Yu, wanting to capture him alive, while the other 3 attacked Ling Jian mercilessly, intent on taking his life. Ling Jian didn't even have time to react before the attacks of the 3 arrived, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, silently cursing his fate. But in the next moment, a strange scene occurred. Of the 4 people who rushed over, whether it was the Transcendent who grabbed Sun Yu or the 3 who attacked Ling Jian, all of them seemed to be under some kind of spell, their movements suddenly becoming sluggish as their faces filled with pain, each of them covering their heads with their hands and rolling on the ground, howling miserably. The spiritual energy in their knowledge seas suddenly burst out in a chaotic manner, as if some kind of attack was destroying their souls. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he shouted, but there was no response. After 5 breaths of time, the 4 people stopped moving, all of them lying stiffly on the ground, their vitality drained away, their eyes wide open. Ling Jian stared at all this in amazement, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Sun Yu was also gasping for breath, unable to calm his mind for a moment. Just now, the frozen nether cave heaven cultivator had grabbed his arm, but now such a sudden change had occurred. Glancing around happily, Sun Yu knew that all of this must have been caused by Senior Yang's intervention. Worthy of a powerful master. For transcendents who had rendered this master and disciple powerless had actually died so inexplicably, and from the look on the middle-aged man's face, it was obvious he hadn't noticed anything amiss. Sun Yu's heart settled as he stared towards the middle-aged man with a grin. Meeting his gaze, the middle-aged man couldn't help taking a few steps back, a chill running down his spine. "Little brat, did you do this?" The middle-aged man still couldn't believe it and asked in a trembling voice. "Facing a dying man, there's no need for me to answer, right?" Sun Yu calmly pointed his finger towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was terrified and let out a strange cry, summoning his own artifact to protect himself as he fled. He didn't know what he had done, but his sect master had. He and disciple, Sun Yu and disciple, if he remained he would be next. Was the inheritance of the dragon monarch so strange and unpredictable? In any case, Yong Kai had to inform the 2 Saint Realm seniors of this news, so they could be on guard. "Die!" Sun Yu shouted. As his voice rang out, the middle-aged man, who had already fled a few dozen meters, suddenly screamed and, like his 4 companions, clutched his head with both hands and fell to the ground. After stabilizing himself, his soul returned to the netherworld, his eyes dim. 5 transcendents dying like this caused Sun Yu's face to flush with excitement, constantly glancing around, an expression of wanting to be praised. "Good job, keep up the act." Hearing Senior Yang's voice in his mind, Sun Yu was suddenly filled with energy, feeling like his entire body was filled with strength, wishing he could fly to the frozen nether cave mansion sect right now and start a massacre. "Smelly brat." Ling Jian's lips trembled, his face faintly pale as he stammered, You killed 5 transcendents?" Even now, Ling Jian still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Everything in front of him was too surreal and ridiculous. He still remembered that 2 years ago, this disciple of his couldn't even defeat a cultivator of the same level. 2 years later, this disciple of his had actually defeated 5 powerful enemies that even he couldn't compare to. Ling Jian couldn't help feeling like he was in some kind of dream. "No, master, it's all thanks to the Dragon Emperor's inheritance." Sun Yu couldn't bear to deceive his master and replied tactfully, Ling Jian was stunned for a moment before crying bitterly, "The heavens have eyes! The heavens have eyes!" "Master, we won't go to Twin Spirit Pavilion. I want to find the Palace Master and help the sect resolve this crisis. So that's how it is." Seeing Sun use strange methods, Ling Jian was no longer as insistent as before, only saying somewhat worriedly, "There are 2 Saint Realm Masters over there, although Palace Master can handle one of them you." "Don't worry, Master. I know what I'm doing." Sun Yu's expression was firm, intentionally or unintentionally glancing around. Although he didn't see Yang Kai, he knew that Senior Yang was hiding right beside him. Sun Yu was unscrupulous. "Good. I'll go with you. I'll explain to the Palace Master. When the sect is in danger, as disciples of the sect, we really shouldn't run away." Ling Jian was also inspired by his disciple's words, his fighting spirit soaring. The master and disciple pair flew together towards the scene of the battle. 30 kilometers away, midair, a group of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle, constantly suffering injuries and deaths, their corpses falling from the sky. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blooming in the sky was a clear indication of the tragedy of the battle. Dragon Phoenix Palace and Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had a long history of grievances, so this time Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had come prepared. On top of that, they had 1 more Saint Realm Master, so naturally they had taken the initiative. Less than half an hour after the battle began, Dragon Phoenix Palace had already suffered heavy losses. Palace Master Qinzhou and Yu Ting Yi had joined forces to fight the 2 opposing Saint Realm Masters, causing them to suffer many wounds and consume a great deal of their strength. If not for fear of Chen Zhou's desperate resistance, the 2 Saint Realm Masters from Frozen Nether Cave Heaven would likely have already killed him. "By Jingchu Yanji, if you don't destroy my Dragon Phoenix Palace today, one day I'll kill you all," Chen Zhou shouted, his voice rumbling like thunder, filled with unwillingness, anger, and helplessness. Yu Ting Yi stood side by side with him, panting heavily, her full breasts heaving up and down as blood dripped from her lower abdomen. She was only a 3rd order transcendent, so in such a high-intensity battle, she really couldn't bear it. However, because she and Qinzhou cultivated a dual cultivation art, when the 2 of them fought together, they were able to increase Qinzhou's strength. She had no choice but to join the battle. Without her, Qinzhou would be alone. Bai Jingchu and Yan Ji of Frozen Nether Cave Heaven glanced at each other before leaping out of the battle, the former laughing loudly. "Qinzhou, since we've come here today, we'll do as you wish and destroy your Dragon Phoenix Palace. You don't need to worry about that. As for killing us all, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Qinzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "The Dragon Emperor's inheritance has appeared. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress will return and avenge my Dragon Phoenix Palace." The Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Yanji chuckled, saying casually, "Is it in Dragon Valley? I don't know if my subordinates have arrived yet, but looking at the time they should have. I'm afraid your Dragon Emperor's successor is currently in the hands of my subordinates. Rest assured, I'll help you cultivate your Dragon Emperor's successor." "Good, we won't treat him unfairly." It's said that the Dragon Emperor's successor still needs to find a Phoenix Empress successor. My Frozen Nether Cave Heaven has countless beauties. Once that little brat gets there, I'm afraid he'll forget to return. The 2 of them spoke in a casual tone, causing Qinzhou's complexion to change dramatically as his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. Over in Dragon Valley, only Ling Jian was left standing guard. With his strength, it was impossible for him to resist a powerful master. If this really happened, Dragon Phoenix Palace would no longer have a chance to rise again. Despicable. Qinzhou ground his teeth and cursed. Yan Ji's eyes flashed as he sent out a burst of pure spiritual energy from his knowledge, towards Yu Ting Yi, who was standing beside Qinzhou. Having been distracted by the words of these 2, Qinzhou was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, Yu Ting-yi had already been struck. A pitiful cry rang out as Yu Ting-yi seemed to have been struck by a huge force, her delicate body flying back several dozen meters as she fell to the ground, her face pale. Chun-Zhou's eyes went bloodshot, and he was about to rush forward to rescue her when Bai Jing-Chu intercepted him and sneered, "Without your woman, I want to see what you'll use to fight me." Dragon Phoenix Palace's dual cultivation secret art was quite extraordinary. When a man and woman pair cultivated dual cultivation together, their strength would increase significantly, so Yan Ji had seized this opportunity to severely injure Yu Ting-yi. Without her by his side, neither of them feared Chun-Zhou. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at Chun-Zhou's side, and a fierce burst of energy erupted. Yan Ji's expression remained cold, but he didn't intervene and instead chased after Yu Ting-yi, his eyes filled with murderous intent, obviously wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to kill her. Scram! Seeing that his companion was about to suffer an accident, Chun-Zhou flew into a rage and waved his fan-like artifact, summoning thousands of wind blades, each of which was as sharp as a knife, to create a gust of wind. "Chun-Zhou, you're finished. Don't be so stubborn. Watch your woman die with your own eyes, and then be buried with her." Bai Jing-Chu didn't show the slightest fear as he took out a bell-shaped artifact. This artifact emitted a mysterious sound that formed a shockwave that blocked the wind blade's attack. At the same time, Bai Jing-Chu continued to provoke Chun-Zhou, causing his mind to become unstable. After a moment of delay, Yan Ji had caught up with the severely injured Yu Ting-yi, grinning wickedly as he sent out a palm strike towards her head, showing no mercy. At that moment, a silver leaf-like artifact flew out from the side, rapidly expanding in size and wrapping Yu Ting-yi in it. Yan Ji's palm struck the silver leaf, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The strength and power behind his palm didn't seem to have hit anything at all. On the contrary, the silver leaf flashed with layers of light, and the dense energy bounced back like a tide, sending Yan Ji flying back in an instant. The silver leaf wrapped around Yu Ting-yi and flew straight into Dragon Phoenix Palace, disappearing from sight. Seeing this scene, Chun-Zhou, who was filled with worry and uneasiness, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, at the same time frowning slightly, wondering which powerful master had come to his rescue. Chapter 838. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, none of them found any traces of other Saint Realm Masters. Just as they were feeling confused, though, the silver leaf, which had wrapped Yu Ting-yi and flown into Dragon Phoenix Palace, suddenly flew back and transformed into a silver stream of light in front of the old man and young man. The water of the Milky Way sparkled and was so clear that one could see the bottom. It emitted an unusual energy fluctuation that contained a great power. Bai Jing-Chu and Yan Ji of frozen Nether Cave Heaven narrowed their eyes as they stared at the old man and young man suspiciously, quickly discovering that the cultivation of these two people who had suddenly entered the battlefield was nothing to be afraid of. The old man was a first-order transcendent and looked like he had one foot in the grave, unable to exert much strength. The young man, on the other hand, seemed to be brimming with vitality, but he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, even worse than the old man. Facing these two people, Bai Jing-Chu and Yan Ji really didn't put them in their eyes, but the silver stream of light in front of them was something they couldn't ignore. After all, it was this artifact that had just saved Yu Ting-yi's life. Yan Ji, who had attacked Yu Ting-yi, knew just how powerful this artifact was. At the very least, it was a Saint-grade, mid-rank artifact. That was a grade that even Yan Ji was envious of. Although there were also Saint-grade artifacts in frozen Nether Cave Heaven, there were only 2 Saint-grade low-rank artifacts. Yan Ji and Bai Jing-Chu had to pay a huge price to obtain one each, begging others to refine them for them. In order to refine these 2 artifacts, Bai Jing-Chu and Yan Ji had almost emptied frozen Nether Cave Heaven's Yuan Qi, and even now they hadn't been able to restore much of it. What was the background of this old man and young man? His cultivation was not high, yet he was able to use such a powerful artifact. This was extremely strange. Just as Bai Jingqiu and Yan Ji were wondering about this, Qinzhou's eyes narrowed as he called out, "Sun Yu!" At a glance, he recognized that the young man was the disciple who had entered Dragon Valley 2 years ago, while the one next to him was obviously Ling Jian, who had been guarding the entrance to Dragon Valley. This master and disciple pair had just come out of Dragon Valley. So why had they suddenly rushed into this battlefield? Qinzhou immediately became anxious. He was already worried about Yu Tingyi's injuries. So when he saw Sun Yu appear in front of such a powerful enemy, his movements suddenly became sluggish. Bai Jingqiu, who was fighting against him, reacted quickly and immediately used some exquisite means to suppress him. "Sun Yu." Yan Ji rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "I heard that the person who entered the Dragon Valley was also called this name. Boy, was that person you?" "Old man, so what if it's me?" Sun Yu was not afraid. Not only did he admit it, he even scolded Yan Ji. Not only was Yan Ji not angry, but his eyes lit up and he laughed. "Haha, this is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in search of something, only to find it so easily. This old master was a little worried that those people wouldn't be able to find you. But I never thought you would deliver yourself to me." "Very good, very good. You mean the 5 transcendents who went to Dragon Valley?" Sun Yu sneered softly. "How do you know?" Yan Ji's eyes narrowed, faintly feeling that something wasn't quite right. Facing a master like him, this boy was acting far too calm. Even the old First Order transcendent beside him was trembling uncontrollably, seemingly unable to bear the pressure he was exuding. "Of course I know," Sun Yu grinned meaningfully, "because they're all dead by my hands." "Dead by your hands?" Yan Ji was dumbfounded, shaking his head disdainfully. "Little brat, do you think this old master will believe you just because you say so? Don't you weigh your own weight before speaking such big words? How naive! 5 transcendents, none of them weak. How could they have been killed by an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage boy? Although the artifact in front of them was a bit strange. Yan Ji didn't believe Sun Yu had such ability. "It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. The next one is you," Sun Yu coldly snorted. "You little brat." Yan Ji laughed dumbly. "Don't try to provoke this old master. It won't do you any good. Although this old master won't kill you, he can still make you suffer a bit. Be a good boy and come here yourself, lest this old master has to act." The conversation here reached the ears of Qinzhou, who was fighting Bai Jingqiu, causing him to cough up blood in anger. "Ling Jian, you old fool! Why did you bring Sun Yu here?" Qinzhou had done his best and was only able to entangle Bai Jingqiu. Yan Ji was almost unstoppable. Now that Sun Yu had appeared in front of him, how could there be any good result? This was Dragon Phoenix Palace's last hope. Ling Jian really didn't know how to act properly. "Palace master need not worry." Ling Jian didn't answer, but Sun Yu shouted, "Since this disciple dared to come here today, he has full confidence in himself. Since frozen Nether Cave Heaven dared to offend my Dragon Phoenix Palace, we must make them pay the price in blood and let them know that my Dragon Phoenix Palace is not easy to bully." Saying so, Sun Yu turned a fierce glare towards Yan Ji. "Old dog, you're the first!" Oh, Sun Yu was young and full of vigor, so he believed in Yang Kai, so he shouted these words quite loudly and confidently. After his voice spread out, all the cultivators who were fighting paused and turned their heads towards him. A moment later, the cultivators belonging to frozen Nether Cave Heaven burst into laughter. Their laughter mixed with contempt and mockery, causing the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace to feel ashamed. It was as if all of them felt that this little brat didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yan Ji also laughed, crossing his arms behind his back and saying, "Little brat, I'd like to see how you'll make me pay the price. This old master will stand here and not move. The 2 of you can attack together." "Ha ha! Those 5 transcendents just said something similar, and then they all died." Sun Yu snickered. As soon as his words fell, a resounding dragon roar rang out, and an amazing golden light burst forth, illuminating the sky. All the cultivators below the Saint Realm were instantly blinded, and at the same time felt a sensational pressure descend from the sky, suppressing them so much that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that if they made the slightest movement, they would be crushed to pieces. Facing Sun Yu, Yanji, who had been calm and composed a moment ago, suddenly grimaced. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Yan Kai seemed to see a huge creature rushing towards him. Not daring to hesitate, Yan Kai quickly condensed his strength to protect himself while summoning a spirit-grade, mid-rank defensive artifact. If he didn't do so, he was afraid he would be killed in an instant. Kong. The earth shook violently as a violent energy wave swept out in all directions, causing the trees to sway and the wind to distort. Yanji let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying like a kite. At that moment, he felt as if he had been hit head-on by a huge force, causing the protective barrier in front of him to collapse and even his spirit-grade, mid-rank artifact to crack. Looking down, Yanji saw that his artifact had indeed lost a great deal of its spirituality and would need to be repaired before it could be used again. What was that? It actually destroyed my spirit-grade, mid-rank defensive artifact in a single blow. The golden light gradually stabilized, and Yanji finally saw what had attacked him. His eyes narrowed as he stood there completely dumbfounded. Up in the air, a golden dragon several dozen meters long was looking down at him with a pair of eyes as large as copper gongs, filled with contempt and disdain. Under its gaze, Yanji couldn't help but feel a sense of shame and shame. The golden dragon's appearance was flamboyant, a layer of golden scales covering its body, giving it an extremely majestic appearance, as if no attack could hurt it. Its claws were extremely sharp, flashing with a cold light, making one doubt that they were claws that could easily tear apart high-grade artifacts. Energy manifestation? Yanji frowned, but quickly denied his own guess. The golden dragon in front of him was too real, so real that it was impossible for it to have been condensed by Yuan Qi. In other words, it was a real giant dragon, the uncrowned king of the monster race, a legendary existence capable of reaching the Ninth Order. Yanji had once heard that the monster race had several great seniors who were peak 8th Order monster beast, and one or two of them had the bloodline of a true dragon, which was why they were able to reach such heights. For the monster race, the bloodline of a true dragon was the noblest. Because of this bloodline, one or two great seniors could cultivate to the equivalent of a 3rd Order saint. But in front of Yanji, a true dragon had appeared. This was a legendary 9th Order monster emperor, an existence that surpassed the peak of strength in this world. Feeling the scorching energy emanating from this golden dragon, Yanji felt a chill run down his spine. Yanji stood dumbfounded in place. Ling Jian, who had brought Sun Yu here, was also dumbfounded. His whole body kept shaking as he wiped his turbid eyes over and over again, as if he wanted to see more clearly and confirm that there was no illusion in front of him. Even Sun Yu's face was filled with excitement, his eyes filled with worship. The might of the Dragon Emperor. On the other side, Qin Zhou couldn't help shouting as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, unable to believe that he would one day be able to witness such a scene, let alone that Sun Yu could actually accomplish such a feat 2 years ago. This disciple was still unknown, a trivial Yuan Qi boundary 7th Order cultivator. Although it was confirmed that he had obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Qinzhou estimated that even if he came out safely, Dragon Phoenix Palace would have to cultivate him for a few dozen years before he could truly grow. But now, as soon as Sun Yu came out of seclusion, he directly found a Saint Realm Master to fight and even allowed the might of the Dragon Emperor to reappear. Qin Zhou couldn't help laughing loudly, feeling that even if he died now, it would be a worthy death, not letting down the expectations of his ancestors. Bai Jingqiu wasn't in the mood to chase after Qin Zhou and instead just stood there, staring blankly at the golden dragon, shock filling the depths of his heart. All the cultivators who were fighting stopped what they were doing and watched this sensational scene. A huge panic and uneasiness quickly spread like a tide, causing all the cultivators in frozen Nether Cave Heaven to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 839. 30 kilometers away from Dragon Phoenix Palace. The appearance of a true dragon caused both sides to be dumbfounded. Sun Yu, who was in the midst of worshipping this true dragon, suddenly heard Yan Kai's warning in his mind and quickly composed himself before shouting towards Yanji. "Today, this place will be your burial ground. Hand over your life." A dragon roar rang out again as the several hundred-meter long true dragon transformed into a golden beam of light and shot towards Yanji. Yanji did not dare show any neglect, quickly summoning a long sword in his hand. This was his saint-grade low-rank artifact, the Profound Ice Sword. As soon as this artifact was taken out, Yanji's aura soared, his whole body exuding an icy chill. The Profound Ice Sword also began to emit waves of icy chi, as if it was hiding some kind of profound mystery, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Before the true dragon could reach him, Yanji lightly shook his Profound Ice Sword, and in an instant, this saint-grade sword transformed into a myriad of sword phantoms, dazzling anyone who saw it. A cold aura burst from Yanji's body, like a cold wind blowing from an ancient snowy mountain, causing the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius to plummet. The saint-grade low-rank sword bombarded the true dragon with an irresistible force. The massive golden dragon did not try to dodge and instead charged straight towards this attack. Sparks flew in all directions, and it seemed as if countless attacks had slashed onto the golden scales of the enormous dragon, causing bursts of bright sparks to sputter out. A scorching aura assaulted his face, and the might of the Profound Ice Sword was like a flower in a mirror, abruptly becoming unreal before being completely evaporated. Yanji's eyes narrowed as a sense of panic filled his heart. His frozen Nether Cave Heaven mainly cultivated ice attribute, secret arts, and martial skills. So encountering a true dragon that contained such intense heat was like a mouse encountering a cat. It was the biggest nemesis. The power contained in the Profound Ice Sword could not even display 80% of its usual power. Yanji did not dare use his exquisite means at will. Under the influence of this scorching aura, the strength in his body seemed to have become somewhat unstable. The true dragon was right in front of him, opening its ferocious mouth. Yanji let out a strange cry. The long sword in his hand swung out, swaying a circle of light, like an ice lock flying out, enveloping the golden dragon. Yanji's actions were only a desperate attempt to create some time for himself to escape. Facing a ninth-order monster emperor, Yanji knew that he was not a match for him. The other party's prestige was too great, and if he continued to fight, he might die. In front of it, Yanji felt like he was walking on a tightrope, his life hanging by a thread. Unexpectedly, the rings of light blocked the gold dragon's attack. The gold dragon froze in midair, unable to break free for a while. Yanji frowned, faintly feeling that something was not quite right. If this golden dragon was really at the 9th level, it would have been impossible to stop it. Carefully inspecting it again, Yanji was surprised to find that this golden dragon was quite majestic, but it didn't seem to be so invincible. The energy fluctuations that surged out of its body were almost the same as his own, or even slightly inferior. Rolling his eyes, Yanji no longer hurried to escape, instead using all of his exquisite means to engage the golden dragon in a fierce battle. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's power so great, Qinzhou, who had been at an absolute disadvantage, suddenly became spirited and began fighting back, quickly recovering from his disadvantage against Bai Jingqiu. The Dragon Phoenix Palace cultivator was also extremely excited, their originally dull eyes shining brightly, as if they could see a bright future for their sect. In an instant, they switched from defense to attack, forcing the invaders from frozen, nether cave heaven to retreat again and again, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. Sun Yu, who was protected by the Silver River, stared at the battle in the sky with wide eyes, clenching his fists tightly as he cheered for the golden dragon in his heart. Sun Yu was also wondering why Senior Yang hadn't shown up yet. He seemed to be only using the methods of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. With his strength, if he appeared here, he would definitely be able to beat the crap out of Yan Ji and the others. Sun Yu's vision wasn't high, so he didn't know that in terms of realm and cultivation, Yang Kai was actually just a third-order transcendent cultivator, one that had just broken through not long ago. After fighting for a while, Yan Ji suddenly burst into laughter. It turns out this big worm is only SOSO, ha 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 ha. When the golden dragon first appeared, Yan Ji was really frightened. After all, the one in front of him was a legendary ninth-order monster emperor. But after fighting for so long, he finally understood the true strength of this golden dragon. It was on par with him. The only difference was that it was more durable. Yan Ji's various methods bombarded its body, but none of them were able to hurt it at all of them blocked by its golden scales. This golden dragon shouldn't have truly matured yet. Currently, it's only an early-stage 8th-order monster. Yan Ji judged in his heart, no longer panicking as before, becoming much calmer. The profound ice sword exuded a cold aura that collided with the heat radiating from the golden dragon's body, destroying each other in the process. The entire sky was filled with white fog at this moment, and while standing in the distance, one could only see flashes of light and bursts of energy, unable to see what was happening inside. Inside this fog, Yan Ji and the golden dragon collided with each other. In close contact, Yan Ji saw some human-like emotions in the two giant dragon eyes and couldn't help frowning. He felt like he wasn't fighting a monster beast, but rather a human. The golden dragon's ability to adapt was simply too fast, and as the battle progressed, Yan Ji felt more and more pressure, as if the golden dragon was rapidly growing. Those incomparably sharp dragon claws struck out, faintly bringing with them the power to tear apart space. Every time, Yan Ji was frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. With a cold expression, Yan Ji stabilized his state of mind, and the profound ice sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a faint light. Beside him, sharp icicles suddenly appeared, blotting out the sky as they shot towards the golden dragon. Facing such an astonishing momentum, the golden dragon opened its huge mouth, and from that mouth, a golden energy erupted like a volcano. Kong. The two violent energy fluctuations collided, each containing a completely different martial Tao concept. In the midst of the collision, a brilliant light bloomed, dazzling like fireworks, shocking everyone. The scorching energy was undoubtedly purer and more condensed, and all the icicles that came into contact with it melted in an instant, the remaining momentum bombarding Yan Ji. Yan Ji's expression was flustered, and just as he was about to dodge, a mocking voice suddenly sounded in his mind. When this voice sounded, his movements couldn't help but stop, his eyes trembling as he looked at the golden dragon not far away. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A golden energy that was enough to incinerate everything instantly enveloped him, and Yan Ji screamed miserably, releasing a burst of cold energy from his body to counteract the scorching heat. A moment later, he flew to the side, gasping for breath. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, his beard and hair were all scorched, making him look very distressed. Looking at the golden dragon, his eyes were filled with resentment. The voice that had disturbed his state of mind just now should have been transmitted by this golden dragon in front of him, causing him to be caught off guard. What he cared about was that the voice actually sounded like a human's voice, not a monster beast. I don't care if you are the Dragon Emperor or not. Since you dare hurt me, you will die today. Yan Ji roared madly, suddenly throwing out the profound ice sword in his hand. The long sword suddenly transformed into a strangely shaped demon beast in midair. It was huge, comparable to the golden dragon. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it pounced on the golden dragon and bound it tightly with a biting chill. With a dragon's roar, the golden dragon flew up, but was unable to break free from the monster beast transformation of the profound ice sword. Yan Ji took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Cold qi surged between his hands. One of his hands became crystal clear like an ice crystal, exuding a biting cold light. Like a sharp thorn, he suddenly stabbed towards the golden dragon's abdomen. Yan Ji's impregnable scales could not withstand this attack and were directly broken apart. Yan Ji's hand penetrated more than 3 inches before it was blocked by the squirming flesh. When he pulled his hand out, crimson blood mixed with golden light spurted out, splashing all over his face. Ha ha ha! Yan Ji laughed wildly. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had finally hurt his opponent, and this gave him hope of victory. Without waiting for the golden dragon to counterattack, he quickly retreated and said with disdain, "You think your body is invincible? How naive!" After these words came out, the golden dragon seemed to be completely enraged, and its huge body twisted and suddenly became much smaller. The shackles binding it were suddenly broken. Yan Ji was stunned. He had never heard of a monster beast being able to change the size of its body at will. He knew about the monster beast transformation, but the scene in front of him was just too bizarre. Without waiting for him to recover, the golden dragon, whose body had shrunk by several times, rushed towards him, its claws gleaming with a cold light and carrying an aura of death, causing Yan Ji's scalp to go numb. He found that although the golden dragon's body had shrunk, its majesty had not changed in the slightest, causing people to tremble with fear. And after shrinking, its movements were undoubtedly more convenient and faster. While flying, several golden chain-like energy suddenly shot out from the side of the golden dragon, wrapping around Yan Ji's space. At the same time, a golden spear appeared out of thin air, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth, shooting towards him. Asterisk shio, shio, shio. Asterisk in the blink of an eye. It broke through the shackles of space and bombarded Yan Ji. Impossible! Yan Ji cried out. His eyesight was not bad, so naturally he could see that whether it was the chains or the spears, they were all martial skills of a high grade. How could the monster beast display such an exquisite martial skill? While screaming, Yan Ji hurriedly avoided the spears, but was unable to get rid of the pursuit of the chains. Inadvertently brushed by one of the chains, his body suddenly became heavy, as if there was a mountain pressing down on his head, and even his divine sense showed signs of being imprisoned. Although it was only for a short moment, but in a battle between such experts, a moment of failure could affect the entire situation. Chapter 840. If Yan Ji had been to 9 Heavens' holy land or seen the methods of the old holy master, he would have recognized these 2 martial skills: imprisoning, heaven chain, and heaven punishing spear. Each of them was a divine skill. The former could not only bind one's body but also one's soul, while the heaven punishing spear's lethality was even greater. Yan Ji didn't know how powerful these 2 martial skills were, but after being hit by one of the imprisoning heaven chains, his divine sense instantly became sluggish and his reflexes were no longer as fast as before, becoming as sticky as a swamp. The sky was filled with chains and spears, and from all directions, Yan Ji was completely surrounded. Yan Ji dodged left and right, but he was still unable to break out of the encirclement. Just as he was beginning to panic, the golden dragon that had shrunk in size finally arrived, spitting out a mouthful of scorching hot energy. Yan Ji cried out as he revolved his true qi to resist. All of his bones began to crackle, as if they were unable to withstand this destructive pressure, and suddenly exploded. The golden dragon's 2 claws stretched out and, taking advantage of Yan Ji's inability to defend himself, stabbed into his chest and tore it apart. Yan Ji's eyes went bloodshot as he felt the aura of death descend upon him. Knowing that he would not be able to escape, he grit his teeth and roared, "Don't think you'll have it easy either!" All of a sudden, Yan Ji's Yuan Qi erupted, transforming into thousands of attacks that bombarded the golden dragon's body. As if he had used up all of his strength, after releasing this attack, Yan Ji grinned wickedly, and his body quickly deflated like a deflated balloon. Crimson blood, mixed with golden light, sprinkled down from the sky as a deafening dragon roar rang out. Yan Ji's entire body was torn in two, his blood and internal organs scattering everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. The martial artists who heard the dragon's roar raised their heads and looked over, just in time to see this ghostly scene. Sect Master is dead. The cultivator from frozen Nether Cave Heaven stared blankly at the blood and flesh scattering from the sky, some unable to accept such a result. Just an hour ago, Yan Ji had been in high spirits, leading them to invade Dragon Phoenix Palace and declaring that he would take back the inheritor of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and cultivate him properly in order to restore frozen Nether Cave Heaven's prestige. Unexpectedly, 2 hours later, he was torn in half by a golden dragon that suddenly appeared. A master who had reached the Saint Realm had died, just like that. On Tongshan Realm, there weren't many masters who had reached this level of cultivation, each of them having cultivated for at least 100 to 200 years. Each of these masters had astonishing means and abilities, as well as extraordinary escape skills. So over the years, very few Saint Realm masters had died. At the very least, the cultivator of Dragon Phoenix Palace and frozen Nether Cave Heaven had never heard of such a major event. But now, this scene was really happening right under their noses. Of the only 2 Saint Realm masters in their sect, one had died while the other seemed to be suppressed by Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master, causing the cultivator from frozen Nether Cave Heaven to lose all will to fight, no longer being as aggressive as before. Another dragon's roar rang out. The golden dragon, which was over 100 feet long, roared at the sky. It seemed to be venting the pain from the wounds on its body, but it also seemed to be demonstrating its might. Bai Jingchu's face went pale. How could he dare to continue entangling with Qinzhou? Although he and Yan Ji were both first-order saints, Yan Ji was still slightly stronger. Now that Yan Ji couldn't defeat this golden dragon, Bai Jingchu obviously didn't have the ability to do so. Run! Bai Jingchu shouted angrily as he retreated. Do you think my Dragon Phoenix Palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? Qin Zhou sneered and took advantage of the moment Bai Jingchu was escaping to send out a blow. Blood splashed as Bai Jingchu disappeared, leaving behind only half of his arm, which exploded into a bloody mist mid-air. Qin Zhou stood in place, gasping for breath, but he didn't pursue. He had suffered some serious injuries before, but because of the appearance of the Dragon Emperor's might, he had been able to force himself to fight. But now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. When the cultivator from frozen Nether Cave Heaven saw Bai Jingchu escape, they didn't dare to remain and fled like stray dogs. The group from Dragon Phoenix Palace chased after them, gradually disappearing into the distance. It wasn't until this moment that Qin Zhou finally had time to take a look at the golden dragon that symbolized the identity of the Dragon Emperor, his expression solemn and respectful. However, Qin Zhou soon discovered something strange. After tearing apart Yan Ji, the golden dragon remained in place, motionless, and its pair of dragon eyes actually showed a thoughtful look, as if it was reflecting on this battle and gaining a lot of insights from it, shaking his head. Qin Zhou thought it was just his imagination. After a while, the golden dragon moved again. It turned into a streak of golden light and shot toward Sun Yu from a distance, disappearing behind him and disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the silver river in front of Sun Yu and Ling Jian was also retracted. Qin Zhou straightened his expression and forced his weak body to fly toward Sun Yu. Before he could say anything, Sun Yu cupped his fists respectfully and greeted him. "Greetings, Manor Head!" Ling Jian also hurriedly saluted. Qin Zhou laughed dumbfoundedly. "There's no need for that. You are now the Dragon Emperor of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. I should be the one to salute you. You acting like this is too much for me." Sun Yu was extremely embarrassed, scratching his head for a long time, not knowing what to say, his face turning red. He knew his own situation. Just now he had only shown his face here. Killing Yan Ji was all thanks to Senior Yang. It had nothing to do with him. What's more, Senior Yang had been using his artifact to protect him during the battle. Chun Zhou smiled as he looked at Sun Yu, feeling more and more pleasing to the eye. He mistakenly thought that this Dragon Emperor had a humble personality, so naturally he was quite happy. "I must thank Your Excellency Dragon Emperor for saving my wife's life. If it weren't for your timely rescue, Ting Yi would have already." Chen Zhou said with a look of fear. "If it weren't for the silver leaf wrapping around you, Ting Yi, Yan Ji would have already killed her." For Chen Zhou, Yu Ting Yi was his lifelong companion, an existence that shared life and death with him. Both of them regarded the other as more important than their own lives. Sun Yu saving Yu Ting Yi made Chen Zhou very grateful. "It's only right, it's only right." Sun Yu kept waving his hand, feeling somewhat ashamed. Watching Dragon Emperor's bashful look, Chen Zhou chuckled as he ordered, "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor must be very tired after such a fierce battle. Elder Ling, escort Dragon Emperor back to his mansion for a rest. We will deal with the aftermath." "Yes." Ling Jian quickly responded respectfully before leading Sun Yu back to Dragon Phoenix Palace. While flying, Sun Yu kept looking around with an uneasy expression. "Ha ha 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 ha." Ling Jian suddenly burst into laughter. "Master, what are you laughing about?" Sun Yu asked curiously. "Smelly brat, you've grown up. You actually killed a Saint Realm Master so easily, I thought we were all dead this time." Ling Jian didn't treat Sun Yu as respectfully as Qin Zhou. After all, the two of them had a master and disciple relationship. "Master, let's not talk about this for now," Sun Yu blushed. "Good, I won't talk about it." Ling Jian nodded quickly before suddenly saying seriously, "However, this Dragon Emperor's inheritance is truly amazing. You're only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, yet you can kill a Saint Realm Master. If you were allowed to grow to the Saint Realm, wouldn't you be invincible in this world? At that time, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will become the most powerful force in this world. Your master will also be able to benefit from your glory." Ling Jian muttered to himself. As he spoke, his face glowed with excitement, as if a beautiful picture scroll was slowly unfolding in Sun Yu's hands. Sun Yu lowered his head and didn't say a word. He followed his master and flew into the sect. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, there was a tense atmosphere. Almost all of the masters in the sect had gone out to meet the enemy, leaving behind only a few weak cultivators. Seeing Sun Yu and Ling Jian return, all of them swarmed over to ask about the situation. Even the matter of when Sun Yu had returned from Dragon Valley had been forgotten. Ling Jian took advantage of his seniority to disperse the disciples who had come to inquire about the situation, only telling them that the sect had won a great victory and that one of the two saints from frozen Nether Cave Heaven had been killed and the other had lost an arm. The Dragon Phoenix Palace disciples all curled their lips, none of them believing Ling Jian's words. Although their strength wasn't high, they all knew that frozen Nether Cave Heaven was more powerful than their sect. The other side had two saints, while they only had one. How could such a result be possible? Ling Jian didn't say much and simply took Sun Yu back to his original residence and settled him down. After Ling Jian left, Sun Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing as he turned his head and looked around, calling out softly, Senior Yang, don't call out. I've been following you." A familiar voice suddenly called out from beside him. Sun Yu turned his head and found Yan Kai sitting on his bed. Sun Yu didn't know when he had come in, but he couldn't help feeling surprised by this mysterious man's sudden appearance. Quickly getting up, Sun Yu respectfully bowed. "Many thanks to Senior for saving me this time." Son, you will never forget this kindness, and will definitely repay it in the future. Yang Kai waved his hand and said weakly, "As long as you don't reveal my existence, it's fine." Sun Yu was startled, only now discovering that Yang Kai was covered in cuts and bruises, the clothes he was wearing stained with blood. His hand was clutching his lower abdomen as a faint ice-cold aura spread from it, causing the blood flowing out to quickly freeze into ice. However, what made Sun Yu feel strange was that Yang Kai's blood still exuded a faint golden glow. "Is Senior injured?" Sun Yu asked with concern. "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head. "I'll be fine after a while. It's not a serious injury." "How did Senior get injured?" Sun Yu was confused. During the previous battle, he hadn't seen Yang Kai take action. Only the Golden Dragon had been fighting with Yanji, although the Golden Dragon had also been wounded by Yanji. What did that have to do with Senior Yang? On top of that, the wound on Yang Kai's lower abdomen was exactly the same as the one on the Golden Dragon. Sun, you clearly saw that Yanji's hand, which had turned into ice, was inserted into the Golden Dragon's body. Chapter 841. Dragon Phoenix Palace was extremely lively. Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had invaded, but the Dragon Emperor had suddenly appeared and killed one of their saints, while the other had his arm cut off by Palace Master Chenzhou and forced to flee in embarrassment. When Chenzhou and the others returned triumphantly, everyone was boiling with joy. There had never been a time when all of them felt so relieved. Their grievances with Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had been building up for a long time. Every time they came looking for trouble, Dragon Phoenix Palaces, people had to swallow their anger and temporarily avoid them. As a result, over the years, when Dragon Phoenix Palace's disciples met Frozen Nether Cave Heaven's disciples outside, they would not be able to raise their heads. Almost every disciple of Dragon Phoenix Palace hated those from Frozen Nether Cave Heaven. This time, the other side had launched a massive invasion for no reason, sending out all of their masters, so everyone thought the sect was doomed. However, the result was quite surprising. From the mouths of the disciples who returned from the war, it was learned that the reason the sect was able to win this time was entirely because of the sudden appearance of the Dragon Emperor. And this Dragon Emperor was none other than Sun Yu, who had been the topic of most discussion in the past 2 years. The Golden Dragon that soared through the sky with unfathomable power had also been seen by most people. The sect's revitalization is now hopeful. That Dragon Emperor Master was only an immortal ascension boundary, 7th stage cultivator, killing Yanji, who had fallen to the First Order Saint realm. In a few years, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a 3rd Order Saint. And when he was fighting with Yanji, I saw him standing in place without moving, his expression completely relaxed, as if he had won with ease. So he didn't use his full strength. Naturally not if he had. I'm afraid even by Jingchu wouldn't have been able to escape. Fierce. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance in the palace is truly amazing. I heard that when Dragon Emperor Master entered Dragon Valley 2 years ago, he was only an Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage cultivator. But when he appeared 2 years later, he had already broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage. His growth rate is simply too fast. I grew up with Dragon Emperor Master. When I was a child, I knew he wasn't an ordinary person, and now it seems I was right. Ha 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 ha. Are you serious? Do you have any special news to tell us? Special news? There is one. But it's useless to you. Then, who is it useful to? Of course it's for those girls who haven't chosen a partner. Let me tell you, Master Dragon Emperor hasn't found a partner for dual cultivation yet. This, if any girl is fancied by him, wouldn't she immediately become a phoenix? Yes. Haven't you seen some senior sisters and junior sisters running to the residence of Dragon Emperor Master these days? Fortunately, the manor had arranged for him to stay in another palace. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to rest. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, everyone was talking about Sun Yu. The disciples of Dragon Phoenix Palace gathered in groups of 3 to 5, all of them talking about Sun Yu. The Dragon Emperor, who had appeared out of nowhere, was one of the most powerful masters in Dragon Phoenix Palace many years ago. It was precisely because of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress that Dragon Phoenix Palace was able to become one of the most powerful forces in the world. Unfortunately, many years ago, after the inheritance was severed, the sect gradually declined. Now that the Dragon Emperor's inheritance had reappeared, everyone believed that the appearance of the Phoenix Empress was not far off. Of course, this all depended on the intentions of the Dragon Emperor Master. After all, he wanted to choose a partner to accompany him for the rest of his life. Palace Master Qin Zhou had been busy these past few days dealing with the aftermath of the war. Elder Ling Jian had been promoted to Grand Elder of Dragon Phoenix Palace because of his talent in cultivating disciples. An exception had been made for him, and he was now second only to Qin Zhou. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, inside a luxurious and magnificent palace, the floor was covered with a thick velvet carpet, and the walls were decorated with a variety of rare stones. There should also be some kind of spirit array hidden throughout the hall, allowing the aura inside to be extremely rich. This was originally the palace where Palace Master Qin Zhou usually lived, but a few days ago it had been transferred to Sun Yu. Outside the palace, a number of masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were hidden in the shadows, acting as guards. Anyone who tried to approach the palace would be immediately targeted by these masters. Although the Dragon Emperor Master's divine might was difficult to resist, in the end, he was still just a 16-year-old boy. Qin Zhou was also quite worried about his safety, fearing that some kind of accident would befall him. So naturally, he had deployed some defenses near his residence. More than 100 feet away from the palace, there was a group of beautiful young girls in the prime of their lives, and they were making a lot of noise. Each of these young women was extraordinarily beautiful and had been cultivated by Dragon Phoenix Palace, specifically for the male disciples to choose as dual cultivation partners. Several dozen young women were scattered outside, each with a variety of different styles, dazzling anyone who saw them. Sun Yui was at the window. She stuck her head out and looked outside. To her surprise, she found that there were actually several senior sisters wearing revealing clothes. They were flirting with each other, constantly winking at her. These 10,000 flirtatious expressions were like gentle little hands brushing across Sun Yu's heart, causing his whole body to feel warm and his face to flush red. He wanted to look away, but he was somewhat reluctant and helpless. After staring for a while, Sun Yu steeled his heart and forced himself to look away, taking a deep breath and silently circulating his secret art to calm himself down. Which young man isn't romantic? If you want one, just ask your palace master. He will definitely be happy to arrange one for you. Yang Kai's voice suddenly called out. Sun Yu was startled and immediately became embarrassed, blushing as he said, "Senior must be joking. I didn't think so." "Then what do you think?" Yang Kai smiled and walked down from the soft jade golden bed, looking at him warmly. Sun Yu thought about it carefully before replying. Sun Yu being able to achieve what he has today is entirely because of Senior's support. I don't have that kind of ability. If it weren't for Senior concealing himself, I would have reported everything to the palace master. Now, these senior sisters and junior sisters have all come here with high expectations. If I really choose one of them, they will definitely be disappointed in the future. I need to become stronger so that they won't be disappointed when they choose me. Only then can I consider these things. Pausing for a moment, Sun Yu scratched his head. Moreover, I'm still young. Master said I'm still growing. It's not good to think about such things. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed and nodded lightly. You're right. Wait until you're strong enough to find your own partner. At that time, you'll have the strength to protect her. And what Senior says is right. Sun Yu nodded heavily before eagerly asking, Has Senior recovered from his injuries? Almost. Yang Kai casually replied. Yang Kai responded casually. These past few days, he had been busy healing himself. Yanji was still a Saint Realm Master, so the damage he had suffered was not something Yang Kai could recover from in a short period of time. In particular, the wound on his abdomen contained an astonishing amount of destructive power. It had taken Yang Kai quite some time to dissolve the remnants of the ice chi. Sun Yu didn't understand why Yang Kai had been injured, because during the battle, Yang Kai hadn't appeared at all. In fact, the golden dragon that had fought Yanji was completely Yang Kai himself. After obtaining the true Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Yang Kai was able to take advantage of the huge amount of energy contained in his golden dragon tattoo to transform into a dragon. That was still a manifestation of true origin, but it was too real. It was no different from a demonic beast emperor, and its body was hidden within the body of a dragon. This was the first time Yang Kai had used such a method. His body was so large that the entire world was somewhat unaccustomed to it, causing him to suffer quite a few losses during his battle with Yin. If Yang Kai were to use this ability again, he would likely be in a much better position. After transforming into a dragon, whether it was his strength or his defensive capabilities, both had shown a significant increase. If not for this, Yang Kai estimated that if he wanted to defeat or even kill a Saint Realm Master in a head-on battle, he would have to become the demon race. The Third Order Transcendent Realm was only one step away from the Saint Realm, but it wasn't actually the Saint Realm. The battle with Yanji had allowed Yang Kai to gain a lot. At the very least, he confirmed that with his current cultivation, killing a First Order Saint wouldn't be a problem. As for the Second Order Saint, Yang Kai didn't know. There weren't many masters of this level, so without actually fighting, he wouldn't be able to tell. While healing himself, Yang Kai also recalled the bloody battle and realized that he had made a lot of mistakes, silently noting them down and alerting himself. "Senior." "Son," you called out hesitantly. "What should I do in the future? Palace Master and the others all think I'm the Dragon Emperor's successor." "Let them think, so that way you can obtain the best resources. I believe that with your current aptitude, it won't be difficult for you to become stronger." This deceiving palace master and master, this disciple feels guilty. "Don't think too much about it." Yang Kai frowned. "When the time comes, I will personally come forward and explain everything to you. Until then, all you need to do is cultivate." "That's good." With Yang Kai's promise, Sun Yu also relaxed. If the real Dragon Emperor came forward to explain, presumably Palace Master and his master wouldn't dare blame him, right? "Good. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before your Palace Master helps you select a Phoenix Empress." The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress pairing up was something that Chen Zhou and Dragon Phoenix Palace's ancestors had been looking forward to for countless years. Now that the Dragon Emperor had appeared, Chen Zhou naturally hoped that the Phoenix Empress would be born as soon as possible. Only when these two appeared at the same time could Dragon Phoenix Palace be considered complete. Chen Zhou didn't stop the young girls from coming forward, presumably because he wanted to test Sun Yu. If Sun Yu took the initiative to choose one of them, it would naturally be for the best. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Sun Yu was surprised. "Then what should I do?" Yang Kai laughed. "Just refuse. You're now the Dragon Emperor. Chen Zhou won't ignore your wishes. Just tell him you want to enter retreat and cultivate." "Good idea." Sun Yu's eyes lit up. As long as he entered retreat and hid for a few years, he would only need to wait until he was strong enough to show himself. "I want to take a look at your phoenix nest. Lead the way for me," Yang Kai ordered. "Okay, but Palace Master definitely won't let me go alone." "It doesn't matter, they won't be able to find me." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sun Yu didn't say anything more and quickly went out to arrange things. Chapter 842. The Phoenix Nest was not too far from Dragon Valley. Yang Kai had been very curious about what kind of place it was, but after arriving here, he discovered that it was actually nothing more than a dense forest. Looking down from above, the entire forest was like a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring through the sky, a lifelike sight to behold. In the dense forest, there were many wudong trees. No one knew how long they had been there. The trees were tough and unyielding, towering into the clouds. The Phoenix Nest was different from Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley was a place where no one could enter except for the Dragon Emperor. Once an outsider tried to approach, they would be pushed away by an invisible force. However, the Phoenix Nest had not shown any strange signs over the years, as if it was just an ordinary forest. Many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's disciples had come here to cultivate and meet. After the Dragon Emperor appeared, Qinzhou had listed the location of the Phoenix Nest as a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to approach it. Sun Yu informed Qinzhou of his intention to explore the Phoenix Nest, causing the latter to be overjoyed. Thinking that Sun Yu wanted to make preparations to find the Phoenix Empress, he immediately sent some soldiers to escort Sun Yu to the Phoenix Nest. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Sun Yu casually found an excuse to leave the several transcendent realm cultivator outside and entered the Phoenix Nest alone. His status was now different from before, so the several transcendents did not dare disobey him. On top of that, these people had all witnessed the scene of Yanji being killed and were well aware of the strength of the Dragon Emperor. So naturally, they were not too worried about Sun Yu's safety. Walking into the forest, Sun Yu hadn't gone far when a figure flashed beside him and Yang Kai appeared. "Is this the Phoenix Nest?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around suspiciously. "And..." Sun Yu nodded quickly and explained in detail what he knew about the Phoenix Nest. Yang Kai listened carefully but didn't say anything and simply walked off in a certain direction. Yang Kai felt that somewhere in the Phoenix Nest there was a voice calling out to him, and the golden dragon tattoo on his body was also rapidly moving due to this call, giving him a numbing sensation. Sun Yu was very obedient and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After walking for a long time, the two suddenly opened up in front of them. A small lake appeared in front of them. The lake was clear and sparkling, but strangely he couldn't see the bottom. The lake seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power. Standing on the shore and looking down, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He discovered that there was a faintly discernible reflection in the lake. It was the reflection of a phoenix, and it looked unreal. Phoenix Lake, because that inexplicable existence's reflection looks like a phoenix, we call it that. However, over the years, many people have gone down to investigate, but they didn't find anything special, Sun Yu explained casually. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In some places, only the arrival of certain people would reveal their true face. Other than that specific person, no one else would be able to pry into anything, no matter how strong they were. Standing by the lakeside, the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body swam faster and faster, as if it was about to burst out of his body. Gently inhaling, Yang Kai did not suppress it. A moment later, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the golden dragon tattoo transformed into a solid entity and shot out. It was just that the current golden dragon was quite different from the time when he fought with Yanji. The current golden dragon was only 10 feet long. After rushing out of Yang Kai's body, it circled around in the air a few times before plunging into Phoenix Lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water, and the golden dragon disappeared. Sun Yu's face filled with excitement as he stared intently at this scene, his mood subtly rising. In all of Dragon Phoenix Palace, only he knew the mysteries of the Dragon Emperor, and he had been vigorously cultivated by the real Dragon Emperor. So naturally he felt proud. Now that he was about to see the Phoenix Empress inheritance as a disciple of Dragon Phoenix Palace, how could Sun Yu not be excited? The golden dragon disappeared into Phoenix Lake, and after a short time, the surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent, as if there was some kind of powerful energy erupting from below, causing the water to gradually rise. As the ripples spread out, the phoenix-shaped reflection in Phoenix Lake began to twist and turn strangely, as if it was flapping its wings and was about to soar into the sky from the bottom of the lake. Specks of fluorescent light suddenly flew out from all around and fell into Phoenix Lake one drop at a time. Each of these specks of light contained some kind of mysterious power. Yang Kai and Sun Yu were both surprised and quickly looked around, both of them shocked. These specks of light were actually flying out from the phoenix nest's parasol trees. When they first arrived, Yongkai had not noticed anything special about these parasol trees. Throughout the phoenix nest, a brilliant light burst forth as countless specks of light rushed out from the jungle like fireflies and converged towards Phoenix Lake from all directions. The several transcendents who had been waiting outside the phoenix nest all stared at this scene with wide eyes, unable to contain their excitement. Even Chun Zhou, who was still dealing with important matters in Dragon Phoenix Palace, hurriedly ran out and looked towards the direction of the phoenix nest, throwing his head back and laughing. The Dragon Emperor's successor had appeared, and now that the phoenix nest was showing signs of movement, the Phoenix Empress' appearance was not far off. Not wanting to deal with the matters at hand, Qin Zhou's figure flickered and flew towards the direction of the phoenix nest. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, the other masters were not in the mood to deal with other matters and quickly followed the pace of the palace master, all of them wanting to witness the Phoenix Empress' inheritance. On the shore of Phoenix Lake, Yongkai waited quietly while Sun Yu's eyes lit up as he watched the surrounding specks of light fall into the lake. This fairy-like scene made him forget to return. Standing at the edge of the lake, Sun Yu clearly felt that the world energy around him had undergone a huge change. A strong sense of majesty was emerging from the bottom of the lake. After a long time, the floating specks of light from all around disappeared into Phoenix Lake, and the phoenix reflection in the lake seemed to come alive, its wings flapping more and more violently. Suddenly, the lake's water shot up into the sky. Amidst the splashes of water, a dazzling golden dragon and a deep blue ice phoenix appeared at the same time. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix resounded throughout the world, the former loud and clear while the latter clear and resounding. Yongkai grinned and stared forward. Like the true dragon, according to legend, the phoenix was also the uncrowned emperor of the monster race, a transcendent existence capable of reaching the ninth order. At this moment, the auspicious scene of a dragon and phoenix appeared in front of Yongkai's eyes. The golden dragon was constantly flying about, while the ice phoenix simply floated quietly above the lake, its pair of bright eyes flashing with wisdom, as if it was sizing up Yongkai and examining him. A moment later, the ice phoenix let out a soft cry, revealing a satisfied expression. After letting out this cry, the ice phoenix's body suddenly trembled and turned into specks of light that drifted away and gradually disappeared. Phoenix Lake stabilized again, and the golden dragon that had flown out also returned to Yongkai's body. Yongkai closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings, his mood fluctuating. This was Su Yan's inheritance, but she was currently in Ice Sect, so Yongkai needed to find her first before she could obtain everything here. Seeing Yongkai not moving, Sun Yu also held his breath, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. After a while, Yongkai slowly opened his eyes and said, "Sun Yu, do me a favor." Sun Yu's expression became serious as he nodded. "Senior, please tell me what you need." "Have your people from Dragon Phoenix Palace take good care of this phoenix nest. Senior can rest assured, Sun Yu will not allow anyone to destroy this place." Sun Yu chuckled and suddenly asked, "Does Senior want to leave this place to someone?" Yongkai glanced over at him in amazement. "You can tell." Senior's aura just now became very gentle. "I think you must have thought of someone. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be Senior's companion." "Kid's observation is not bad," Yongkai chuckled and said. "Good, this matter is over. I should go." "Ah, Senior wants to leave?" Sun Yu couldn't help showing a trace of reluctance. Sun Yu's current achievements were all thanks to Yongkai. If it weren't for that opportunity 2 years ago, Sun Yu would have been an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator at best, perhaps even less, and his aptitude wouldn't have been so outstanding. With Sun Yu's original aptitude, if he spent a lifetime of effort, he would probably only be able to break through to the transcendent realm. But now, Sun Yu could clearly feel that it was only a matter of time before he reached the transcendent realm. This was all thanks to Yang Kai. Sun Yu was extremely grateful. I should go. I still have a lot of things to do. We'll have a chance to meet again in the future, Yang Kai nodded. Then take care, Senior. The next time we meet, Sun Yu will not let you down. Sun Yu cupped his fists. Disciple will cultivate diligently and live up to Senior's expectations. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say anything more, his figure flickering and disappearing. Looking in the direction Yang Kai left, Sun Yu felt sad for a moment before walking out. Outside the phoenix nest, after seeing the scene in front of him, Sun Yu couldn't help being startled. All the experts in the manor came out of their nests and gathered here. Under the watchful eyes of manor head Qinzhou, they were all waiting. After seeing Sun Yu come out, all of them showed looks of curiosity and expectation. Palace Master, Master. Sun Yu cupped his fists and bowed. Qinzhou quickly returned the courtesy and asked cautiously, Your Excellency, Dragon Emperor, have you found a way to obtain the Phoenix Empress inheritance? They had all seen the commotion inside the phoenix nest just now, so naturally they had some guesses. Sun Yu braced himself and said a little. What do you mean? Qinzhou was overjoyed. Sun Yu hesitated for a long time before a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. There is no disciple in the mansion suitable for obtaining the Phoenix Empress inheritance, and the time isn't right yet. Qinzhou was suddenly disappointed and eagerly asked, Then how long do we have to wait? Sun Yu shook his head. Those who are fated will naturally come when the time comes. I can't say for certain. This ambiguous answer caused Sun Yu to feel a burst of uneasiness, but looking around, all the masters in the mansion wore thoughtful expressions and nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with his statement. Sun Yu calmed down and leisurely said, I'm going to begin my retreat. You don't need to worry about the Phoenix Empress. She will appear when the time is right. Yes. Qinzhou quickly nodded and said, Write Your Excellency Dragon Emperor about how to deal with frozen Nether Cave Heaven. I hope you can come up with an idea. Palace Master, I'll leave it to you. Sun Yu smiled bitterly. How could he casually come up with an idea for such an important matter? Hearing this, Qinzhou no longer asked any more questions and followed Sun Yu back to Dragon Phoenix Palace with the others, preparing the best materials and resources possible before arranging for him to enter the restricted area and enter secluded retreat. Chapter 843. Yang Kai flew forward as fast as he could, crossing famous mountains and rivers. His mood was calm. He originally wanted to go directly to Ice Sect to find Su Yan and then bring her to Dragon Phoenix Palace to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance. However, he didn't know what Su Yan's current situation was, so if he rushed over there, she might still be in retreat, which would only be a waste of time. On top of that, he hadn't returned to Soaring Heaven Sect for several years. It had been 5 or 6 years since he parted ways with his martial uncles and martial aunt in Floating Cloud City. Yang Kai felt that he should first return to Soaring Heaven Sect to report his safety to his martial uncles and ancestral founder Chuling Xiao. It had been many years since he arrived in Tongxian Realm, but Yang Kai still didn't have much of a sense of belonging to this place. Even Soaring Heaven Sect was only the home of the ancestral founder of High Heaven Pavilion. His martial uncles and martial aunt were also good to him, but Yang Kai found it difficult to develop a sense of dependence and intimacy with Soaring Heaven Sect like he did with High Heaven Pavilion. To this world, he was nothing more than a passerby. The central capital and High Heaven Pavilion were his roots. Not knowing what the situation was like over there, Yang Kai thought back to the familiar faces one after another as he recalled them. When he left the central capital in the past, he had said to those people that when the time was right he would bring them back. Now that he thought about it, those words were a bit irresponsible. He didn't know how to return to the central capital right now. Although he could now tear space, he could only teleport a few hundred kilometers in a flash, and after using it 2 or 3 times, his spiritual energy would be exhausted. This kind of method could only be used at the most critical juncture or when there was no danger and he could calmly restore himself. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered that Chu Ling Xiao and Xue Ling of Water Spirit Temple had both come from Tongxian realm. What method did these two use? If Yang Kai could learn about it, he might be able to use it as a reference. However, before that, he still had to improve his strength. He also had to have his own team and grasp the power in his hands. Otherwise, even if he could bring them all here, he couldn't guarantee their safety. The ancient demon clan was a good force. 9 Heavens, Holy Land was also. As for Dragon Phoenix Palace, Yang Kai didn't consider it for the time being. He would have to wait until he found Su Yan. The most important thing was to find a place that could accommodate so many people. Time passed unknowingly, and Yang Kai had already flown for tens of thousands of miles. Now that he had activated the wind and thunder wings, coupled with the 9 Heavens' divine skills flickering sky shadow, his speed was as fast as lightning. Along the way, whenever they encountered a town, they would go down to ask for directions several times. After half a month, Yang Kai saw the endless towering snow mountain in the distance. A faint chill hit him in the face. Almost there. Soaring Heaven Sect was located 1,000 kilometers away from the snow mountain range. 2 days later, Yang Kai finally returned to Soaring Heaven Sect. In the valley surrounded by hundreds of peaks, there were many traces of cultivator activity. Yang Kai grinned and directly flew towards one of the peaks. He came to the side of the mountain stream and landed lightly at the entrance of a cave. Serene, resplendent peak. This was Feiyu Martial Ant's mountain peak and also the place where Yang Kai had lived before. Entering the cave, after making 7 or 8 turns in the belly of the mountain, Kai Yang was able to smell a strong scent of wine before he had even entered the cave. His face turning black, Yang Kai thought to himself that Feiyu Martial Ant was still the same as before, addicted to wine as if it were her own life. Just how much wine had she drunk in such a rich smell? After arriving at the center of the mountain, Yang Kai had just walked in when he heard a sizzling sound and was greeted by a curtain of water. This curtain of water contained a strong smell of wine, and when Yang Kai smelled it, he suddenly felt a little dizzy, and his body become weightless. Quickly circulating his yuan qi, Yang Kai dispelled this drunken feeling. Behind the curtain of water, a jade white hand reached out and accurately grasped Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai didn't resist, and simply let this jade white hand hold him down. With a wave of his hand, he split open the water curtain in front of him and smiled as he called out, "Martial Ant!" Hearing his voice, the person behind the curtain of water seemed to be startled, and the strength of her hand involuntarily reduced. When their eyes met, a look of pleasant surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, and a different kind of brilliance bloomed on her flushed cheeks. Yang Kai's smile suddenly stiffened on his face, and he couldn't help turning his eyes away, because he found that the plump Feiyu Martial Ant in front of him seemed to be in the middle of a bath and had been startled by his arrival. Her body was only wrapped in a thin bathrobe, one hand holding on to this bathrobe to prevent it from slipping off while the other holding on to him. Her 2 slender and fair legs were exposed to the air just like that, and there was a shocking snow-white and deep cleavage in front of her chest. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had an outstanding charm. Yang Kai also seemed to have seen 2 delicate, grape-like protrusions under the bathrobe. It seemed like he had come at the wrong time. Yang Kai had an awkward expression. Normally, no one would come to Serene Resplendent Peak except for the Tsanyan people. But when they came, they would always inform Feiyu, unlike him who had directly barged in like this. "I was wondering who it was, so it was you, little brat." Feiyu giggled. Not only did she not let go of Yang Kai, but she also pulled him into her arms and strangled Yang Kai's neck. She smiled and said, "Little Martial nephew, you haven't come back for several years, and now you're doing this kind of thing as soon as you come back. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" An amazing elasticity came from his back, and Yang Kai clearly felt something pressing against his shoulder blade. He quickly patted Feiyu's arm and said, "Martial Ant, can you let go first?" "Martial Ant isn't afraid. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that Martial Ant will eat you?" Feiyu continued to tease. Not only did she not let go of Yang Kai, but she also tightened her grip, squeezing her breasts until they were somewhat deformed. She breathed into Yang Kai's ear. "Martial Ant is joking." Yang Kai was very embarrassed. A numbing feeling spread from his ears, and his body involuntarily had some helpless reaction. Feiyu seemed to have also noticed it. She lightly snorted and quickly let go of Yang Kai. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at him, and she lightly bit her teeth. "Little bastard, have you had enough of being wild outside? You finally remembered to come back?" Yang Kai quickly sat on the stone bench next to her, poured himself a cup of water, and pretended to drink calmly. He looked straight ahead and said, "Martial Ant, can you put on your clothes first, and then we'll talk? You're making me feel very uncomfortable. Little rascal, you actually have a reaction to Martial Ant?" Feiyu's face turned red, and she rebuked, "You sit here and don't move. I'll deal with you later. If you dare to disappear again, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and beat you up." While speaking, her delicate body disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai secretly exhaled, feeling that he couldn't bear it. Feiyu's martial ant really didn't act like a proper martial ant. After waiting for a while, Feiyu walked out neatly dressed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly as she sat down opposite Yang Kai and stared at him. "Ha ha, martial ant. After not seeing you for a few years, you've become even more radiant. I didn't take a good look at you before, but now that I look at you, I find that you seem to have become much younger, like a 16-year-old girl, slender and elegant. Smelly brat, don't try to be so glib. Don't think this old lady will be happy just because you said that." Feiyu laughed, the anger she had been suppressing in her heart for several years finally dissipating. Over the past few years, she had been inquiring about Yang Kai's whereabouts, but to no avail, so naturally she was worried. After all, Yang Kai came from a remote village, and his strength wasn't very high. When she first went to Floating Cloud City, he was only a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. How could Feiyu not be worried? Not only her. Her 3 other martial uncles were also extremely worried. Each of them swore in their hearts that if Yang Kai returned safely, they would definitely teach him a lesson. But after seeing Yang Kai, Feiyu was no longer angry and instead felt as if a big stone had been lifted from her heart. After observing for a while, Feiyu's expression suddenly became dignified, her divine sense sweeping Yang Kai's body, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaiming, "Little martial nephew, what is your current cultivation?" Although she had discovered this, she still couldn't quite believe it. "Third order transcendent realm. Are you really a third order transcendent?" Feiyu got up and instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai, picking up one of his hands and placing her jade white fingers on it. She began circulating her yuan qi to carefully examine Yang Kai. While inspecting him, she asked nervously, "You're not cultivating some kind of secret art, are you?" Yang Kai laughed in surprise. "Of course not. And even if there was such a secret art, it would only be effective at the very beginning. How could it help one reach the transcendent realm so quickly?" Hearing him say this, Feiyu nodded slightly in agreement. It wasn't that there were no such secret arts, on the contrary. There were many such secret arts in this world. When a cultivator was blinded by strength and chose to cultivate such a secret art, they would grow faster than others in the early stages. But the further they progressed, the weaker they would become and the more likely they would become stagnant, resulting in great hidden dangers. Before reaching the transcendent realm, as long as one's aptitude was high enough, with the resources and secret arts of Tongxian realm, it wasn't difficult to cultivate them. For example, Shui Ling had already reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary when she was less than 20 years old. Such a cultivation at such a young age was simply monstrous in the central capital. Even Yan Kai couldn't help but sigh at his own inferiority. But in Tongxian realm, such a feat was very common. After reaching the transcendent realm, however, one couldn't be casually cultivated. Every small breakthrough was accompanied by great difficulties. Some people would spend dozens of years or even hundreds of years, or even their entire lives, just to break through a small realm. Fei Yu's aptitude was also quite good, but from the peak of mortal ascension boundary to the third order transcendent realm, it took her a full 60 to 70 years to reach the third order transcendent realm, and another 30 to 40 years to break through. Strictly speaking, Fei Yu was now over 100 years old. It was only because of her powerful cultivation that she was able to maintain her youthful appearance, that her temperament remained the same. When Yan Kai went to Floating Cloud City, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Now, after only 5 or 6 years, he had actually reached the third order transcendent realm. This kind of growth rate was simply too shocking. Fei Yu couldn't help worrying that he had taken some kind of evil path. Chapter 844. After probing for a while, Fei Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she shook her head and said, "There shouldn't be any problem. Your Yuan Qi is both pure and vigorous, comparable to martial ants. But just to be on the safe side, we'll have the Tsangyan take a look at it." Saying so, she leisurely sat down and looked at Yan Kai with both anger and amusement, asking, "What have you been doing these past few years? Once you left Floating Cloud City, you never came back." Yan Kai had just opened his mouth when Fei Yu suddenly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to answer. The Tsangyan must also want to know. I've already sent a message, so they should be here soon. But you'd better be mentally prepared. Those 3 smelly men said that when you come back, they'll definitely teach you a lesson." "Oh." Yan Kai scratched his head and no longer said anything, sitting down on the stone bench in a somewhat restrained manner. Seeing his guilty appearance, Fei Yu didn't want to criticize him anymore, so she gently comforted him with a few words before taking out her treasured spirit fruit and placing it on the table. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. "They're here." Fei Yu smiled slightly and assumed a posture of watching a good show, resting her chin on her hand and resting her arm on the stone table, looking extremely languid, her beautiful eyes glittering. She seemed to be looking forward to Yang Kai being taught a lesson by the Tsangyan. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he sat up straight and stared at the entrance. A moment later, 3 figures rushed in almost at the same time. It was none other than the Tsangyan martial uncles Rimaru and Fei Jian. As soon as they came in, Rimaru shouted, "I heard that little bastard is back." Tsangyan also had a straight face, as if a storm was coming. Fei Jian's fingers twirled as a ray of light bloomed from his fingertips, flashing a dangerous aura. 3 pairs of eyes instantly stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood up and laughed as he shouted, "Congratulations, martial uncles and martial uncles. Breaking through to the Saint Realm is a great blessing for my soaring heaven sect. Several martial uncles and martial uncles are wise and will surely become renowned throughout the world in the future. Congratulations." Fei Yu was stunned for a moment before pursing her lips and muttering under her breath, "Little slippery little fox!" The Tsangyan martial uncles couldn't help glancing at each other and smiled wryly. Although they had said they wanted to teach Yang Kai a good lesson, that was only because they were worried about his safety. Now that they saw Yang Kai was safe, how could they really be angry with him? Hearing this, Yang's martial uncles, Long Yang Kai. Moreover, the reason why they were able to break through to the Saint Realm was largely due to Yang Kai's efforts. If not for him condensing the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, even if Tsangyan and the others were able to break through to this realm, it would have taken them many years to do so. Smelly brat. Tsangyan's straight face melted like a snowflake under the scorching sun, laughing as he stepped forward and patted Yang Kai heavily on the shoulder. looking him over for a moment before saying, "Good, good, good, good. You're not missing an arm or a leg." "You look a lot stronger than before," Romaru also smiled. Fei Jian narrowed his eyes. "Your aura is also very thick." "It seems that you've grown a lot these past few years outside. That's good." His martial uncles spoke one after another, their words simple but filled with deep concern, causing Yang Kai's heart to feel warm. Fei Yu waited for these men to finish their small talk before lightly snorting and reminding them, "You're all Saint Realm masters, so why didn't you investigate little martial nephew's true cultivation?" "What's wrong with his cultivation?" Song Yen frowned, releasing his divine sense and sweeping Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing him like this, Li Wan and Fei Jian hurriedly examined him carefully. In an instant, they were stunned. Third Order Transcendent Realm. This martial nephew of his who had come from such a remote and desolate place was now a Third Order Transcendent. The true chi fluctuations radiating from his body clearly explained this. "I remember that when we left the sect for Floating Cloud City, little martial nephew was only a peak immortal ascension boundary master, but after refining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, he broke through to the transcendent realm. Now, after only 5 or 6 years, he has grown to this level. Sang Yen, help me take a look and see if there's anything wrong with little martial nephew's cultivation," Fei Yu quickly said. Sang Yen couldn't help his expression becoming serious as he quickly examined Yang Kai. After a moment, he shook his head. "Strange, extremely strange." "What's strange?" Romaru and Fei Jian looked at him nervously. "There's nothing wrong with martial nephew's cultivation. His foundation is solid, and the yuan qi in his body is pure enough. Today, he's not much different from when we first met him." "No way, how did he cultivate?" Romaru exclaimed. Before they left for Floating Cloud City, they were also in the same realm, but now Yang Kai's cultivation had actually caught up to theirs. If it's not some kind of fortuitous encounter, then it means our martial nephew is a heaven-defying genius. Sang Yen stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes and grinned. "Martial nephew, what have you experienced these past few years outside?" "I haven't experienced much. I've just been walking around casually. As for fortuitous encounters, I've had a few." Yang Kai smiled wryly. "Tell us about it." All 4 of them suddenly became interested. Yang Kai took a deep breath and helplessly recounted what had happened to him over the past few years. He didn't dare mention 9 Heavens Holy Land and Dragon Phoenix Palace, so he focused on Ice Sect, his encounter with the Sun Clan in the mysterious small world, and his life experience in the Demon Land, causing the 4 martial uncles' hearts to pound nervously as they listened. After he finished, the 4 of them fell silent for a long time. Ramara sniffed. "Your experience is quite rich. The Demon Land, even we didn't dare go there. I heard that there are countless masters there, and it's extremely dangerous." "So, little martial nephew has found the whereabouts of the 2 senior sisters you're looking for?" Fei Yu's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly quite interested in both Su Yan and Xianing Chang. "And I found one of them, and she's still in Ice Sect. The whereabouts of the other one and her master are unknown. But I think it won't be long before we meet again," Yang Kai nodded. "When the time comes, you must bring them to the sect. I'd like to see what kind of people your 2 senior sisters are that you're so obsessed with them. There will be an opportunity. Enough of that, little martial nephew's return to the sect today is a joyous occasion. We should all celebrate." Sang Yen proposed loudly, shooting a glance towards Romaru and Fei Jian. Romaru and Fei Jian understood and immediately agreed. Fei Yu laughed and scolded. "You smelly men, you've always had ideas about this old lady's 1,000 safflower wine, always running to my serene, resplendent peak. Let me tell you, this is the last time, for little martial nephew's sake. I'll treat you to a drink one more time. But if you dare do this again, this old lady will kill you." The group laughed dryly and quickly began to prepare. After a round of drinking, Song Yan and the others became drunk and supported each other as they left serene, resplendent peak. Before leaving, Song Yan told Yang Kai to visit the ancestral founder when he was free, as the ancestral founder was also very worried about him. Yang Kai quickly nodded. Fei Yu also drank until her cheeks were flushed red, her beautiful eyes filled with mist, as if they would drip at any moment. Without a care for her image, she hugged a wine jug and fell asleep on the stone table. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head and cleaned up the mess. The next day, Yang Kai went to see Chu Ling Xiao. In the secret room where he was in seclusion, Chu Ling Xiao was the same as he had been a few years ago, sitting on a praying mat, as if he hadn't moved at all these years. After seeing Yang Kai, Chu Ling Xiao was very happy, and after a few simple words, suddenly said, I heard from Song Yan that you have now reached the third order, transcendent realm. This old master didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it is true. I had some opportunities. Otherwise, this disciple would not have had his current achievements. You don't need to be so modest. Opportunities and adventures are sometimes part of one's strength. Since you have encountered them, they belong to you. Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Kai. But your aura is a bit strange. Unlike the indifferent aura you had before, the current you exude a majestic aura. This makes me very curious. You are still young and have never experienced the aura of a superior. So where did this majesty come from? Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Chu Ling Xiao to be able to detect this. This kind of majesty belonged to the Dragon Emperor, not Yang Kai himself. Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Chu Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, This old master was just speaking casually. You don't need to explain it to me. Everyone has some secrets they don't want others to know. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh before suddenly saying, Right, ancestral founder, there is something I would like to ask. What is it? Chu Ling Xiao nodded kindly. Ancestral founder, you can construct a void corridor, right? Oh. Chu Ling Xiao smiled lightly. How did you know? Yang Kai scratched his head. Ancestral founder may have forgotten, but High Heaven Pavilion you founded has a void corridor that leads to a place 10,000 kilometers away. So it seems that there is such a thing. Chu Ling Xiao thought for a moment before nodding. Yes, I created a void corridor there, but that wasn't my own ability. I had to borrow an artifact to do so. Can ancestral founder explain in detail? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Yang Kai could now tear space, but he couldn't determine his exact location. When he came out of the void, he would appear anywhere within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. If he really encountered any danger, the slightest mistake could cause him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. If he could determine his exact location, this method of his would be of great use. That was why he asked Chu Ling Xiao about this. That artifact was something I obtained by accident. Although I knew it contained the power of the void, I had never used it, nor could I comprehend its mysteries. In the past, when I was fighting a demon general, I inadvertently activated a hidden void corridor and went to your world. After killing that demon general, I founded High Heaven Pavilion, but I couldn't find my way back. Chu Ling Xiao showed a look of reminiscence. I stayed there for many years before I finally had no choice but to pin my hopes on that artifact. Unfortunately, even after activating the power of that artifact, I was only able to create a void corridor that could travel 10,000 kilometers without being able to send me back. As he spoke, Chu Ling Xiao's face was filled with regret. Chapter 845. Then how did ancestral founder come back here? Yang Kai couldn't help asking curiously. Chu Ling Xiao chuckled. It was just a coincidence. There's a place on your side called Nether Mountain, right? Yang Kai nodded. Nether Mountain was the Great Han Dynasty's forbidden zone, a place he had once explored. There he had also been to a mysterious small world where he had met ZMO and the others from Tianlang Dynasty. Naturally, he remembered it clearly. It was there that I found a void corridor, and after entering it, I returned to Tongxian realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Nether Mountain actually had a void corridor that led to this place. Of course, he didn't know about this. The reason he was able to come here was because he had followed Meng Wu Ye's instructions to go to the Abandoned Earth, the Tianlang dynasty's forbidden zone. There was also a void corridor hidden there. There was also one in the earth veins of the central capital. In other words, there should be many invisible connections between the central capital and Tongxian realm, but few people had ever discovered them. On the other hand, Tongxian realm and the central capital's forbidden zone should also have many connections. After talking with Chu Ling Xiao for a long time, although Yang Kai didn't get the information he wanted, he was certain that as long as he was patient, he would definitely be able to find a way to the central capital. This matter wasn't urgent. In any case, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to settle down his friends and relatives, nor did he have the strength to protect them. However, the divine technique of tearing space was something he could only explore on his own. Returning to serene, resplendent peak from Chu Ling Zhao's place, Yang Kai informed his martial Aunt Feiyu before immediately entering retreat. Yang Kai had just broken through to the third order transcendent realm and needed to spend some time stabilizing his cultivation. So this was a good opportunity to spy on the mysteries of tearing space. He was still inside the secret chamber of the serene, resplendent peak. The entire secret chamber was made of crystal stones. It had an astonishing amount of spirit energy. Yang Kai had entered retreat here to perform alchemy before, so now that he wanted to borrow it, Feiyu naturally agreed. After sealing the secret chamber, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the void. Inside the crack, there was chaotic nothingness, emitting waves of strange energy that made people shudder. Now, Yang Kai was able to use this method of tearing space at will and was extremely proficient in it. After Yang Kai plunged into the dark void, the crack quickly closed, annihilating all traces of him. As usual, a sense of weightlessness washed over him, but Yang Kai remained calm, sitting cross-legged in the void, circulating his secret art to consolidate his cultivation while releasing his divine sense to investigate the trajectory of the void. He always felt that the mystery of the void was hidden in the turbulence of the void. The reason no one could pry into it was because the turbulence of the void was too dangerous. Even if a Saint Realm Master arrived here, they would not necessarily be able to withstand the onslaught of these turbulent flows. Most likely, it wouldn't be long before his physical body was destroyed and his soul scattered. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this at all. His physique was extremely powerful, and his divine sense was special, so he undoubtedly had a great advantage in this regard. Splitting his divine sense into tens of thousands of strands, Yang Kai followed the direction of the turbulent flows, searching for some kind of pattern. Yang Kai was neither anxious nor impatient, his state of mind completely calm. As time passed, gradually Yang Kai seemed to feel some kind of pattern, but was unable to grasp the key to it, so he began to focus more and more. Suddenly, the turbulence in the void became unstable, causing Yang Kai's expression to become solemn as he quickly withdrew his divine sense. Looking around, he was surprised to find that the void around him was in a state of chaos, and a violent, destructive aura was sweeping out from all directions. Another outbreak of the void's turbulence. When Yang Kai had been experimenting with tearing space before, he had often encountered this kind of situation. Just like in the star field, when the star field strength gathered to a certain extent, it would form a star field storm. In this void crack, there was also a void storm formed by the convergence of void force. This was the inevitable result of a quantitative change leading to a qualitative change. Every time he encountered this kind of situation, Yang Kai had to temporarily avoid it. Now that he noticed it, he immediately thought of leaving, but soon he calmed down and frowned. The last time he went to the star field, he had encountered a star field storm, which had greatly benefited him and allowed him to break through to the transcendent realm in one fell swoop. If he stayed here now to sense the mysteries contained in this void storm, perhaps he would be able to solve the mystery of tearing space. Thinking so, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave and instead sat quietly in the void, secretly condensing his strength and preparing himself for the arrival of this heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. In the next moment, the violent energy swallowed him whole. In just a moment, all the clothes on Yang Kai's body were reduced to dust and his sturdy body was covered in wounds. Almost no inch of his body remained intact. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Although he knew that the degree of damage and strangeness of the energy here was far greater than that of the star field, he had still underestimated it. Quickly erupting with all his strength, Yang Kai endured the destruction of this storm-like energy. His skin was torn and blood was dripping. Looking around, Yang Kai's whole body seemed to have been stripped of a layer of skin. His crimson flesh was wriggling incessantly as a subtle force poured into Yang Kai's body through his hundreds of millions of pores. Shocked, Yang Kai ignored the pain in his body and quickly began perceiving with his heart. This force was the power of the void, the one he relied on to break the void-tearing technique. The power of the void became more and more violent, and gradually, even Yang Kai was unable to bear it, feeling as if he was about to be cut into countless pieces. Moreover, it seemed that because of the power of the void, his facial features had become quite ethereal and unreal. His hands and feet were clearly in front of him, but because of the distortion of space, Yang Kai mistakenly thought that his limbs had been scattered to various corners. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately shouted, "Become the demon race!" A pitch-black and rich demonic chi rolled out from the unyielding golden skeleton, turning into exquisite and strange demonic crests that covered Yang Kai's body and imprinted themselves into his flesh before disappearing. Yang Kai's vitality madly rose, and his momentum and aura also grew crazily. The originally unbearable pain and feeling of being destroyed suddenly became much lighter. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai opened his body and mind to the eruption of the void, allowing the power to imprint itself into every part of his body, memorizing it with his body. Time had never passed so slowly, but gradually, Yang Kai found that there seemed to be some subtle and gratifying changes in front of him. Originally, he had no way to grasp the turbulence in the void, but now that he was investigating it, Yang Kai found that he could follow it. With a wave of his hand, the turbulence in the void began to flow according to his instructions. Yang Kai grinned and continued to maintain this state, constantly prying into the mysteries of this world through the void force that was pouring into his body. After a long time, the eruption of the void storm finally passed, and everything became calm again. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to find that the void, which was originally filled with nothingness and chaos, was now filled with dots of fluorescent light, twinkling like stars in the sky, creating a beautiful sight to behold. As his divine sense arrived, each of these dots of light transmitted a subtle message to him. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined this information. Gradually, he grasped the crux of the matter and became excited. Focusing his gaze on one of the dots of light, Yang Kai saw a majestic mountain peak imprinted in his mind. This mountain peak was several hundred meters high and was surrounded by many other peaks. On the side of this mountain peak was a sloping waterfall, and behind this waterfall was the entrance to a cave. It felt quite strange, as if Yang Kai was suspended midair, overlooking this somewhat familiar mountain peak. Serene, resplendent peak. It was the one owned by Feiyu Marshal Ant and the one he was currently cultivating in seclusion. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai tore space and flew out. His vision blurred, and when he recovered, he found himself in a mountain forest, surrounded by swaying trees and the fragrance of flowers. He could even hear the sound of the waterfall pouring down. Yang Kai couldn't wait and flew high up in the sky to look down. After a while, he couldn't help laughing. Looking down from the sky, this scene was almost the same as what he had seen through the light in the spatial rift. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and was so excited that he wanted to roar to the heavens. It wasn't until today that he finally grasped the mysteries of tearing space and would no longer randomly arrive at a place within a few hundred kilometers after coming out of the void. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could roughly determine the direction and location he wanted to go. Using his body to memorize the mysteries of void force was very effective. If he had known that this method would work, Yang Kai would have done so long ago. How could it have taken him until now to comprehend the true meaning of tearing space? From the belly of the mountain, a beautiful figure quickly approached. It seemed that she had been alerted by Kai Yang's laughter and wanted to investigate the situation. After approaching and seeing Yang Kai standing in midair, Feiyu couldn't help showing a strange expression, placing her jade, white hand on her forehead. She looked up and called out, "Little Marshal nephew, weren't you in seclusion? How come you're here?" Hearing her voice, Yang Kai quickly flew down and chuckled. "I came out of seclusion today, so I just wanted to take a walk." "Came out of seclusion?" Feiyu frowned. "Why didn't I see you?" She had been in the mountain cave all this time and hadn't seen Yang Kai come out of the secret room, so naturally she was puzzled. "Marshal Ant probably didn't notice," Yang Kai responded casually. Feiyu didn't ask any more questions and just looked him up and down with a meaningful gaze before smiling. "Little Marshal nephew, don't you think there's something wrong with you?" "Something wrong?" Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was talking about. "Young man, you have a good figure." Feiyu clicked her tongue in amazement, a faint blush gradually creeping up her white neck. But her beautiful eyes were still looking him up and down. "You really can't see it with your clothes on." Yang Kai's face darkened as he suddenly realized what she was talking about. His figure flickered as he jumped down the waterfall and rushed into the deep pool below. Chapter 846. Behind him came Marshal Aunt Feiyu's laughter, which sounded like a silver bell, was extremely wild. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Just now, he was so immersed in comprehending the true meaning of tearing space that he didn't even notice that his clothes had turned into powder in the void storm. No wonder Marshal Aunt Feiyu looked at him strangely. Sticking his head out of the deep pool below the waterfall, he wiped the water stains on his face and shouted, "Marshal Aunt, next time you find out about this kind of thing, can you say it earlier?" Feiyu poked her small head out from above the waterfall and giggled. "What's the matter? Your Marshal Aunt is much older than you. Why are you still so shy?" Yang Kai retracted his head back into the deep pool, only revealing his two eyes. Facing this martial uncle of his, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunately, the other party's seniority was higher than his own. If it were any other woman who dared to flirt with him like this, Yang Kai would have already taught her a lesson and taught her that there were some men who couldn't be provoked. But the other party was his Marshal Aunt. "But what exactly were you doing in seclusion? How did you get so many scars on your body?" Feiyu asked with concern. Just now, she clearly saw that Yang Kai's exposed skin was covered in dried blood. Obviously, he had bled a lot. "I was careless and ended up like this," Yang Kai replied weakly. After confirming that he was fine, Feiyu finally relaxed and laughed for a while before going down the mountain. Yang Kai bathed in the deep pool for a long time before taking out a new set of clothes and putting them on. Returning to the cave, Feiyu wore a big grin on her face as she stared at Yang Kai, causing him to feel somewhat ashamed. "By the way, do you want to see Old Man Du? Before you came back, he often sent Mina to inquire about you. It seems that he is very concerned about you." Feiyu suddenly said, "Oh, I should go and have a look." Yang Kai nodded. "Since I have nothing to do, I'll go now." "Well, go early and come back early." Feiyu waved her hand. She knew that Yang Kai was a little reserved in front of her, so she didn't stop him. "I may need to stay there for a while. There are some things about alchemy that I need to consult Old Man Du." Feiyu glanced at him and sneered. "Up to you. Don't leave for years like last time." She thought that Yang Kai was just looking for an excuse to temporarily stay outside for a while. In fact, Yang Kai really did have something to ask Old Man Du about alchemy. Now, his attainments in alchemy were quite high, almost on par with Duan, coupled with the excellent spirit arrays he had mastered. He didn't lose out to Duan in terms of alchemy. However, Duan had been immersed in this line of work for a long time, so he had his own unique insights and experiences. These were all things that required time to accumulate and precipitate, and were things that Kai Yang could not obtain, so they were extremely precious. If he wanted to release the ancient demon clan from the mysterious small world, Yang Kai's alchemy skills were still lacking. He wanted to improve his alchemy skills in the shortest time possible, so he could go to the endless snow mountain range and release the ancient demon clan. With this clan as his source of strength and support, Yang Kai could do many things that he couldn't do alone. After saying goodbye to Feiyu, Yang Kai left Soaring Heaven Sect and flew all the way to Grand Boulder City. 2 hours later, he arrived. After arriving, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the city seemed to be much livelier than before. Many of the people coming and going were foreign, cultivator, but he didn't know what they were doing. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't pay attention to these people and instead walked straight to the Alchemist Guild. Arriving in front of the Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai had just walked in when a young girl rushed over. From the looks of it, she was only 14 or 15 years old and had a pair of ponytails, giving her a pure and charming appearance. She was too young and her body had not yet fully developed, but it was obvious that she was a beauty with 2 small steamed buns stuffed in front of her chest. The young girl rushed straight up to Yang Kai and opened her arms to stop him, raising her head and asking, "Who are you? How can you just come in like this?" Yang Kai was stunned and swept his eyes over her, quickly discovering that this little girl's cultivation was quite good, even higher than Sun Yu from Dragon Phoenix Palace. Clearly a master at the Yuan Qi 9th stage. "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked. There should only be 3 people in the Alchemist Guild, Duan, Mina, and Mina's master Yixiong. Since when had such a young girl suddenly appeared? "Why do you care who I am?" The young girl wrinkled her nose and glared at Yang Kai discontentedly. "Don't you know this is the Alchemist Guild? Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Unauthorized people. Yang Kai was rendered speechless. This young girl wasn't very old and wasn't very tall, but her tone was quite arrogant. "Humph! Are you here to ask Old Man Du and Master Yi for alchemy? If you want to perform alchemy, come back in a month. The 2 masters have a full schedule," the young girl guessed. "Are they that busy?" Yang Kai was surprised. Of course, a lot of people have come to ask the 2 grandmasters for alchemy these days, the young girl said proudly, as if those people were begging her for alchemy, her bright eyes rolling for a moment before suddenly saying, "But if the grade of the pill you want to refine isn't high, I can help you refine it. You also know alchemy?" Yang Kai looked down at her, suddenly feeling interested. "Of course, don't look down on me. I'm a mysterious, grade, low-rank alchemist." "Oh, that's really amazing." Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So young, yet already a mysterious grade, low-rank alchemist. On top of that, Yang Kai had never seen this young girl a few years ago, which meant that she had only been here for 3 or 5 years at most. She was probably an alchemy seedling that Duan or Yixiong had found somewhere and cultivated. In just 3 or 5 years, she had grown up to become a mysterious grade, low-rank alchemist. Her aptitude was indeed extraordinary. Hearing Yang Kai's praise, the young girl suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Kai with a less repulsive expression, giggling as she said, "What do you think? I'll help you with alchemy. My alchemy success rate is 80%. 80% is very good. How much do you want as a reward?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and asked, "I don't want your reward." The young girl quickly replied, "Old Man Du and Master Yi said that I should be refining more now. So if there is an opportunity, I must seize it. And, of course, if you insist on paying me, I won't refuse. In fact, alchemy is very hard work. Every time I perform alchemy, Wu-Er sweats profusely." Yang Kai laughed. "You're called Wu-Er, right?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before taking out some heaven-grade and low-rank, mysterious-grade herbs from the black book space and handing them over. These herbs weren't high-grade, so Yang Kai had no use for them right now, so he decided to give them to this little girl so she could practice and improve her alchemy skills. Yang Kai still remembered that when he was learning alchemy, he had spent a lot of effort collecting herbs. Woo! Er's eyes lit up as she received these herbs and placed them into her universe bag, a look of exultation on her face. Help me refine 100 spirit communicating pills. After giving her enough herbs, Yang Kai made a request. Good, with so many herbs it should be enough, Wu happily agreed. But if it's 100 pills, it will take some time. Come back to me in a month, and I'll give you the pills then. Good. Yang Kai nodded seriously before taking out some crystal stones. This is your reward. You're really giving. Wu looked at Yang Kai timidly, her small hands fiddling with her floral skirt. Wanting to accept but also feeling embarrassed, her expression hesitant. Alchemy takes a lot of time and effort, so naturally you need to be rewarded. Then, Wu won't be polite. Wu said as she took the crystal stones, a smile appearing on her face as she suddenly felt that this young man in front of her was even more amiable than Old Man Du and even more heroic than her master. Waving her hand happily, she said, Then it's settled. You can come back here in a month, and I'll go refine now. I won't let you down. Yang Kai gently nodded as he watched her run away. Turning the corner, the excited Wu bumped into Mina, who was walking towards them. Mina reacted quickly and caught her in her arms. Little girl, you're always in such a hurry. Where do you get so much energy? Senior sister, take a look. Wu handed over the crystal stones in her hands, causing Mina's beautiful eyes to light up as she asked curiously, Where did you get so many crystal stones? There are more in my universe bag. That person gave me more than 20. Who gave them to you? Mina couldn't help frowning. A man asked me to help him refine 100 spirit communicating pills, and gave me these crystal stones as a reward. 100. Mina was stunned. What does he want so many spirit communicating pills for? And he actually asked you to refine them for him? That's right. The herbs are all in my universe bag. Mina's expression became serious as she snorted. What unfathomable motives! That person is either blind or has some ulterior motive. Is that person still in the association? I don't know. He was here just a moment ago. Wu looked at Mina, not understanding why her senior sister seemed so unhappy. I'll go take a look, Mina said before rushing out. This junior sister of hers was still too young and was still learning alchemy. If that person really wanted to ask someone to refine pills for him, he wouldn't have asked Wu. She was simply too unreliable. Mina instinctively believed that man had approached Wu, with some ulterior motive, rushing out with a fierce expression. She secretly swore to herself that she would teach that person a lesson and let him know that the people of the Alchemist Guild were not easy to bully. Before she reached the entrance, though, she saw a person leisurely strolling towards her. When their eyes met, the person greeted her with a smile. Beauty, long time no see. Mina froze in place as she stared at the other party in a daze. Only after a while did she react and call out in alarm, Yang Kai! As he spoke, he rushed over excitedly and said in pleasant surprise, You're finally back! And I've only been back for a month. I thought you died outside, Mina snorted. Over the past few years, I've been sent by Old Man due to Soaring Heaven Sect to inquire about you, but I haven't been able to find anything. Chapter 847. Inside the Alchemist Guild, upon seeing Yang Kai, whom she had not seen for several years, Mina was very happy. However, when she remembered Old Man Du's care for him, she couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger. For this guy, she couldn't remember how many times she had run to Soaring Heaven Sect, almost flattening that mountain. That's why I came here in person, Yang Kai chuckled. At least you know what's good for you. Mina snorted, looking him up and down for a moment before asking suspiciously, the person who asked Wu, to perform alchemy, Just now, was it you? And Yang Kai nodded. Mi Na patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. So it really was you? Then it doesn't matter. I thought it was some blind fool who had ideas about Wu, and was just about to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai smiled and said, I saw that she seemed to be in need of some materials to practice her alchemy, so I helped her. When did such a little girl appear in the Alchemist Guild? I haven't seen her before. Hearing this, Mi Na's expression became gloomy as she glanced back to make sure Wu, had gone far away before whispering, Old Man Du, and I picked her up, poor girl. Picked her up? Yang Kai was stunned. And on the way back from Floating Cloud City, we passed by a village that was attacked by a group of beasts. Everyone in that village died, leaving behind only her crying in the ruins. Old Man Du couldn't bear to leave her there, so he brought her back to Grand Boulder City. When he brought her back, she was less than 10 years old, skinny and didn't know how to speak. It seemed like she was scared witless. After a few years of nurturing her, she became like this. Now she's full of energy, running all day long. I can't even catch her. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as he nodded. You've picked up a good seedling. Mi Na's beautiful eyes lit up. Old Man Du said he didn't expect Wu, to be so suitable for alchemy. When he brought her back, she hadn't even cultivated yet. You should have seen her cultivation now, Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage. In terms of alchemy, she's almost at the mysterious grade. As a senior sister, even I feel the pressure. If I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by this little girl. Yang Kai laughed. That will be many years later. I'm afraid it won't be long. Mi Na's expression became bitter. I'm still just a spirit-grade, low-rank alchemist, a great realm higher than Wu. With this little girl's growth rate, it won't even take 10 years for her to surpass me. As she spoke, Mina suddenly looked at Yang Kai curiously. What about you? Have you made any progress in spirit level upper grade? A little. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He didn't dare to tell the truth for fear of hurting Mina's feelings. All right. Looking at you like this, I know that you must be able to refine a holy pill. This lady is just an ordinary person. I won't compare myself to you two freaks. Mi Na was depressed for a moment before suddenly smiling and saying, Don't talk about it here, come in. If Old Man Du knows you've come, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Kai gently nodded and followed her into the Alchemist Guild. Before they had even entered, though, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked suspiciously, Is Old Man Du receiving guests? He felt the auras of several people in Old Man Du's room and could even vaguely hear some laughter. Among these people, one of them was Du Wan while the others weren't weak, all of them having reached the transcendent realm. Mi Na nodded. It just so happens that some guests came today. Then I'll wait. No need. Mi Na smiled mysteriously. I think those guests will also want to meet you. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, could it be those people I met in Floating Cloud City? Clever. Mi Na pursed her lips and smiled, quickly arriving in front of Du Wan's room and calling out, Old Man Du, another guest has come. The laughter and conversation inside was interrupted for a moment before Du Wan's voice called out, Tell him to come another day. This old master won't see any other guests today. Old Man Du, are you sure? If that's the case, I'll drive him away. Mi Na asked while winking at Yang Kai. You little girl. Du Wan's helpless and bitter laughter came from inside. Who is it? Listening to what you're saying, it seems it's a very important guest. Without waiting for Mi Na to answer, Yang Kai respectfully said, Old Man Du, it's me, Junior Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Du Wan's voice suddenly rose in pitch as a series of thumping sounds rang out. A moment later, the door opened and Du Wan's face filled with surprise. After seeing Yang Kai, his turbid eyes suddenly lit up. It's really you. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Come in, come in. Du Wan enthusiastically welcomed Yang Kai in. You're finally back. I've been wandering outside for some time now, and only recently returned to the sect. I heard that old man Do sent me to Soaring Heaven's sect several times to inquire about this junior. Receiving old man Do's care, this junior is deeply grateful, Yang Kai said sincerely. You're too polite, you're a member of my alchemist guild, so as the sect leader, I naturally need to pay some attention. Du-Wan chuckled, his old face blooming like a flower. You came at just the right time. I was just talking to a few old friends about you. As the two spoke, they entered the room. Inside the room, there were several old fellows of similar age and temperament to Du-Wan, all of them craning their necks to look towards the door, a look of anticipation on their faces. When Yang Kai appeared, these old men all wore looks of surprise. Hey, Du-Wan! A fat old man on the left called out, Something's not right. The little brat I saw last time isn't him. Do you think I'm old and have a bad memory, and randomly found someone to deceive me? This old man seemed to be too fat, sitting on the ground like a meatball, his whole body leaning against the wall, panting heavily after saying a few words. And the figure is almost the same, the voice is also the same, but his appearance is different. Another old man on the right stroked his beard and looked Yang Kai up and down. Ha, you two idiots. Don't you remember that Du-Wan obtained a magical artifact from helping someone perform alchemy? The third old man in the middle seemed to have seen through the mystery at a glance and smiled proudly. I remember that artifact can change a person's appearance and aura. So is this really that little brat? The one we saw last time wasn't his original appearance. The fourth old woman, her eyes bright, exclaimed. Indeed, this junior greets several grandmasters. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Come, sit down. Du-Wan greeted warmly. We're all used to being lazy, so you don't need to be too formal. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these grandmasters were indeed quite casual. Instead of sitting at a nearby table or chair, they chose to sit on the ground. Yang Kai guessed it was because of the overly fat man. Not paying any attention, Yang Kai simply sat down next to Du-Wan. For pairs of eyes stared at him with great interest, causing Yang Kai to chuckle dryly. He still remembered that when he was in Floating Cloud City, because he had won first place in the Alchemy Summit, he had taken some things from the universe bags of these four people. Du-Wan, you're quite astute, actually giving this little brat an appearance-changing artifact in advance. No wonder so many people have tried to find him over the past few years. The old woman smiled. So that's how it is. If not for this, he would already be in trouble. Du-Wan smiled. Although there are some clues that point to Soaring Heaven sect, with Chu Ling Xiao there, no one dares to find trouble with him. Yang Kai was able to condense the 1,000-year demon flowers medicinal liquid, so naturally there would be people inquiring about his whereabouts in an attempt to obtain this precious treasure from him. You didn't know from the beginning that he could obtain the 1,000-year demon flowers medicinal liquid, did you? I just felt that I couldn't allow him to expose his identity in front of so many people. Du-Wan chuckled. I didn't think so far ahead, but him being able to obtain the 1,000-year demon flowers medicinal liquid is really quite surprising. Saying so, he suddenly said, Right, Yang Kai, let me introduce you. This is Hong Fong, the manager of Shattered Star City's Alchemist Guild, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist. Greetings, Grandmaster Hong. Yang Kai respectfully bowed. You flatter me. Hong Fong stroked his beard and said with a smile, It won't be long before you can reach my level. Forget about the word master. Du-Wan also smiled and did not refute, instead pointing to the fat old man and saying, This is Lightning Flash City's alchemist, guild's manager, Chong Bao, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist. And Brother Chong was greedy for food and drink, so his body became like this. You should learn from him. Chong Bao curled his lips and said, Eating is a wonderful thing in this world. Du-Wan, you really don't know how to enjoy life. Du-Wan ignored him and instead pointed to another person. This is Three Chuan City's alchemist guild manager, He Feng, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist. Just after the introductions, Hifeng came over and grinned meaningfully. "Little brat, a few years ago I invited you to 3 Chuan City, but you refused. How about we reconsider today?" Saying so, Hifeng winked at him. "This old master has several beautiful granddaughters. You can take your pick, as long as you agree to join my 3 Chuan Cities Alchemist Guild." Junior is very grateful for Grandmaster's kindness, but Old Man Du has helped this junior before, so Grandmaster must not blame him for refusing Grandmaster's kindness. Hifeng couldn't help rolling his eyes as he snorted. "Your courage isn't small, but no one has ever dared to refuse this old master's good intentions. Yet you, smelly brat, keep making this old master lose face again and again. Who asked you to look for trouble?" Duan laughed. Yang Kai's words were simple and honest, making him extremely happy. Ignoring Hifeng, Duan turned to the old woman and said, "This is Broken Moon City's Alchemist Guild Manager, Kong Ruoyu, a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he saluted again. Most of the top alchemists and artifact refiners were men. There weren't many women who could achieve this because women were born with a more feminine physique, which was incompatible with the yang fire required for alchemy and artifact refining. However, this Kong Ruoyu being able to reach the Saint grade low rank showed that she had put in more effort than others, and her aptitude was also much better. If she had been a man, her achievements today would have been even higher.